Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is well after 9 a.m. on May 15th. It is time to start our meeting. Today being Armed Forces Day, we will open with the national anthem followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand and face our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So since I started doing this, I've had to announce that we are a nation at war, and now I also have to say that we are at a Commonwealth, still in a state of emergency. So I want to thank you all for obeying the mandates of the state and of our local Board of Health. It's time to remain standing and have a moment of silence for those who have served our town and passed away in 2020. And I will ask our town clerk to read the names of those individuals.
Donald Atkinson, John D. Bruce, Dorothy J. Carroll, Charles W. Christopher, Alan Hagstrom, Andrew P. Hines, Patricia B. Kecklin, Roy C. Moore, David K. Quinn, Roseanne M. Rash, David R. Scatterday, Elizabeth E. Scatterday, Peter H. Schmink, James A. Sellers, Melissa M. Tingley.
Thank you. And now Susan Moran from the Universalist Unitarian Church will give us the invocation.
Spirit of life and love, God, Goddess, Gaia, Earth, love. We thank you for this beautiful day, for surviving this last year. We are so grateful for the practice of democracy. Let us remember to listen with a big heart, to realize that reasonable people can disagree. Let us speak with kindness and compassion and listen with open ears. May it be so, and amen.
Reasonable people can disagree. Thank you. I like that. Sharon Chase, our town poet laureate, is going to now give us a short poem, barely longer than a limerick.
Thank you for your introduction. Okay. The purpose of this poem is to give comfort during the pandemic. Connection of presence. An ancient benediction blooms anew as greeting. Original context of suspicion flowers as peace-filled trust. Greetings while we are absent one from another. Not alone in knowing nature can be cruel. Not alone in this pandemic, practicing safety distance. Not alone in shared hope for saving sustenance. Not alone in belief that transcendent goodwill is. Not alone.
Thank you to all of you, and if you would like to sit, you are free to do so. And I would like to thank everybody who helped put this meeting together. I'm not going to mention names or organizations because I'll miss them, miss somebody in this, but this is a large undertaking, as you can tell, and we've had to react to changing circumstances, and I think everybody's done just a heck of a job in putting this together, so you have my sincere thank you. We have non-voters here today, and they're, of course, welcome to attend. Unfortunately, can't vote and cannot speak unless authorized, but they're welcome to hang with us. And we have wonderful seating right behind me. And so we appreciate their presence, and I appreciate the presence of all of you voters. I will ask now the town clerk to please read the officer's return on the warrant. And prior to that, I'll entertain a motion to omit the reading of the articles in the warrant. Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please shout out aye. Opposed, say no. Great. Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, please.
I, Philip Wesley, Constable for the town of Rockport, have on this date, April 20th, 2021, posted the annual town meeting warrant for the annual town meeting to be held on May 15th, 2021 at 9 a.m. at the Rockport High School in the 2 post offices, the town bulletin board, and 17 other public places throughout the town, including 3 in Precinct 1, 3 in Precinct 2, and 3 in Precinct 3. Signed, Philip Wesley, Constable for the town of Rockport. Received 12:10 p.m. April 21, 2021. Patricia E. Brown, Rockport Town Clerk.
Thank you. And this meeting is conducted today in accordance with parliamentary procedure, as described, of course, under Mass law. And thank you for your attendance today. Oh. Can everyone hear me? Okay. Kyle's out there. Can you hear me? Okay. So we're doing this meeting under Mass General Law, Chapter 2 of the bylaws, parliamentary procedure under Robert's Rules of Order, as interpreted by this great book called Town Meeting Time. And if there are legal questions, we have our town council right here, Darren Klein, who's, you can recognize him because he's wearing the tie. And he is here for you and for us. So if you have any questions, if you want to address those to him through me, we'll make sure that you get your questions answered. As you know, the subject of discussion is going to be a pending motion and not the article itself. And today we have 2 advisory committees that will be providing the town their guidance and advice. First, the Finance Committee, chaired by Dwight Valentine, and the Government and Bylaw Committee, chaired by Charlie Seavey. If you wish to speak today, please get my attention or Pat and Melanie's attention by raising that beautiful yellow placard. And if you're in a vehicle, get the attention of one of the officials out there. And then we'll have you use one of the microphones provided. Between uses, it's our hope that the microphones will be sanitized And please give us your name and address, then you may speak. Once recognized, address all statements, questions, and comments through the chair, and be civil and polite. Under Mass law, the moderator has the authority to remove people who don't meet that criteria, and the police chief has told me he stands ready and willing to do that. We have 327 registered voters here today, so that's a great thing, so please give yourselves a hand. As the bylaw provides, the chair is to give preference to people who have not spoken on an issue before calling on someone a second and third time. And I try to extend that rule to different articles as well. We want to hear from everybody and not just a select few. When I sense you're ready to vote, I'll state the question by paraphrasing the motion. And you can be recognized after that question is stated only if you have any doubts on the issue or what a yes or no means. Robert's Rules of Orders provide for moving the question, but you have to be recognized to do so, and provides for amending motions as well. If I hear or recognize a personal attack or meanness, that'll be the last time you're recognized to speak. We are guests of the school department here today. And I would remind you that in these present times, smoking is not permitted anywhere on the school grounds or indeed anywhere on earth. Please observe this rule as a good guest. And the only creatures permitted to moo and to belch are the cows. Related articles. I've determined that the following are related. Of course, all the Roman numeral articles, those go first and in order. 1 through 6, according to the bylaw, in order. And we get to the alphabetical motions, A followed by Y. Those are the town reports. A will go first with Y to follow. D and E having to do with an oxymoron called free cash. H and I, high. K, L, M, and S will go all together. F, G, which is about beach mitigation, and X will go together. And then the following having to do with our government, N, P, Q, O, V, and W. And when we get to the term limit bylaws, Q is going to go first, as our town council and government and bylaw committee believe that one to be in legal form. And I don't anticipate a motion on V and hopefully on P, but those are all related. Articles having to do with fluoride, Seabrook, and nature equals good will go together. That's R, T, and U. And we will complete this meeting today. And in plenty of time, I hope, to mow your lawn, go out in the boat, and have a great afternoon. Any questions on our procedure? Okay. We'll go right to Roman numeral 1, which I believe there's not a motion for.
That's correct, Mr. Moderator.
So now we will hear a motion under Article 2.
Mr. Moderator, Finance Committee Member Maureen Wessel moves Article Roman numeral 2 as indicated in the motion printed on page 29 of the May 15th, 2021 Voters Booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee support the article.
Okay, moved and seconded, and this requires a 2/3 vote, and with a lot of these, including these that require a supermajority, we'll see if we can do it with a voice vote, because otherwise our votes are going to take us a while. So here we go. Any discussion? All right, seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. That motion carries, and it is unanimous. We now move on to Article Roman numeral 3.
Mr. Moderator, Selectman Sarah Wilkinson moves Roman numeral Article 3 as indicated in the motion printed on page 30 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet. The Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee support this article.
All right, moved and seconded. Any discussion? You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say no. That motion carries, and it is unanimous. We'll be home by 11. Does that do it for the Roman numerals, Mitch?
It does, Mr. Moderator.
All right. We move on now to Article 1.
Mr. Moderator, Selectman Ross Brackett moves Article 1 as indicated in the motion printed on page 30 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet.
Second.
All righty, any discussion on this? You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. It is unanimous. We now move on to Article 2.
Mr. Moderator, Selectman Don Campbell moves Article 2 as indicated in the motion printed on page 31 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee support this article.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Requires a 4/5 vote. All right, that's almost 80%. No discussion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries, and it is unanimous, which I believe, as a Rockport High graduate, is better than 4/5. We now move on. Article 3 can be found on page 31 of your wonderful voters booklet. No motion? No motion. We now move on to Article 4.
Mr. Moderator, Selectman Sarah Wilkinson moves Article 4, first motion, as indicated in the motion printed on page 32 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet.
Second.
Okay, so this one's done in two motions. The first one is having to do with those compensation schedules A, B, D, and H. Any discussions there? Toby?
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. I spoke with Mitch Vieira about how one might eliminate various town positions, supposing you wanted to, and he told me that there were two ways of doing it. You could eliminate the position under this article, the authorization for the position and the authorization for the salary, or you could do it under Article 5, a line item under various of the numbered held items. So that piece of information should be out there.
Not to eliminate the position, but the authorization to pay it. Okay, anybody else want to talk about this? All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. It is unanimous for the first motion. We now move on to the second motion.
Mr. Moderator, Selectman Sarah Wilkinson moves Article 4, second motion, as indicated in the motion printed on page 32 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee support this article.
Okay, this is Schedule C. Anyone want to discuss? All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries, and it is also unanimous. Now we move on to Article 5, which may take us a little while. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn to page 33 of your voters booklet.
Mr. Moderator, Finance Committee Chair Dwight Valentine moves Article 5, first motion, as indicated in the motion printed on page 33 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet.
Alrighty, so if you look at 33 and beyond, you'll notice that at the left of each section, there's a number. Moderator is 114, Selectman 122, etc. We're going to go over in a few minutes through this table, calling off the section numbers. If you personally wish to challenge or debate the Finance Committee's recommendations for the numbers in the last column on the right-hand side for any particular reason, please say the word hold. If you don't want to personally challenge it, don't say anything. And then we'll go through and we'll vote on the ones that you're not holding. Then we'll talk about the ones that you are holding and recalculate if necessary and come up with a budget. Anyone have any questions about that procedure? All righty. 114, moderator. Hold. 122, selectmen. Hold. 124, selectmen committees. 131, finance committee. 135, town accountant. 141, assessors. 147, treasurer. 151, legal. We took out 152, illegal. 153, human resources. 154, information systems and technology. 158, tax possessed land. 161, town clerk. 164, elections. 171, conservation commission. 175, planning board. 176, zoning board. 177, I'm getting bored. Oh, sorry. 181, community development. 210, police. 212, traffic and parking. 215, lifeguards. 220, fire department. 225, forest fire department. 231, ambulance. 241, inspectional services. 249, animal inspector. 291, emergency management. Hold. 292, dog officer. 293, parking clerk. 295, harbor master's shellfish. 297, harbor advisory. 400, Department of Public Works. 500, let's see, 510, Board of Health. 541, Council on Aging. 543, Veteran Services. Now we're on to Culture and Recreation. Library, 610. Recreation, 630. Granite Pier, 635. 638 Thatcher and Straitsmith Island. Hold. 692 Memorial Day Committee. 700 Debt and Interest. Let's see, 900 now. 911 Essex Regional Retirement. 912 Non-Contributory Pension. 913 Unemployment. 914 Group Insurance. 916 FICA Medicare. 917 Sick Leave Buyback. 940 Insurance. 943 SPED Stabilization. And that is it. And now we will go back and we'll talk about these. $300s? I thought I did 300. Oh, I missed some? Oh, at the end, it's down here, 300, 305. Oh, okay. 300. Hold. 305. All right. We now go back to page 33 and we talk about moderator. Anybody? Toby.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. I move to eliminate the line item stipend at a cost of $128. The moderator does it for love alone. He happens to be a lawyer. Lawyers typically get $250 an hour. If he were not cursed with false modesty, he could tell us how many hours, a great many hours, go into preparing a town meeting. It isn't appropriate that the town be paying elected officials for their service. We eliminated the Board of Selectmen stipends a few years back. People said, some did at the time, that you couldn't get qualified people to serve if you didn't give them the stipends. I say unkind things often about the Board of Selectmen, but none of them up and quit when we removed the stipends. And I hope the moderator wouldn't quit either. We could certainly give him back the money in the form of supplies at the fall town meeting. I think it's the right thing to do for consistency, for principle. And there's a third reason, which is financial prudence. The moderator is honorable. He does not take the town's health insurance. But anyone who is elected to one of these positions who receives a stipend is entitled to the town's health insurance. Town council will please confirm that. It was confirmed twice when we were discussing the selectmen's stipends. So although the moderator doesn't take the stipends, we're all mortal. He could drop dead tomorrow. We would all sorely miss him and his strange puns, but there would be a different moderator at the fall town meeting, and that person might not be honorable and might be taking the town's insurance at a considerable cost. I think we do well to eliminate this.
Well, Toby, I'm glad you brought up the issue of stipends in the context of the moderator. It gives me an opportunity to address this issue, both for the moderator position and perhaps on a greater issue, that is the treatment of our volunteers who receive a stipend. A few years ago, Toby, when you brought up this issue in the context of the selectmen, I did not come to the board's defense, and for that I apologize, because I feel strongly about this issue. Toby did not confer with me, but he is right about one thing. I don't do this for the stipend. But Toby and I have had philosophical discussions about this all the time. I, for one, am glad for whatever expertise and time our many volunteers, including the Board of Selectmen, our firefighters, ZBA, Planning Board, DPW commissioners, the list goes on and on. I don't think anybody does this for the stipend, but if they did, if we could attract more young working folks because of the possibility they could get health insurance, I think that's a win for the town. If I dropped dead tomorrow and somebody came in and filled this position and they were a young kid and they needed the insurance and it tipped the scales for them, I say go for it. We need our volunteers. This past few weeks, I've attended about 15 hours of meetings a week. Because of Zoom, it's felt like about 100. I fielded phone calls and emails about everything under the sun, voting virtually, bringing in brochures. And Toby, I've even had a lot of phone calls about people who want to speak all the time and extend our meeting by hours and hours. And I feel passionately about our meetings, and I defended that person's right to do so because I think our democracy is important. Just a few days ago, I heard a member of a committee apologize to that committee for missing a meeting because of a family commitment, going to his son's baseball game. But I would imagine that that same person apologizing has had to apologize to his family again and again and again for missing games, homework, school plays, social events, to go to other meetings to benefit the town. I've had to apologize to my law partners. This meeting costs them and me a lot of money and a lot of time. So I've been the incumbent for a while, and I've run unopposed, and maybe there are some people who don't know me. So what do you get for your $128 a year? Let me tell you who I am. So I attended Rockport schools. My children attended Rockport schools. My wife has been a nurse in the Rockport schools. I've had a daughter teach in the Rockport schools. My dad, my grandfather, and my great-grandfather all lived in Gloucester. A few years ago, the now deceased Ted Tarr called me a native, one of the biggest compliments I've ever received. I was a scientist first, majoring in zoology, minoring in chemistry and oceanography. I even taught high school science, including in this building over here. Went to law school at night. In the summertime, I taught sailing at Sandy Bay Yacht Club and cooked at my parents' restaurant. Fortunate enough, after graduating from law school, I went in the Navy JAG Corps. And my colleague Brian Sullivan, who may be out here, he and I had similar careers. I was a military defense lawyer. I was a prosecutor. I was a judge. I worked on medical malpractice cases. I even was fortunate enough to be asked to be a staff judge advocate for the vice chief of naval operations, who at that time reported to Colin Powell. I turned that down to take a position teaching at the Naval Justice School in Newport, Rhode Island. Taught criminal law, I taught evidence, I taught trial procedure and trial advocacy. I was a member of the fledgling Defense Institute of International Legal Studies, and we taught about democracy and democratic principles to developing countries and former Soviet countries all over the planet. I was in the Ocean Law and Policy Division at the Pentagon, teaching through the Naval War College. When I made commander in the Navy and got promoted out of pay, ironically enough, I joined the Air Force JAG Corps and worked on government contracts, ethics, and was part of the personal estate planning team out of the Air Force Academy. I retired after 28 years of active and reserve military service. And so now that I'm over 60, I do get insurance through the government, so I don't take the insurance. But I did for a period of time, for about 6 months, and I was proud to do it. And Toby once asked, I think in a manner of trying to embarrass people, which one of the selectmen took insurance, and I wouldn't permit that question. I think it's very personal. So no, I don't serve for the $128. You can ask Carrie. Most of the time I don't remember to even ask for it. But once or twice I picked up the check. I took my wife and my kids out for burgers and ice cream, and we laughed about all the BS that I have to put up with and all the time it takes and how my family supports me as I do this. But the symbolic gesture speaks very loudly. And the message that it would send to me and all the other volunteers, if you take away the stipend today, would serve even more loudly. Because all of us have a better way to spend our Saturdays and spend our nights and fielding phone calls during our dinners. So I know we live in times where there's a lot of anger out there. We are angry at our politicians, the politicians are angry at each other, and we are always bitter when those idiots make a decision we don't agree with. But the volunteers in our town are like the small pieces inside of an old watch. If you take out a few, the watch doesn't work anymore. And here's what I'm afraid of. We volunteer, we focus on the Board of Selectmen, then the moderator, maybe the DPW commissioners. What's next? Volunteer firefighters? The town cannot function without its volunteers unless you want to vote another $5 or $6 million annually to our budget. So sometimes I've had the opportunity in my position to appoint people. Sometimes nobody answers the call. People are busy. They're trying to make a living. So when we get somebody who wants to volunteer, I don't treat them with anger. I don't ask them why they can't put in more time. I don't ask them to give up their stipend or this hat, which Mitch gave me today and which I'll always treasure. We should take what we can get. We want our volunteers running our time. So I think sometimes if you haven't served on a committee, you just don't understand what it's like and what you give up in your life to do that. So I suggest before you criticize the volunteers, in the words of Colonel Jessup, you pick up a weapon and stand a post. But in any event, if you don't take away my stipend, I will gladly accept it, and I proudly serve this community, which I love so much. Thank you. Yes, sir. In the back, and then we'll get the other gentleman.
Yes, Zenas Seppala, 92 Granite Street. If, Bob, we were having a campaign rally out here for moderator, and there are 45 candidates running for the office, we would listen to your speech, probably say to ourselves, this man is highly qualified, and he should probably be elected. But we are not talking about that. Where Toby was talking about the possibilities of somebody else assuming that office, who might not be as generous with their time as you have been. So I think that your personal background, interesting as it is not really relevant to what Toby's motion or suggestion was. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Alan Battistelli, 57 Phillips Avenue. I strongly oppose Toby's reference to the idea of being dishonorable if you are taking insurance. None of the selectmen were dishonorable taking the insurance. Some of those people were put in, if you became chairman at one time was something that some people would desire, and when they get it, they find out, whoa, this can be 30 hours a week. In the city of Gloucester, a city council gets $11,000 a year. This is $120-something and $20 that goes to the town moderator. This is a very, very small amount of money. But the biggest point is there's nothing dishonorable about someone following the state law. We don't need town attorney to confirm it. If the town attorney would like to go ahead, it was asked for by Toby. But the reality is that's the state law. And there's nothing dishonorable about taking insurance for the selectman or the town moderator. And that's what it's really about. It's not about the $100-something.
Darren Klein, Town Council. Good morning, everyone, through the moderator. Toby's partially correct. All elected paid officials are eligible for health insurance, but for those elected officials who do not work at least 20 hours a week regularly, the determination on whether or not the elected official is eligible for health insurance is up to the select board, the Board of Selectmen.
Anybody else? Yes, way in the back. We gotcha. Apologize for the distance, but we do the best we can do. In the meantime, just enjoy the sunshine, go around at the blue sky, just enjoy the day. Here with 326 of your best friends.
Mr. Visnick, Mark Curley, 8 Old Penzance Road, Rockport.
Good to see you.
Nice to be here. And I'm so thoroughly impressed with the quality of your background, which you have described to us today. And I think the important thing is to keep this small stipend, it's de minimis, keep it with the health insurance so that we, when you leave voluntarily or not voluntarily, your successor will be chosen from a vast pool of well-qualified people. And with the health insurance available, I think you'll attract many more people that will want to take your position so that we can choose the best. And how would we feel if we remove this health insurance and we have someone sitting in this position that does not have health insurance, which so many millions of Americans have not had until the Affordable Care Act. And if they got sick, and many of them are young and they have young kids, and without insurance, they lose their house. They go into bankruptcy. How would you feel having voted to deny somebody working for the town all these hours that we don't realize, as Mr. Vesnick has indicated? I think I couldn't sleep at night. So I think it's a very small cost to us to keep this health insurance in place so we can derive the best people to take your job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, Mr. Moderator, listening to that resume was nothing short of breathtaking. It was something that I can't thank you enough for your service to your town, for your service to your country, and for your service to your community. You need to be commended in the strongest terms possible. I'm speaking for myself, just to be clear. I'm not speaking for the Board of Selectmen, so I just want everybody to know that. But this needs to be defeated soundly. Soundly. This message that we're sending is not right if that's the case. We are constantly beat up on the Board of Selectmen. That's okay. We accept that. But to take the moderator and take $120 because someday somebody might partake in the insurance is completely ludicrous. This is not right. These motions need to stop. People have the right to bring them. I accept that. But as much as they have the right to bring them, we have the right to oppose them. I urge everybody here to oppose this motion and support our town moderator, please. Thank you.
Gotcha. Bill first. If you want to start to walk towards the microphone, if you're far away, that'd be great. Thank you. Colonel?
Mr. Moderator, thank you. I'm Phil Crotty, 1 Atlantic Avenue. I very much appreciated your introduction this morning. I thought it was timely. I sincerely think you deserve everything you get from this town, and we're grateful for you. And I think we should just call this question and get on with the business at hand.
Okay, moving the question. And I think that does that need a 2/3 vote, Darren? Moving the question, non-debatable. It's a 2/3 vote. I think we can still do it by voice. We've beat this into submission. So all those in favor of moving this question, please say aye. Opposed, say no. That motion carries unanimously. And now the motion, which is to remove the stipend under 114 from the moderator, which is $128. All those in favor of removing that, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. That motion fails. We move on. Ice cream's at the Visniks tonight. We move on to Article 122. Their motion. Okay. Moving party, please approach a microphone. Looks like that's Mr. Sepola. Couldn't see you back there. It looked like the Dos Equis man from where I am.
Yeah, Z Seppel 92 Granite Street. The reason I put a hold on this was to find out what the emergency services director funds are: 10,250, 10,500, 10,455. I don't particularly oppose this or promote it. I just don't know what it is. I thought what we had was a emergency services director that had assumed a position in town a few years ago and then was suspended, and the duties that had been assigned to him had been re-relegated, I guess, back to the chief of police, or not the chief of the police, the fire department. So I'm really just wondering what this amount is for, and would like an explanation.
All right, we'll hear that answer through our town council.
Darren Klein, through the moderator. My understanding it's for it's a stipend for a position that's currently the position itself is suspended, meaning it's not filled currently, but it's a stipend for that position that is currently not being utilized.
All right, anything further? All righty, we move on. 141, assessors. All right, it looks like Toby back there.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. I move to eliminate the line item assessors stipends at a cost of $3,300. If you're serving the town, you do it for love alone. perhaps love out of your fellow citizens. If you're doing it for the stipends, we'd be better off without you. The last time we had an empty position on the Board of Assessors, there were two candidates, one a former selectman, the other a practicing assessor. So you don't lack for candidates, and we would be better off not paying. We shouldn't have to pay. And people who are doing it do it out of a sense of duty and service. If they're doing it for other reasons, it's a mistake.
Alrighty, anybody want to address that?
Once again, this is all about the this is all about getting the health insurance, and it's again volunteers giving their time for the good cause. They've got to evaluate and assess every house in this whole commercial, residential, in the whole town, and they have legal responsibilities to come with a certain level of accuracy in a real estate market that's going up really crazy fast. That's a big job, and I don't know how many hours they put in, but again, this gets to be a respect for the people that run our town. And you know, we got to remember what kind of town we have. We have a town we have a town administrator, not a town manager. The bosses and the people that run this town and direct that town administrator, your board of selectmen, your assessors, your board of appeals, all the different volunteers that work within the town. Out of respect, I would say again, we quick this one up. We vote to put that back in the budget, keep it in the budget, and let these people have their insurance.
Anybody else? Alrighty, you've heard the motion. All those in favor of removing the stipends from the assessors, please say aye. I heard two people and a cow. All those opposed, say no. That motion fails. And we move on to Article 154, Information Systems and Technology. Is there a motion?
I would like an exact breakdown of what portion of the IT
Please give us your name and address.
Oh, I'm
just
sorry,
for the record.
Terry Rizzolo, 4 Summit.
Okay.
I'd like an exact breakdown of the portion of the IT salaries and wages that accrue to the town and the part that goes to the school and should be part of the school budget.
All right, we'll see if we can get you that information. Okay.
Mr. Moderator, through you, we do not divide up the IS&T salaries that way. They are a townwide department. There is not an exact breakdown of X% to this group, X% to that group. It's a unified department that addresses all townwide needs.
Thank you. Anything further on 154? All righty. At this point, it is my distinct pleasure to let you know that Senator Bruce Tarr has graced our meeting. He's in the house. I don't know if you say that if you're outside, but he's on our playing fields. And as always, it is, I just want to thank you for all the work that you have done and continue to do for all of us in this town and for all of us in the Commonwealth. In this world of divided government, you present always a uniform and a unifying sense and presence, and you help move the people's business, and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Alrighty, we now move on. I believe the next item is number 291. Am I correct in that? 181. Community Development, 181. Anybody? Oh my, Toby.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. I move to cut $4,364 from the line item police details for events and eliminate the line item promotion and advertising at a cost of $7,530, a total reduction of $11,894. But first, a bit of information that you wouldn't find in the booklet. I have in front of me budgeted expenses by department, general operating budget, fiscal 22, in more detail. I'm not a privileged character. I asked for it. If you asked for it, you'd be given it too. There are twice as many line items, and it starts out with purchase of services at a cost of $25,000. That you do not see in what's in front of you under community development. What you see instead is program expenses at $31,400. But purchase of services is a $25,000 salary for someone who's liaison to the business community. And that is not properly an expense for the town. It may be useful, but that's something that should be paid for by a chamber of commerce. That's not part of this amendment, the 11,000 and change. The 11,000 and change, should we choose to vote for it, will eliminate 3 of the parking details, leaving all of the others. The 3 eliminated would be those for Motif Number 1 Day, Harvest Festival, and the Makers Festival. Those are not genuine public holidays. Those are commercial productions masquerading as holidays, and we're not eliminating the police details. If the if the police chief feels that police details are necessary in terms of safety and convenience for any event in the town, he informs the Board of Selectmen, and the Board of Selectmen order the detail. So the question is not whether we're going to have the police details. We will. The question is who would pay for them. It's not right that the town be paying for these details for events whose chief or only purpose is to make money for various local commercial interests. And the other sum eliminated, the $7,530, is advertising and promotion. God knows what that amounts to. We don't need to be doing advertising and shouldn't be doing promotion. This place is very much on the map. And again, if these are desirable things to do, they should be paid for by the Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Alrighty, you've heard the motion. All those in favor of eliminating $11,894 from 181 as per Toby's message to us, please say aye. Opposed? Aye. Opposed, say no. I think that motion fails. We move on. Want to count it? All right. All those in favor of that reduction, please raise your placard and wait to be counted. And we'll do that out in the vehicle section. So a yes vote reduces those items in that budget 181 by $11,894. Reduces by $11,894. And if our voter counters can report in when they have concluded their voting. 163 yes. And now, if you are against that and want to keep that number the same, so you would be a no vote, please raise your placard and be counted.
Before we actually vote on it, we see which one, how much we subtract. And when he does the motion, he can do the actual numbers.
Don't forget, I'm a no, so put me in. Okay. 151? All right, yes was 163 and no was 151. So that motion carries. So we will eliminate that figure. We'll recalculate as we go through the budget. So now, is the next one 291? Did I miss any?
So I have it. So the first one.
291. Anybody to speak on 291? Emergency services. Emergency management, excuse me. 291. All right. Nobody there to speak on that? Am I missing anything? Okay. We move on. Number 400, Direct Department of Public Works. Is there anybody there to speak on that? Number 400, Department of Public Works. Looks like Toby.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. Stipends, what a popular subject. Nobody may love me, but it's a matter of principle. The three directors get $3,000 apiece, a not inconsiderable sum. I move to eliminate the stipends at a cost of $9,000. But, truth in selling, I have to tell you something most shocking and unfortunate. I spoke with two of the commissioners just before this meeting, and one of them told me that if they didn't get the stipends, he'd up and quit. I'm really shocked. He also said that all the hours he put in and, expenses, driving places, incidental expenses, the town didn't recompense people for those things. Well, obviously the town ought to, and it shouldn't be a great rigmarole. The other commissioner said all the paperwork involved in collecting money that you might be owed for things you've done for the town that should be compensated, it wasn't worth the fuss. So whether or not you want to eliminate the stipends, as I'm saying is the right thing to do, the town needs to get its act together to pay people for the incidental expenses that go with serving on town boards. Thank you.
All right, you've heard the motion. June?
For the sake of understanding the money involved, DPW commissioners are not elected and do not come under the same rules that would allow them health benefits. It is simply a stipend for an appointed position.
Anybody else? All right, you've heard the motion. This motion is to eliminate $9,000 in stipends from Article 400 Administration Stipends, Salaries, and Wages, to eliminate to reduce that by $9,000. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye. Opposed, say no. All right, that motion fails. We move on to number 638 and 639, Thatcher and Straitsmith Island. $510 Board of Health. All right, is that right?
That's right. I held it.
Let's hear from Toby.
I have a loud voice and unpleasant, but you didn't hear.
All those in favor of that? Oh.
That was a rude remark. We'll have to chop off your head. It was. Anyway, I move to eliminate the line item board member stipends at a cost of $900. I've said it before. I won't say it again.
Moved and seconded. Anyone want to discuss that? All those in favor of removing $900 in stipends under 510 from board members' stipends, please say aye. All those opposed say no. That motion fails. Now, what's the next one? 638, 639. Thatcher and Straitsmith Island. There's the Dos Equis man. Hi, Sid.
Good morning. Wedmore, 155 South Street. I move that the town reestablish the pre-COVID Thatcher Island, Straitsmith Island budget of $23,000.
Okay. Moved and seconded. So to add money to the budget, bringing it to 23,000, is that under labor or operating expense?
That's total.
Okay. Thank you, Sid. Do you want to spend some time with that before we hear from somebody else?
Yes, please.
Okay.
The budget for Thatcher Island has been approximately $23,000 for the last several years. With COVID last year, we knew we would not be taking visitors out to the island on the launch, having camping fees or landing fees. And as a result, we agreed with the town to cut our budget by $12,000 and ran on $11,000 last year. This year, we will have the boats going out to Thatcher and to Straitsmith. We anticipate that we will have approximately 1,000 seats available this year, up from the usual 600. That funds that are generated do not go to Thatcher Island Association or to the town committee. They go to the town general fund. So all of the activities that are amenitive on the islands contribute to the town general fund. Because we will be able to get people out there, because we will have more boat trips, we need a budget at least commensurate with what we had prior to COVID. So I ask again, this puts us back where we were before COVID. The town will be generated more money from these activities, and we'll still have to subsidize the activities through the Thatcher Island Association as we have been doing over the years. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone want to discuss that? Sarah? Sure.
No, they asked him. Moderator asked him. Technically, the owner is we should ask him. They asked him.
Okay. Okay.
Technically can't.
So who's going to talk about it? They are?
You technically can't make them do that. They should.
The Finance Committee is discussing this. They've taken out the abacus, and we'll get with you in just a moment. Okay. June, wrong microphone. June. She's always wanted to be on TV.
You just had a wonderful view of my face mask. Since we just saved 11,000 on a different on the Community Development, the Finance Committee voted to add $6,000 to the Thatcher Island budget, raising it to $23,100.
All right, any further discussion? No. All right, you've heard the motion. This is to raise that bottom line figure to $23,100. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed say no. That motion carries, and it was unanimous. Now, I think the next item was in public education on page 42, line 300. Is that correct? Somebody want to speak on that? Yes. Point of order? Yes.
If you turn to page 42, at the bottom you see the school budget. The general motion that was made for the operating budget was to approve all of the items in column 5, unless we voted and held them and discussed them. In order to pass an override, which you see in column 6 of $777,336, there must be a separate motion. That is because the budget in column 5 is balanced. The tradition that we have always followed, the procedure we follow, is that at this point, the school committee should rise and make a motion to pass an override contingent upon the passage of the override at a ballot. We can't just vote the money here today. It must be a vote contingent on the ballot vote. Okay? So the procedure, I believe, should be that next the school committee speaks, and then the finance committee chairman speaks. The finance committee was somewhat divided, and I would like the privilege of giving the minority report for the finance committee third before we open it up to other people. Is that the correct procedure, Mr. Moderator?
I believe not.
No.
No, I believe what we're talking about now is column 4, and that column 5 is going to be a second motion after we get through the main budget.
I believe column 4 is the current year's budget. And the motion that was given at the beginning said all those items in column 5. Column 5 has an appropriation of $12,529,155.
She's off one column. Mr. Moderator?
Yeah.
Mr. Moderator,
We'll hear from our town administrator.
Column 4 is the FY22 Finance Committee recommended budget. Column 5 and the second separate motion included here is strictly for the override. Column 4, which is the pending motion now, is not does not include the override at all. That is a totally separate second motion and a separate column.
So what you have moved so far is all items under Article 5 listed in column 5 on page 42 for school department operating expenses.
Correct.
I'm a little confused because the only item in column 5 is the override itself.
Yeah, we haven't gotten there yet. We haven't gotten to column 5.
Darren Klein, I think there's just a little confusion. What you're voting on right now is, and it was in the motion, it was a while back, is column 4. The column 5 will be the override, which is voted next.
Correct. Don't we need a motion for that?
It's going to be.
It's going to be the next motion. After we get through the budget, we're going to do that.
Column 5, which is the override for the
Okay.
school budget, is the next motion coming up, assuming somebody makes it and there's a second.
Fine.
Okay, so the next item. Yes.
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. This is a point of order for the moderator. Can you please distinguish between, in Robert's rules, the terms unopposed versus unanimous? On the percentage requiring votes, you've been declaring things unanimous when at best you can say unopposed because we aren't counting the votes.
Okay, unopposed.
I would ask that be applied to the record, that any place that you've said unanimous be read as unopposed. For the,
I'll ask for the town council to give us his determination on that.
I respectfully disagree. The moderator is allowed to declare something unanimous vote. He has that power under Mass General Law, and that is the term of art that is used at town meetings generally. It's important. One is, I don't know if there's even a difference between unopposed and unanimous, but unanimous is the common term used at town meetings. It's been used at this town meeting since I've been here, which is close to 20 years, and it's a term used at almost every town meeting I attend. I don't disagree with you. I don't think there's a real difference between unopposed and unanimous, but unanimous is the term of art used everywhere for town meetings.
I respectfully disagree.
Well, we're not going to have a discussion about it now, but if you want to talk to the town council off to the side, that'd be great. Okay, we are now in public education town contribution number 300. Is there a motion? Okay, seeing none, I think we're ready to take a vote on. Oh, I see Toby. Imagine.
Toby Arsenian, this time it's pure ignorance. Are we voting first on the school budget without the override, or are we voting on the school budget with the override? And in any case, I wish to speak before we vote the override.
Okay, I can explain that. Thank you. That's actually a good point. So we are now we're going to hear from the chair in a few moments, and then we will vote on the budget without the override. And that is column 4, I guess, the next to the one on the right. And column 5, dealing with the override, is solely for the 777,336. Am I correct? Yeah. So we're going to have a motion, and then, of course, everyone will have a chance to talk about the override after we talk about the budget without the override.
So
Okay.
we get 2 whacks at it. Is that correct?
If that's your vernacular, I won't disagree with that. Okay, so we will hear from Dwight. He will talk again about the budget, and in the meantime, the rest of his committee will calculate the numbers, because we've had an addition and a subtraction, and they'll tell us what the actual numbers are, and then give people the opportunity to speak a little further, then we'll vote.
Good afternoon. My name is Dwight Valentine, 14 Holbrook Court, Rockport. As chair of the Finance Committee, first I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to all our committee members, each of whom has worked diligently and collaboratively during this difficult year of the pandemic. The 9 current FinCom members bring diverse professional experience and different points of view to the task of reviewing the town's budget and fiscal health. Obviously, the process of budget review and recommendation is about the numbers. This year, despite a variety of both known and unexpected pressures, the numbers on the whole are good. Town government and FinCom sought to act conservatively in order to prudently maintain services and look to the future. For the most part, level funding is the norm. The town's projected general fund revenue, as you know from your booklet, is $33,194,831, and the town's projected spending, subject to the adjustments that will be made in a moment, well, the general fund is $32,846,111. That spending amount includes a proposed Article 5 override, as you know, for the Rockport schools in the amount of $777,336. More on that override in a moment. Last year, town meeting approved a debt exclusion for the design and construction of a new DPW facility. The design phase for the facility was completed on time, and budgets were requested in December 2020. However, all 7 bids were higher than the $12,250,000 appropriated for the project. The project oversight committee and the design team are working together to reduce construction costs without compromising the new building's efficiency. Requests for new bids on the revised design are expected to be made in July 2021, but because of external economic conditions, many of which you must be aware, there is considerable uncertainty regarding future costs. FinCom is closely monitoring the process. Back to the school override issue. After deferring submission of an override request last year due to the COVID-19 pandemic, this year, Rockport Public Schools has made an override request in the amount of $776,336. Superintendent Rob Lebo made comprehensive presentations to FinCom illustrating why the override is needed to support school operations. Primary among those is funding for special education, which accounts for 33% of the budget, and a SPED reserve fund. The state requires that local communities provide services for eligible children in compliance with individual assessment plans, but only reimburses communities a portion of those costs. Rockport Schools fund SPED and also prudently keeps a reserve fund. Superintendent Lebo pointed out that during this past year, because there was no override, 2 school unions made contractual concessions and major cuts were made to maintain educational services during the pandemic. Without an override, according to Superintendent Lebo, the schools will have to make close to $400,000 in personnel cuts. This would substantially shrink educational offerings. According to Mr. Lebo, the schools predictably run out of cash by design every 5 years or so due to the town funding model structure. It has been 11 years since the last override. There has been much discussion about the impact of school choice on Rockport schools. This year, Rockport schools had a total of 831 students in all grades, 225 of whom were choice students. According to Mr. Lebo, these choice students brought $1,265,400 in revenue to Rockport schools. Mr. Lebo also offered by his calculation, and this has been vetted by town administration, that the override would result in an annual property tax increase of $174.35 for an average single-family home valued at $513,350. This amounts to about 50 cents a day. As you know, a case report was commissioned by both the Rockport and Gloucester schools. This report is still in draft form and, due to pandemic and personal related delays, has yet to be finalized and approved by the respective school committees. However, it does discuss possibilities for cooperation between the two school systems in 3 areas: shared education programs, vocational opportunities for Rockport students, and unique electives shared between school districts. Whether these measures will result in actual cost savings is unknown at this time and requires further collaborative work between the 2 school systems. That will take time. The Finance Committee also heard arguments against the override request. These are the basic elements of the override opposition. A decreasing number of students costs more money to educate than before. School choice is a bad deal because it costs Rockport money. Our Rockport education is not highly ranked by Boston Magazine, despite the cost. Costs will only increase per student because the school population will continue to decline, and town money should be spent elsewhere, particularly on capital projects. And an override won't help matters without a larger plan of some kind. After extensive deliberation, FinCom voted 4-3 to support the override. FinCom reached this collective decision for these reasons. On every occasion he has been before FinCom these last 2 years, Superintendent Lebo has been abundantly transparent in providing detail and explaining how and why school money is spent. He responded to all questions with insight and accurate, credible information. Without an override, Rockport schools will have to make substantial cuts in staff and educational offerings. Class size will increase, and the school system will not keep pace with its peers, let alone excel, particularly with respect to STEM courses. Not passing an override as a way of forcing the school system to conform to some vague, as yet to be determined townwide fiscal plan would irresponsibly ignore students' needs and amount to unnecessarily holding them hostage to a political bargaining process. FinCom agrees that the case report may be a potential starting point from which to examine and implement measures mutually beneficial to both Rockport and Gloucester, perhaps even including cost savings. Again, however, this process likely will take time, especially given the differences between how each municipality is administered and policy is implemented. In the meantime, Rockport schools should not be left to wither on the vine. If Rockport is adequately funded and maintains its strong academic and extracurricular profile, it will be in a better position in which to negotiate for the larger Gloucester system. So here's the bottom line. This override decision is not just about the numbers, it's about investing in human capital, in young people and their future. It has, by all true accounts, been a worthwhile investment so far. Thank you.
Okay, in a moment, we're going to be voting on motion 1, which does not include the override. That will be a separate motion which will occur after. So really, I only want to hear from people who have a question about the budget without talking about the override. We've gone through extensively changing figures. We're not going to go through that again, but if you have a question, you don't understand something, you want to talk about the budget without talking about the override, I'll hear from you. Gentleman with the hat.
Yes, Z Seppel on 92 Granite Street. I was sitting back in the tent and you can't really hear clearly what is being said. So I just want to know, this right now has nothing to do with the override portion of the school budget right now.
That's right. And the meeting back there is pretty intense.
Okay. Yeah, just kind of weak on the PA system.
Any other questions about not understanding the budget? We are not, repeat, not talking about the override. That will be the motion that we'll make after we get through the main budget. Any questions? Okay, I'm going to have Mitch reread the motion with the changed figures. Oh, there is a question in the back. And if you want to speak and you're over someplace away from a microphone, if you start to move towards a microphone, that'll be of assistance. Next year, if we get some more money, maybe we'll be able to have more microphones, some entertainment in the tent.
Tom Delaney, 70 Eden Road. Just for clarification, on the special education, well, two questions. On special education, isn't the home district of the student required to pay, in this case, Rockport, for that cost? And the second question is, if you eliminated the special education funding, wouldn't you have to, you wouldn't eliminate their total cost because those students would still be students without special education. Is that correct?
Darren Klein, Town Council through the moderator. I'll do my best with that question. Oh, I will certainly defer to the superintendent. My apologies.
I think you would have done an excellent job with it, Darren. But the question about a home district, if a student choices in from, let's say, Gloucester, where 90% of our students come from, and some of those students are special education, then the requirement is that that district pays a sum of money called an increment to the Rockport Public Schools to cover their costs, but by a state formula by which they determine different aspects of special education could cost. So in other words, if you had a very high-paid special education teacher and the formula didn't advocate or justify that amount, then you wouldn't get the total amount. But basically, Gloucester does pay for their special education students to attend the Rockport Public Schools within the walls of the school. Students that come from Gloucester who are outplaced, the town of Gloucester pays the entire amount, including transportation for those students. The only part that isn't is any time for the administration by the special education department to cover those amounts. The question about what if we eliminated the cost of special education, I think I would be, as the superintendent and CEO, in jail, because that would be against federal and state law to not advocate and fund for the requirement to fund special education needs. So I hope that answers the question.
All right, any other questions on what the vote means? It is not, repeat, not the override at this point. Mitch, please.
Mr. Moderator, I have the amended motion for you.
Thank you.
Motion 1, Mr. Moderator, Finance Committee Chair Dwight Valentine moves that the town appropriate the sum of $32,062,817 for all items under column 4 of the table of estimates under Article 5 on pages 33 through 42 in the town meeting voters booklet general fund, as modified by town meeting's amendments to the previously held budget items, all for the fiscal year July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2022 inclusive, and as funding therefore raised from taxation the sum of $30,565,583, and transfer the following sums from the designated accounts for the purposes specified, namely $127,960 from ambulance reserve to 231 ambulance, $170,118 from parking meter fund to 212 traffic and parking, $21,200 from parking meter fund to 293 parking clerk, $135,818 from waterways improvement fund to 295 harbor masters, $101,063 from CPA fund to 700 debt and interest, $496,349 from water enterprise fund to shared costs, $444,726 from sewer enterprise fund to shared costs, and further, to allow funds from the labor reserve account to be applied to the appropriate salary, wage, and FICA accounts, and to authorize the town accountant to allocate such amounts. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee support the motion.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The motion carries. We now move on to motion 2, and we are going to hear from Finance Committee member Laureen Wessel.
Mr. Moderator, Finance Committee member Laureen Wessel
Is
moves.
she gonna do? Oh, yeah. No, I guess you do it. Yeah.
Okay. Moves Article 5, second motion, as indicated in the motion printed on page 33 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet.
Moved and seconded. We are now going to hear from Laureen Wessel.
Thank you, Bob, and good morning. The Finance Committee has been in consultation with Superintendent Lebo for the past 2 years regarding the possibility of an override. Mr. Lebo has been more than transparent and has attended every Finance Committee meeting. His charts are clear and realistic. We believe it is a sound financial decision to put our faith in our hired administrator with years of experience. This is only the second override request in 22 years. Overrides are designed to last 5 years. This in itself is proof that the school is implementing their budget in a prudent and responsible fashion. I think we can all agree that COVID has taken its toll on everyone. This is an unprecedented year with children going back to school with new academic and mental health needs. For those who have struggled to keep their children on task outside of the classroom, we now have a whole new appreciation for each teacher's dedication and expertise. Delaying the override will only cost the town more money in the long run. When we delayed the much-needed DPW request for a new headquarters, it ended up costing us a lot more. I have been a Rockport resident for 32 years. I've put 4 children through the Rockport school system. They were all well prepared. They received top-notch educations and were accepted to excellent colleges and master's degree programs. Rockport believes in a community commitment to public education. And finally, I have been in the mortgage banking field for 40 years. I have seen it over and over again, how an excellent school system upholds the value of each and every one of your homes. I strongly recommend passing the school override.
We've added another 100 people. We're at 427. I look forward to a meeting someday that has 4,270 people. That's what we should aspire to. Okay, if this passes, it does go to the ballot. So just want to make sure you know that. Anyone want to speak on this? Rob, do you want to speak first?
Actually, I think Sydney Champagne would like to speak first, if that's possible.
Okay, yes.
Sydney Champagne, 52 High Street. I'm a Rockport High School alumni of the class of 2020, and I just finished my first year of college at Fordham University. I'm here today because I was an active member of the Rockport Public Schools community for 9 years, and I would like to share some of my experience with you. Going through the Rockport elementary, middle, and high schools have taught me a lot about the Rockport community as a whole. The small size allows for close-knit relationships not only with your peers, but with the teachers as well. I think it is very rare and very special for someone to graduate and say that they had one teacher or one faculty member that inspired them to do better in the world. I'm lucky enough to say that through Rockport schools, I've had several teachers do so. In my sophomore year, my English teacher was Mr. Amuzini, who is, to this day, absolutely adored by all of my classmates. He assigned us a research paper on any career of our choosing, and I chose to write about investigative journalism. After reading my paper, he pulled me aside after class one day and gave me one of his personal books about photojournalism to keep. It is sitting on my desk to this day. His attention to his students' care and overall kindness inspired me. I am now a double major in journalism and English at Fordham. Senior year, I had noticed that a lot of my peers had serious concerns about our school's ALICE drill. For those of you who don't know what ALICE is, it is a drill that the schools do a couple of times a year that prepares students and teachers for what to do in the case that there's an active shooter on campus. I had raised these concerns to the longest teacher I've ever had, Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen was my teacher from 4th grade all the way through high school, and he probably got to know me better than anyone else in this building. When I told him about the concerns that my peers were having, he invited me to a meeting he was holding with Mrs. Rose, Mr. Lebo, Officer Wesley, and the Rockport Chief of Police. In this meeting, I was treated like an equal like the rest of the adults in the room. They all listened to what I had to say, were able to hold a conversation, and thanked me for bringing it to their attention. This meeting was my first time ever eliciting real change in my own community, and I was allowed and welcomed to do it by Rockport staff. Their encouragement and trust in me inspired me to continue to fight for my peers on a bigger scale. I am now also on the pre-law track in college and plan on attending law school after undergrad.
All right.
Later on in my senior year, I was waitlisted at my top school. The May 1st deadline was fast approaching and I was devastated. My class's senior year was cut short due to COVID, and we had already lost out on a lot of big events, so this just felt like another blow. In emails between myself and Mrs. Rose, I had mentioned my waitlist status. She immediately offered to write a letter of recommendation for me to send directly to the school. I was so touched by her immediate kindness and empathy towards my situation. I was not expecting her to offer that at all. She wrote the letter and sent it to the university, and not 2 weeks later, I didn't only receive an acceptance letter, I also got a large scholarship. I am currently enrolled at this university, Fordham, where I'm an honors student. To some, these short stories might not mean much. So what? Well, those were just 3 experiences I had over my 9 years at Rockport schools, and they quite literally changed my life. If it weren't for Miss Rose, I might not be at Fordham University. If it wasn't for Mr. Amusini, I may not be pursuing my longtime dream of becoming a writer. And if it wasn't for Mr. Cohen, I definitely wouldn't be following my passion to change the world. And I know a lot of students who have very similar things to say about Rockport schools. We are quite literally better people for attending Rockport schools, and I for one am beyond grateful to have had the experience I did. The kids here need Rockport schools, and so does this town. These schools provide Rockport with hundreds of loving, friendly, bubbly kids who just want to make the world a better place, starting right here in Rockport. We work in the downtown businesses year-round, we shop at local businesses for holidays and on half days after school, and we give free performances for anyone who wishes to see. So if you take anything from what I said, I hope it is this. Regardless of Rockport's school size, the school and its staff inspires the next generation to change the world for the better, and that is anything but subpar. Thank you for listening, and I hope you will vote yes for this override to be on the ballot in June so Rockport can continue to foster the next generation of leaders.
And that is why we should all believe in our future. Thank you. Mr. Lebo.
First of all, thank you, Sydney. You're a representative of what's good and just about this community and all the kids that go to the Rockport Public Schools. Bottom line is, you were worth it and they were worth it. Thank you. I'm prepared to answer questions about school choice and costs and those kind of things. A basic statement was made at one point, and I'd just like to be able to respond to that. There was a statement made in the paper, I believe, and also in several emails and at the Finance Committee, that choice cost the town of Rockport $16,261 per Gloucester student. According to the school budget, the cost per total students is $21,611. Rockport receives choice revenue of $53.50 per choice student. Therefore, the net cost to Rockport is $16,621 per choice students. Since there are 210 choice students, the annual cost of choice is $3.4 million. I did a study of that. I went through the entire schedule of the school, elementary, middle school, and high school. And the numbers that I came up with that I'll share with anybody who wants to send me their email is that the bottom line numbers for school choice last year were as follows. We received $1,265,400 in school choice funds. If one was to remove those choice students all in one fell swoop, which by the way you can't do, because once a choice student is admitted to the Rockport Public Schools, they may finish out their entire educational career. But let's just play the theoretical, that you could remove them all in one fell swoop. And therefore, you could make reductions. You could make reductions in equipment, in supplies, in teachers. I went through every class, looked at number of choice students in that class, how many Rockport students were in that class, and if they were removed, would you still offer that class, or would you not offer that class? My bottom line analysis is that you could cut $1,120,684 from the school budget if school choice students were removed all in one fell swoop. The math on that in the end is that choice students, and I've used this term before, are basically a wash to the school system in terms of finances. The bottom line number is $144,716 to the good for the Rockport coffers, not $3.4 million to the negative. I think the best thing to do is to read 2 more letters, and then I'll answer any other questions. Because one of the things about our students is, in general, if they're not of age yet, they're voiceless. They don't get to speak. Sydney's a voter in the town of Rockport, so she gets to speak. But the 800 students in the walls of that building don't get a chance to speak at this point in their life. They will get a chance to speak. These 2 letters, one of which is from Clara Mazzo. Clara Mazzo and Nathan Cohen were at the entrance to town meeting. Clara was playing the violin. She is from the town of Gloucester. She is at the Berklee Conservatory of Music. She graduated from here as a choice student, came back just to do what she enjoys doing, playing to the crowd. And this is what she wrote. I'm writing this to express how grateful I was to have been a school choice student at Rockport from kindergarten through graduating the year 2019. As a current student of the Boston Conservatory at Berklee, I realized while talking to my fellow music classmates that where I went to school was extremely special, and you can't find anything like it anywhere else. The sense of community that I felt while at Rockport was more than just a school. It was a family, and I was fortunate enough to be part of that. During my years at Rockport, I became a part of the family through the academics and the arts. I was always a straight A student, always going after school to get help from the teachers, but also because I truly enjoyed spending time and talking with them. I was a member of the National Honor Society and organized a holiday sing-along at Denmark with other members. Throughout both middle school and high school, I was involved in student council, being class treasurer for all 7 years, and getting involved with planning events for the annual Christmas fair, class fundraisers, dances, proms, and more. In 4th grade, with the help of the amazing music program that Rockport offers, I was able to begin playing trumpet. This was my second instrument, and with my other instrument being the violin, I would come to be in many ensembles at Rockport. Since middle school, I was part of chamber music, concert band, orchestra, and the jazz band. Many public schools today struggle to have some sort of music program, and I always recognize how fortunate I was to have been able to attend a public school that was so intimate, yet offered so many ensembles. From being in the jazz band, I brought home many awards from the various competitions we attended, and through orchestra, I was the only Rockport Orchestra member to pass on to the Mass Northeastern District Orchestra all 7 years, and twice to the All-State Orchestra at Symphony Hall. This was all supported for me to attend by the school, and it meant so much to me that I had people cheering me on. In 2018, I was fortunate enough to have been on the Rockport Music Department Europe trip and share that incredible experience with my peers, which is something many other schools do not offer. The memory of playing a violin solo in St. Stephen's Cathedral in Vienna and receiving a standing ovation from the citizens, and with my teachers in the audience and friends in the orchestra, is one of my many treasured memories from my time at Rockport. Unlike other schools, Rockport encourages the arts and cultivates an environment alongside the help of the Shaylin Liu Performance Center with Rockport Music that inspires students which is not found at any other school in the area. The fact that Rockport is such a small school creates a very intimate environment between the teachers and the students, but also within the students themselves. The small class sizes allowed me to interact and learn to a level that I know would not have received at any other school. The teachers, guidance counselors, and administration get to know and care about each student. And as a student, I felt that if I ever had a problem, I could go to anyone in the school for help, which is not something many people can say about their schools. Also, because of the small campus, I am proud to tell my friends at college that some of my best friends in the whole world I have known since kindergarten, and that we grew up until we graduated. As an alumni of Rockport schools, it makes me so sad to know that school choice kids are seen as costly to the town when we have brought so much talent, ideas, and recognition for the school. All of the relationships, memories, and achievements that I experienced at Rockport are always something that I am proud of and will continue to cherish forever. Thank you. Sincerely, Claire Mazzo. The second one is from a Rockport resident who's at William College right now, #1 rated college in the United States, Nathaniel Kirby. You might have remembered a number of years ago walking down and speaking about a plastic ban in town, being a steward of the environment for us and our futures. And this is Nathaniel's words that he wanted me to read for him. As a student who has grown up in the Rockport schools, I can attest to how special the education they provide truly is. I was lucky to have been able to spend 13 years in these schools, to see what happens inside these buildings every day, and to take up some of the opportunities they offered me. Throughout my time here, I was able to help build and run a greenhouse, compete in a national math competition, and perform in Europe with our orchestra. But that is only a small glimpse of the possibilities. Rockport has had students win top prizes at DECA, and our jazz band was among the top in the nation in several competitions. We have amazing artists who put on the annual art show and a theater group that made it to the state finals. Few schools the size of Rockport can offer so much. But to me, the most inspiring part of the Rockport schools is the commitment that all the faculty and staff have towards making Rockport the best place that it can be. I wish all of you could spend a few days in our schools to see just how vibrant they can be and how hard teachers and administrators are working to keep making Rockport a better place to learn and explore. I was incredibly fortunate to be able to see this passion firsthand in committee meetings, in planning curriculum, and in the day-to-day life in the classrooms, where teachers routinely go out of their way to help us, challenge us, encourage us, and inspire us. I am now a freshman at Williams College, and the opportunities I was given in Rockport not only prepared me for college, but allowed me to go straight into sophomore and junior level classes. Individualized education at Rockport taught me the academic skills I needed to succeed, encouraged me to push myself, and helped me to become an engaged citizen. Rockport offers an education like few other schools can, highly personalized, supportive, and full of opportunities. This is a school system our town should be proud of, and one that can keep on raising and inspiring students to be great thinkers, leaders, and citizens. I urge you to support this override request to keep our schools thriving. I'll be willing to answer any other questions, but the voice of the kids that went here are special and solid. Thank you.
Mr. Sepala.
Yes, Z Sepala, 92 Granite Street. I have a question of privilege relating to the assembly.
Okay.
Yeah, I think earlier today there was a vote which was challenged, and then we had a count. And it looks to me like the whole rest of the afternoon or day, or rather, whatever,
Evening.
could be subjected to the same situation where there might be close call votes. This is probably not one, but what I was wondering was, what happened to the clickers that we used to have at town meeting votes that expedited this type of a meeting?
No, very good question. The answer is one word: pandemic. We're having our meetings outside. We've attempted to use the clickers. We tested them. The range was not sufficient to reach the audience and reach to the cars. And I've been working with the state legislature to allow other forms of voting and virtual meetings and Zoom meetings and anything else, and did not get that legislation. And so under the circumstances, we thought that this would be the safest way to have a meeting during this particular time, but we had to resort to older technology. Thank you.
Okay, I just
But-
hope
but-
then that there'll be special attention on the counting and special effort made.
Oh,
Thanks.
thank you. We will make that effort. Any other questions or comments about this override? Anybody at all? Oh, yes.
Hello. Let us all, for the sake of debate, assume that everyone does love school children and wants to provide the best education. June Michaels, 22 Landmark Lane. The Finance Committee had voted 4-3 to support the override. I want to explain the reasons why I voted not to support an override at this time. Everybody who understands Proposition 2.5 understands that frequent overrides are necessary for a growing town in order to expand a school system to accommodate children moving into new houses that are being built. Everyone in the Finance Committee and the School Committee understands that periodic overrides are necessary to maintain the quality of education at a stable level of enrollment. We know they're necessary because school costs rise faster than the 2.5% annual increase in our taxes. We pay teachers a bonus for continuing their education because we want qualified and experienced specialists teaching our children. We have state-mandated and uncontrollable costs which raise the budget. Several years ago, the Finance Committee and school superintendent worked together to develop a plan allowing the schools to increase their annual budget by more than 2.5% and periodically have overrides to replenish the school reserves. I'd like to mention at this point that in my 25 years of working with school superintendents, Rob Lebo is the best. About the most willing to come up with creative solutions to solve the problems we have. About 15 years ago, the school department set a goal of maintaining a school system capable of providing a good education to a stable enrollment of 1,000 students. A smaller system, it is believed, would not be able to provide all the classes and programs a quality education requires. We already knew then that enrollments were beginning to decline, so the Rockport schools opened up to school choice students. Chapter 70 school aid is paid directly from the state to the school system where a student is being educated, regardless of where he resides. This was not a windfall. When we had 1,000 Rockport students in the system, we received state aid for 1,000 students. When we had 1,000 Rockport students, 800 were from Rockport and 200 from elsewhere, we received state aid for 1,000 students. There was no great influx of money. It costs more than $5,000 in aid for each choice student. Choice students do not simply inhabit an empty chair, invisibly, silently inhabit a chair while the teachers and staff go about the business of educating Rockport students. Every student in our system receives the full attention of teachers and the resources of the school. Every student who requires special assistance must be provided it by law, and that costs a great deal more than $5,000. All the rest of the funding comes from Rockport taxpayers. This was a decision the town made deliberately to take choice students in order to maintain enrollment at 1,000, knowing that the bulk of the funding would come from our taxes and that periodic overrides would be necessary. And it worked for a while. But today we are managing a school system for 1,000 students, 150 of whom do not exist. We have 851 students with only 624 Rockport students. Nobody hates choice students. Nobody wants to get rid of a single one of our students, but we cannot maintain this model much longer. Gloucester, which sends most of our choice students, is also experiencing a decline in enrollments. In about 2 years, they will open a new elementary school. There could be a large decline in school choice, starting at the elementary level and rippling through the rest of our system as the years go by. In 5 years, we could have only 500 Rockport school children and half the choice students we have now. We must work together to address the issue of how to provide a quality education in a small system in a small town on the end of a peninsula. It is argued there has not been an override since 2011, and therefore one is due. Actually, the town increased the budget in 2020 by $150,000 a year, which has continued. And we have supported the schools by creating a SPED reserve to cover sudden, unforeseen increases in one of the hardest items to budget. That's the outside special tuitions that some children require. Up to now, we're going to put $200,000 in today, and that will make $650,000 we've put into that reserve, which is necessary because the town has little control over the tuition costs of specialized programs. The voters and taxpayers have always supported the schools. This override would be a permanent increase in the school budget and in the taxes to support it, which will increase every year by 2.5%. That's over $4 million in 5 years, at a time when enrollments are drastically shrinking. I'm almost done. Finally, I want to mention CASE, Cape Ann Study of Education. This was prepared by the University of Massachusetts Donahue Institute at a cost of $30,000 each from Rockport and from Gloucester. The Donahue Institute was chosen because they had done a similar study in Berkshire County of small school systems. And guess what? They discovered they had declining enrollments, limited funding sources, top-heavy administration, and duplication of special ed, AP courses, and other programs. Cooperation between districts, it concluded, could save money. The final draft was delivered in April 2020 and was never distributed or discussed in a public meeting between the two school committees. I do not myself agree with all the recommendations of the CASE report, but it's the best we've got. I do believe it should be read by every Rockport voter and parent and should be a stepping stone for finding solutions to our problems. In the absence of any plan to
June,
address
would you
the
please
long...
finish up so someone else can have a turn?
I'm done. In the absence of any plan to address the long-term issues of declining enrollment, I cannot support an override at this time.
Someone else in regards to the override? Gentleman right here.
Remember to keep your comments to under 5 minutes, please.
Absolutely. Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. We're right now in a situation where less than a tenth of an acre with an existing house around 1,200 square feet will go for about $600,000 in the current market. I'm not seeing us attracting a lot of young families. I'd like to know what the demographic projections are for 5 years out as far as enrollment. I can't imagine that we've conducted a budget without knowing what we were going to get for enrollment from the town. Who can answer this question for me, please?
Rob, do you have an answer to that?
Our budget was created looking at enrollment. Our class sizes fit the class size policy established by the school committee, including the choice students that are present. As I mentioned earlier, you could shut off choice, but you'd have to start at kindergarten. So therefore you have to build a budget based on first grade right through high school. And it was constructed and built on that particular enrollment.
No back and forth, please.
I'd be more than willing to answer through the moderator,
Okay.
just to be polite and respectful.
Yes.
I'd offer you to be able to come back. Well, I'll let the moderator decide, just so I get the question clear.
I appreciate the superintendent's disclosure that numbers were taken into account, but I asked for the information for the sake of voters to be able to understand what the projection is looking forward. What is our projected enrollment over the next 5 years? Please.
Thank you.
What we would have to look at in terms of projected enrollment would be to look at birth rates, for one, or actually a survey that is done in town of school-age children. So it is a fact that 12 years ago or so, about before where I came, there were 50 births in town. Now that number of births in town is in the 30s. So if you do the calculation, you have 30s coming in, 50s going out, you would have a decreasing enrollment. We will adjust to that decreasing enrollment. For instance, if a third grade class was less than the signed up number of, let's say, 18 per teacher, we would eliminate a teacher. And therefore, there would be an adjustment in that budget of a low on the scale teacher, because the way a contract works is if someone is removed, it's the bottom of the scale. Last hired, first fired is a sort of a term that's used, unfortunately, for a young, promising teacher in that position. So there'd be an adjustment of 50 or so thousand plus the health insurance on that person. I'd argue as the enrollment matriculates, the school would be required to adjust to that matriculation. So I hope that answers the question.
All right, we'll go on to someone else. This gentleman over here. Again, if you're planning on talking, would you please come towards the microphone?
Thank you very much. My name is Nathaniel Mulcahy. I live on 7 Dean Road in Rockport, Massachusetts. I come on 3 points here in terms of the override budget.
When you're speaking, you can remove your mask. It's easier to hear you.
Is this better?
Yes.
Thank you. So I've come for 3 points on the override budget. First, I'm currently an engineer, but before I was an engineer, I was an elementary school teacher for 12 years. So I come from an education background. My family is a family of educators, and I understand what it means to have school budgets an issue. Education is increased in cost. Whether we had 1 child or 2 children, the cost today for those children is higher than it was before. So it's appropriate for school budgets to be increasing, and to not have an override doesn't take into account the fact that education per se is more expensive now. Secondly, I had the good fortune of growing up in Amherst, Massachusetts. Amherst, Massachusetts had this very same debate of Proposition 2.5 many years ago when I was in fact a school child there. There were huge debates, huge fights. People were concerned about populations dropping. They were concerned about families leaving. They were concerned about property taxes. That was 25 years ago, and it is still not changed. It has been proven all those fears were unfounded. So we can look to our own state for examples of where budget overrides against Proposition 2.5 have succeeded and have not harmed the community, no matter what the fears were. Finally, I am the outlier, and I'm sort of the example. As my shirt proudly says, Papa Bear, it's because my wife and I moved to Gloucester when she became pregnant, specifically because of the schools here, specifically because we had had the great pleasure of meeting children from this community and had been impressed by their level of education. The minute that Jessica got pregnant, we said, we need to move to Rockport, and that's in fact what we have. So we're the proud parents of 2 4-year-olds. So if the schools here are so good that they attract brand new families, I think that stands testament to the fact that we should invest in the schools to bring more families with young children so we can grow our community so it's not just a retirement community, but a thriving family community.
Now, it's difficult to see who's had their hand up and who's been waiting. There is a line over here. So if you're forming a line one behind each other, that would be great. If this woman in the black and white, if you want to speak, go right ahead. Remember again to keep your comments under 5 minutes.
Don't turn it. I just did that. Sorry. Colleen Coogan, 7 South Street Court, Rockport. First and most of all, I want to say thank you sincerely to the voters who, since my children entered Rockport schools 16 years ago, have supported our community public schools. My 2 graduates, like Sydney, Clara, and Nathaniel, are excelling in great colleges, pursuing rigorous coursework, and they've got a goal toward community service careers. I'm grateful that our schools have not required our teachers to focus on teaching to the test through old-fashioned drag and drill coursework that many schools use to look good on paper, but that most parents know they can't use to judge a school. Rather, our students are provided with rich curriculum opportunities across disciplines that result in graduates with strong critical thinking skills that they're going to need to resolve the complex issues facing us locally and globally. Rockport Public Schools and our community are producing socially engaged change makers. With my parent hat on, I want to thank you all for supporting that. I'm also a school committee member in my 8th year of service following 4 years on school councils. During that entire 12 years of engagement with the schools, I've been involved in numerous planning efforts geared toward creating a successful school that would attract families to our community. As evidence of success, the district has reversed the trend of students choicing out of our schools. Now we are attracting choice students who increase the richness of our student body. Additionally, Rob's school choice practices, filling empty seats within class size policies, does not increase our costs as he testified to. Rather, it produces income of an estimated $140,000 per year to help bridge the difference between what the town provides and what it actually costs to run our schools these days. If we had been using up $3 million, we would have been here for an override a lot earlier. Direct evidence. Recognizing changing demographics, Rob, with the school committee, has attempted a number of times to engage other boards into planning for workforce housing, introducing other ideas to create inventory for new families. And particularly since COVID has liberated telework policies, we've observed some summer families choosing to stay in Rockport year-round due to the attractiveness of our schools. Even before COVID, and as we just heard, we had families joining our town and our school community from more expensive Boston suburbs or moving out here from Gloucester when they can find inventory. Economies of scale and isolated geographies cause small schools to have higher per student costs than large schools. However, every year, the district creates and posts on our website an annual line-by-line budget that demonstrates our efforts to be fiscally conservative and responsible. Evidence of success is that compared to the other school district identified by the state as the most aligned with us demographically, Hull, also a small school at the end of a peninsula, our per student in-district costs are a full 10% lower than Hull's costs. So Rob's work, his school choice initiatives, and other work that he's doing has kept our per student costs low given the size of our school. I'm sorry I'm holding you up. I've seen suggestions that the override should be held hostage to the school district's development of a long-term plan. This feels a little bit ironic to me because we may be the only Rockport school board that annually produces request comments on, and post publicly our strategic multi-year plan. But in an effort to conduct longer term planning, when I was chair for the school committee, I spent a year trying to gain interest from other Cape Ann schools, finally convincing the Gloucester School Committee to jointly pursue the Cape Ann Study for Education to consider leveraging our varying strengths to provide Cape Ann students with the best opportunities possible across an array of programs. As fun as it sounds to think we were meeting in some cone of silence secret cabal, the publicly facing Donahue Group conducted staff interviews, aggregated basic demographic research, and had just drafted the first stage report. We were preparing to conduct public outreach meetings on that report last March when COVID hit. We were at the same time inquiring with our legislators and receiving some support or apparent support for future opportunities to work with CASE. But as you know, COVID struck, diverted our attention and our resources. If under their new superintendent, the Gloucester School District is still interested in pursuing the study, we'll update and continue the CASE effort as time allows. It is a gross oversimplification to suggest that CASE or any other effort will identify a magic bullet that will reduce the cost of educating our kids in today's world. As available and appropriate, though, we will continue to pursue professional long-term planning to inform the district so that will be that information will be reflected in the annual published school district strategic plan. I invite you all today to support the override and to give all of our residents in this community an opportunity to choose whether or not to partner with the Rockport schools in creating a community that is inviting to a multi-generational future and that provides our children with the education they deserve. Thank you.
Now, if you're reading written materials that you have, if you could bring them up to the desk up here, we do use them as part of the record. So again, if you've got any written materials for the record, please bring them up here. And keep in mind this meeting, if you've got something new to say, please step forward. Otherwise, if we've heard it, please give someone else a chance to speak. Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Laura Evans, 77 High Street, and want to thank everybody for coming out today to the meeting on this really important topic about the school override. I was honored to serve 2 terms on the school committee back in the early 2000s when we had a very different problem. We were losing students to school choice out of Rockport. And luckily that has turned around because of the very talented leadership of our schools. We've become kind of a magnet school, drawing school choice students in here. But I want to speak to the question of what kind of town do we want to be? I mean, a family-based town with a robust school system is good for everybody, even and especially people who but even people who don't have students in the school system. I've run a electronic publishing company here in town for 41 years and have hired dozens of high school students to come and work at the company. And I have to say, I ran into a couple of their mothers recently, and 2 of them are in their early 30s, and they're both retired because they've made such a success. They were so talented in mathematics and computer science that they grew up and retired. So it's a stronger community who can draw on educated workforce from the public school system. And I think also having a strong family-oriented society and a strong school system is a safer community. So you don't have people helicoptering in to big houses for a couple of weeks a year. Rather, you have people who are invested in and part of the community. So a family-based, strong school system community is a community with a strong future, and I urge you to support the override.
Don't be scared. I'm not going to read from this. My name is Jamie Medea, Holbrook Court. I am the current president of the Educational Foundation for Rockport. We oversee funds donated over generations to support the public schools of Rockport. I think I'm the only one to make this point so far. Public-private partnerships are how many modern problems are being addressed, if for nothing else, but because there's a constant pressure of don't raise my taxes, don't raise my taxes, don't raise my taxes. We need those public-private partnerships to pay for basics. We help fund gaps on a sudden need that weren't approved by the town in the prior year. For example, there were $17,000 worth of software needed to bring kids and teachers to the educational mode they needed during the pandemic. That was not in last year's budget. And then there are so-called extras. We have an observatory about to be built right over here on school grounds. Private money, not a nickel from the public budget, and the whole town will benefit from that observatory. Outdoor preschool classroom so that kids get, from the beginning, the education that the Constitution says we're all entitled to. Not that everybody's getting it, but we're supposed to be getting it. I could go on about what we fund. This year, we will enjoy $28,000 of scholarships for Rockport students. Private money raised for that purpose this year alone. Would we get those donations and would we have those public-private partnerships for the schools if we vote against the occasional school override? I don't want to know the answer, but I think I know what the answer is. It also strikes me as financially backward to starve a child in hopes that the parents will get a better job or make more money. You don't starve a school system in hopes that they'll speed up their adjustment eventually to what they're going to do with regional relationships or something of that nature. It doesn't work. And for anybody who's here voting just on the keep my taxes down, don't take more money from me, it's going to cost you even more. The things that are needed for this school system that are part of this override are not going to go away. You're just going to be like the DPW barn paying more because you didn't want to support it the first time, and it had to be done. I moved here with my family after saving money for 30 years to be able to get here. I love this town, and I really hope you support keeping the community that it is. Look where we are on school grounds. Thank you very much.
What can I say to that? My name's Jonathan Ring, 9 Pools Lane, Rockport. And I suppose I'm going to make a lot of my former teachers not too happy with me. I went to the school, 20 years ago, and the enrollment was up and enrollment is down. And a few years ago, we just voted a tax override, and we still have that barn yet to be built. With our taxes, going to pay for it. So I say I would say wait and not have another Prop 2.5 until that's settled and done with. But the other thing too is a false dichotomy, I think, is being put up about school choice. School choice is costing us money. It's great that we had 150,000 come in, but that doesn't mean that the cost per student overall does not exceed the sending district. But the answer is not to get rid of school choice. The school choice has to be amended at the state level. The choice for years this has been a problem. $5,300 cap. That cap should be eliminated, and the full cost of that student for the sending district should be paid by the sending district. And then, think of the more amount of money that we'll be getting. Then we may not have to keep coming back over and over again for a Proposition 2.5. Not the fault of school choice students or their parents that the cap is there, but we should be advocating to the state to eliminate that cap in order to receive the true revenue, that the school district should be getting. So those are my thoughts on the subject, and clearly a 4-3 decision of the Finance Committee says that the whole budgeting issues for the school is not as clear cut. We should invest, but we should invest the right way, and we should be advocating for an elimination of that cap. And until then, I don't think we should be continuing to raise taxes to pay for the school system until it's absolutely necessary. Thank you.
Steve Rowell, 7 Seagull Street. And it has been the honor of my lifetime to have had the opportunity to work in the Rockport Public Schools alongside some of the most talented, dedicated, remarkable educators, staff, administrators imaginable. And I come from a unique perspective as well. As a graduate, my wife is a graduate, my kids, we've been through the school system. I'm invested in this town, and I understand how difficult it is to spend money, but I always look at the importance of return on investment. And the return on investment for Rockport Public Schools is well documented. It's incredible what these kids have done and will continue to do under the guidance and leadership of the current faculty, staff, and support staff. I hope that you would encourage you to support and vote for this override. I think it's really important for us as a community, as a school system. And I think that any time that we spend money as an individual, as a family, as a community, we want to know what our return is going to be on the investment. And I think it's money well spent. And I really hope that you will all support this override. Thank you.
I just want to provide a piece of information that was requested by one of the earlier speakers. On page 17 of the case report, they show their projections of enrollment. Actually, it is projected school population, ages 5 to 19. They show that in the 2010 census, we had 1,067 school-age children. 2015, 889. Projection for 2020, 746. Now, we have 600 odd in the Rockport students in the Rockport system now because some of our school-age children go to private schools or choose to go to Manchester, Essex, or Gloucester, or are homeschooled. The projection for 2030 was 624 children between 5 and 19, and the projection for 2040 is 404 children in the town.
We'll hear from these three, and then I sense that we're getting ready to vote.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. Over the past 5 years, the schools have been favored at the expense of other town departments. That's the result of the gentleman's, perhaps we should say the ladies' agreement between the school committee and the finance committee. They can give you the precise terms. Despite being so favored, the schools are unable to live within their budget. I'm not blaming the school committee nor the superintendent. It's a regrettable fact. Witness the fact we're here today talking about the override. The chief reason they're not able to live within their budget, as Dwight Valentine mentioned, are the special ed expenses. You may feel the special ed programs are 100% justified. You may feel they are a fantastic boondoggle or anything in between. Your opinions, my opinion, do not matter. The state orders the cities and towns to produce these programs. The state does not cover the costs. It is an unfunded mandate. It is wrong, capital W. I said the state does not cover the costs. That needs to be qualified. The complete truth, Rob Lebo can give you the impossible formula. The state gives us some of the funds, a pathetic dribble a year later, the circuit breaker funds, and on a regular basis does not meet its stated commitments. The cities and towns, our town, are constrained by Proposition 2.5. I'll venture that most of us feel that that is a good thing. The state is not so constrained. It can raise the money through taxation, never popular, or perhaps through the lottery, the wishful thinking perpetual motion machine. At any rate, The state can do it and we cannot. The point here, it's hopeless. The school's budget and consequently the town's budget. We're bailing with a sieve as long as we're saddled with these expenses. I wrote to the school committee and read my letter at the Zoom meeting, asking them for a resolution to the Honorables Tar and Ferranti and the governor, asking the state to do what it ought to do as a matter of course, to fund all of the special ed expenses. I got no proper response, and there is no such resolution, and I will not be voting for the override.
And just before our next speaker speaks, the Finance Committee wanted to let you know that two of the members were absent when they voted on this, and those two would have been in favor of the override, so the vote would have been 6 in favor and 3 opposed. Is that right? 6 in favor and 3 opposed.
You good? All right. Aiden McCarthy, 58 High Street. So I am a Rockport High School graduate, 2012, and I am now the Rockport High School physics teacher. So my classroom is kind of just right up there. So as I was standing in line, a lot of people already said kind of things that I wanted to say, so I'll kind of keep this short. Just fundamentally, I wonder, like, how does cutting our funding help the future in general, right? If we need the money to stay afloat, if we're concerned about decreasing numbers, how does pulling the rug out from under us prevent that from being a death spiral and a negative feedback loop? And again, like, you know, I'm a physics guy, there's differential equations involved and all that stuff. Like, to me, if we don't sort of keep things as is now, it's going to get worse and worse and worse, and it's going to feed back in on itself. And yeah, I don't know. That's the sort of thing there. And but I think everyone else has pretty much said things that I've said. I think obviously I'm going to vote in favor of the override. But like, you know, this school is hugely inspirational for me. I mean, part of why I came back also is the continued investments in the like the passion of the people here, like that observatory, the observatory that's going to be built. Like, my degree was because of Dr. Waller, who was my physics teacher. My degree is astrophysics, and I want that observatory. I want to see the space between the rings of Saturn, and I want to share that with the students and show them like all of that stuff. And you know, now I'm sort of rambling, I guess, but yeah. So that's all I have for y'all.
I think one more after this gentleman, and I sense you're ready to vote.
Michael Kelly, 18 Summer Street. I'm the current chair of the Rockport School Committee, and this is my 3rd term, so I'd like to thank the town moderator for acknowledging. Move closer to the microphone. Okay. I'm here. I'd like to thank Michael Kelly, chair of the Rockport School Committee. This is my 3rd non-contiguous term on it. I'd like to thank the town moderator for acknowledging what the people who volunteer for boards in this town go through in terms of supporting it. We love this town. There are a couple of comments I wanted to respond to. First of all, thank you, Dwight Valentine, chair of the FinCom, for expressing exactly what all of the school committee has felt and what the majority of the FinCom and the majority of the Board of Selectmen have felt in terms of this override. June Michaels is correct. Rob Lebo is the best superintendent we've ever had. In 2012, when we hired him, one of our goals was to make sure we brought in an individual with vast budget experience who could explain every year in our public budget building process where every penny of money goes during the school year. And he's done that in a multi-tabbed Excel sheet that's probably almost better than Sominex if you want to sit through our sessions, and then our presentation to the FinCom with the same sheets, and then our presentation to the Board of Selectmen. It's been a phenomenal tool, and it gives absolute clarity to the budget. We augment that with an annual review of a 3-year strategic plan, because Rob's sheet is our short-term financial window. Our midterm plan gives us our middle view. And then 2 years ago, we decided that we needed a sort of 10-year view. And this is where I'm going to disagree strongly with the narrative that June Michaels proposed here, and it's one that a cynically named group calling itself Citizens for Education is trying to spin in order to help defeat this override attempt. The case study, which is something that I wrote the contract for, co-wrote, signed as school committee chair, and served as the point person with the Gloucester and the Rockport School Committee, was a document designed to locate additional educational opportunities that we might find between various communities within Cape Ann. We approached many of them. Gloucester, our nearest neighbor, was willing to participate. They were willing to co-found the study, and it consisted of 3 stage gates. It consisted of a steering committee that would review in its first stage the differences between city and town, because they're substantial and there are differences in how that gets reported to the state. That stage gate allowed us to clarify for them where they had misconceptions. The second stage gate was to review subject matter expert opinions that both Gloucester and Rockport had selected from their staff to identify potential opportunities that would strengthen the offering for our students. The third stage gate, which was interrupted by COVID, was a final review of everything that was in that report to make sure that when they made recommendations for options for both school committees to consider, that they didn't inadvertently propose something that was not the case. So for example, they could have assumed that either the city or town owned or rented their buses. They might have made assumptions about what to do about that. Because of COVID, we never had that third stage gate review, and for good reason. It was an extremely difficult year for those of us in the school system or supporting the school system, and we are returning to that case study this fall. Now, in the interim, we had an individual in town who became incensed that somehow we were hiding information in this draft report and tried to file a Freedom of Information Act request to get it out of us. We talked with our school lawyer, who wasn't necessarily in agreement with this, but we decided it was far better to release this report than allow people to speculate about what was in it. So when June suggests that you read this report, I heartily concur when it's released, because the report is simply raw data that then gets pulled into both school committees for them to consider options and propose potential alliances to help give students better choices and potentially, in the fullness of time, reduce costs. I would also point out that in terms of the grim demographics that I've heard some people who are not supportive of the schools quote for the past decade, here's a question for you. When you're in your car and the fuel low light comes on, what do? Do you think in 10 miles you're going to abandon the car or sell it or buy a new one because it doesn't work? Or do you plan for the future? We are not immutably condemned to follow those demographics. It's a starting point for conversation about what we want to do for them. The choice of what Rockport
Mike,
is...
you're
Yep.
out of town, time and gas.
Vote for the override.
This will be the last speaker. I sense we're ready to vote.
John Penaloza, 46 Main Street. As a parent whose 3 children have benefited from the excellence of Rockport schools, I first urge you passage of the school override today. However, as another point that I haven't heard highlighted here, I'd like to call attention to the main premise of those who oppose this override typically base their arguments around. That unstoppable demographic trends are causing the loss of housing that can be afforded by families with school-aged kids in Rockport. This foregone conclusion that these economic forces cannot be opposed is a fallacy and one of the main problems with the current debate. I think it's high time that Rockporters support adoption of a residential exemption into our property tax structure. There are 2 huge benefits to the schools of a residential exemption. Not only would a residential exemption provide a higher level of tax revenue, but it would create an economic incentive to support longtime residents, school-aged families, and also create a disincentive for purchasing of scarce Rockport homes by property speculators and non-full-time residents. By the way, a residential exemption can be adopted by a simple majority vote of the Board of Selectmen. So we can push for that initiative at any Board of Selectmen's meeting. I welcome future lively debate regarding adoption of a residential exemption in Rockport, and there is no need to defund our schools. Thank you.
Okay, you have heard the motion. All those in favor of this or at least putting this override on the ballot. So all we're doing today is voting to put it on the ballot or not. If you're in favor, say aye. If you are opposed, say no. Motion carries. We move on.
Mr. Moderator, Article 5A. Finance Committee Chair Dwight Valentine moves Article 5A as indicated in the motion printed on page 43 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee support this article.
And I can appreciate that some people are leaving. If you do so leave, just try to do it as respectfully and quietly as possible. And we thank you for your attendance. And we hope you have an enjoyable day. I know I am. Okay. Anybody want to speak on 5A? All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries, and it is unanimous or not opposed. Next. Sorry.
Mr. Moderator, Finance Committee Chair Dwight Valentine moves Article 5B as indicated in the motion printed on pages 44 and 45 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion about sewer? My number 2 favorite topic. But I sense you're wiped out. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries.
Mr.
Move
Moderator.
on to Article 5C.
Finance Committee Member June Michaels moves Article 5C as indicated in the motion printed on page 46 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee support this article.
Moved and seconded. Toby.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. I move to cut $100 from the line item Community Preservation Association Administrative Expenses. That item, the line item for expenses is $29,100. Obviously,
amount of money that will have an environmental impact and destroy life in Rockport as we know it. Please vote this down.
All right, you've heard the motion to take $100 away from the budget or we destroy life as we know it. All those in favor of that amendment, please say aye. All those opposed say no. That motion fails. We move on. Article 6. All right, we haven't voted the main motion. All those in favor of the motion under Article 5C, please say aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries. It's low blood sugar, sorry. All right, we move on to Article 6.
Mr. Moderator, Capital Improvement Planning Committee Chair Don Southard moves Article 6 as indicated in the motion printed on page 47 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee support this article.
And will this be through borrowing or through stabilization?
This article addresses use of free cash, transfers from other funds, and borrowing.
Okay, so it will require a 2/3 vote. Okay. Anyone want to discuss this? Anyone other than Toby want to discuss this? Toby.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. As for procedure, I think it requires 2 votes, one for the borrowing, which is 2/3, and a separate vote for the others. I want information out in public about the streetlight conversion to LEDs. That's DPW 400 at a cost of $16,800. I'd prepared a motion to eliminate that, but have since spoken with Tom Meekus, and I'm asking him to give us a public explanation of what will happen with the streetlights, because we certainly don't want to be saddled with something, buy it, and then find it's, unbearable. Properly, we should have a demonstration before we buy these things. He'll explain to you what he believes the process will be. And also, I want to know, to what degree are we stuck with buying the stuff if we're just going forward with a study? And when we've got that explanation, I ask to have asked to speak again, because I have a motion to add to the item on aerial photography, GIS data layer update. So I need the microphone again.
I think there are about 3 or 4 things in there. First was breakdown. I'll defer to town council on that. Do we need more than one motion?
Good. All right, Darren Klein, Town Council, through the moderator. We're not required to vote it as 2 separate motions. One motion by a 2/3 majority is allowable. It's not required to break it up.
Okay. Oh, keep going. Yep.
Just one of the issues that Toby had raised, is he talked about being required to spend it for the lights, I believe. Town meeting appropriates money. There's no requirement that it be spent. So if the town administration determined for whatever reason that that it was not necessary to spend the money for those lights, they can determine not to spend it. As with every other appropriation you made today, town meeting appropriates, and then the executive branch of the town and the administration then decides whether to spend it all, or whether to spend some of it, or whether to spend none of it.
Thank you for shedding light on that issue. Sir?
Good afternoon, Charles Peterman again. Sorry about this, folks. 22 Pleasant Street. I noticed that half the budget is allocated to a loan for $1.2 million for roadway improvement that's separate from the $200,000 for master roadway improvement. 2 items I'd like addressed. Number 1, I'd like a distinction made between master roadway improvement and roadway improvement. And number 2, I'd like to know how much of the $1.2 million is going to be put onto improving side streets and formerly private ways that were absorbed by the town over the last 5 to 7 years. Thank you.
All right. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Peter Goodwin, 6 North Road. I'd like to add on to what Toby was saying about the LED lighting. And I'd like the town to ask the DPW to put up some samples before they go any further. LEDs are available on 2400 degree K, 2700 degree K, and 3000 degree K. Those are from a warm color venturing toward a cool color. And they can be awfully annoying if they're too cool. didn't quite mean it that way, but,
People say that about me.
Yes, they do. So I would like to see some samples put up, and let the town talk about what they're seeing there. Thank you.
Sir.
I'm Tom Mikas, 73 Marmion Way. I'm chair of the Green Community Task Force. We are the ones pushing the conversion to LED streetlights. We've had several meetings about this and unfortunately haven't had a lot of attendance at our meetings. But I can tell you what we're doing. This request for funding is for two things. First is the mandatory audit of the existing lights, which we have to do before we go any further. And the second is a small amount of money to actually purchase the existing lights. It turns out they are highly depreciated, so all 770 lights are only worth $3,000 about. And in the event we decide to go forward, we would purchase the lights, and then we would have an arrangement to have National Grid actually fund the new street lights and pay for them out of the savings on our electricity bill. They would freeze our electricity bill at the current level, and as soon as the lights are paid for, it would drop by about $75,000 to $80,000 a year. Now, my committee runs without a budget. All we need is a little bit of fund money, seed money to get going on the funding. Our intention was to have hearings on what people would like to have their lights and to have demonstrations as they did in Gloucester. I just visited the town of Pepperell, where they had 5 different samples of the lighting displayed, and the one that was most pleasant to my eyes was actually 2200 Kelvin, which is a very warm white. And in terms of the response of the citizens of Pepperell, they actually voted in favor of that. So I expect we would end up with a warm light, but we will do a demonstration to assure people, and we will have some hearings, survey, whatever's appropriate to do that. We're not doing this blindly. We're doing it very carefully and very economically.
Hello, Elizabeth Perkins, 1 Shetland Road. I can speak about LED lighting. I work for the town of Topsfield in the Department of Public Works. The downtown area of Topsfield has all LED lighting. It is cost effective. The neighbors approve of it, and I invite the members of the community for a site visit if you'd like to see what it looks like. Okay, thank you.
Now, we've already heard from you, Toby. Want to see if anyone else wants to speak? We're trying to get answers about roadways and LED and things of that nature. All right, Bruce.
Bruce Reed, 32 Pigeon Hill Street, DPW Commissioner. And to answer the questions on the money for road improvements, the master road improvement is a fund that the town is trying to build up because they have never really funded our roads. The town gets about $180,000 a year from the state, and we've been trying to work with that number yearly. And $180,000 doesn't go very far anymore. We can't even do roads every year. So what we try and do is build the money up and then go in and do some work. The town is now adding to that fund. But we got a real problem with our roads now. If anybody rode up here today, which most of us did, you went over a road that needs to be rebuilt. And we have decided that we needed to approach roads differently this year. So what we've done is requested a debt override so that we could pave Curtis Street and also do the sidewalks on Curtis Street. We want to do Stockholm Avenue as well. But a little later, you'll see us asking for some money to do an override for water work. We can't dig up our streets or pave our streets without doing both. We've got to take care of the infrastructure and then do it. Beyond those 2 roads, we want to do from High Street, down Broadway, all across Main Street, and back up to 5 Corners. And that's what this $1.2 million would take care of for us. Along the way, we'll get some sidewalk work done. We'll get some ADA work done. And it's, the reason we chose Broadway and Main Street is because those roads aren't completely gone, but we can do what's an overlay and try and cut the costs down. So we're looking at a lot of different ways to try and keep the expenses at a minimum. So that's what we're doing.
Okay, now we can hear from you, Toby.
Right, but first, Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. First, a point of order. The appropriation, the $1.2 million, requires borrowing. That's a 2/3 vote. The rest of it is a simple majority. It ought to be 2 votes. Please, will you rule that? And if not, can I have 9 people to back me? It ought to be 2 votes.
Give me a moment, I'll consult with my attorney. I believe he is. I'll divide the question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. But we're still on the rest of it, not the roadway. Is that correct?
We'll divide it up. We'll take the roadway separately, which will require 2/3, and everything else will require majority.
Thank you very much. But for the other ones, on 400 DPW aerial photography and GIS data layer update at a cost of $10,000, I move to add $10,000 to that expense. And I've not lost my wits yet. The reason for this is we would subtract the $10,000 which is being billed to the Sewer Enterprise Fund where it does not belong. I'll make the argument here now. The cost for this aerial survey for the GIS was divided up 3 ways arbitrarily, and it's done in order to get as much possible off of the tax rate and onto the enterprise funds where all of us pay for it, those of us who pay for water, those of us who pay for sewer, and not on the general fund. You don't do aerial surveys of sewers. Obviously, the sewers are underground. Yes, there are manholes. Yes, there's the sewage treatment plant. And neither of those things has slithered 6 feet one direction or 5 feet in another since the last aerial survey. So there's no excuse for billing it to the Sewer Enterprise Fund. And if you vote to add the $10,000 onto the general fund, which is a right and proper way of accounting for it, we would then subtract $10,000 in just a moment when we come to 6B, which are the capital expenses for the sewer system. I hope you can see the point of it. The enterprise funds have been repeatedly abused. What's convenient to get things off the tax rate? We should not be doing this. It's not right or fair, nor is it necessary.
Darren Klein, Town Council. I've been told that there's not money in the general budget to free cash to fund that increase. So it would need to be taken out of another capital project. There is no more money in the free cash to support a $10,000 overall increase to the capital budget. So it would either need another funding source such as a borrowing, or it would need to be taken out of a different capital project for the town to have enough funds to support the article.
Okay, you have heard the motion to amend this by adding $10,000 to aerial photography and GIS. That will cause all sorts of strange and awful financial implications. But all those in favor say aye. All those against say no. That motion fails, so we don't have to talk about that. Anything else that we want to talk about? We're going to bifurcate this and talk about everything but roadway improvements. Anything further? All right. We're now in Article 6. We're going to talk about anything other than the borrowing. So, anyone have any questions on what we're about to vote on? Thank you. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries in an unopposed or unanimous way. Now, let's talk only about roadway improvements, which needs a 2/3 vote. Anyone else want to talk about that? Yes.
Henry Betts, 13 Penzance Road. Over the years, and we said when Bruce talked here, we are taking care of the downtown roads. There's very little needed in South End, but very glaringly, if you go down Penzance Road from the top of the hill, that's actually a main road that serves 50 or 60 houses along the waterfront. It also is a main road for the fire department if there happens to be a fire down in that area, because you don't want to go down South Street and have to go through Pebble Beach area. And it just seems to me for a few dollars you should be taking a look at a small project that serves more than just Rockport, but for visitors coming to town. For a few dollars you can fix up the top part of Penzance Road. You don't have to rebuild the road. But certainly on a main road like this, you can do a little bit more than say we're going to patch over patches and patch over patches. For 25 years it's been like that on that road. And it doesn't make any sense that you're not doing anything down at South End and doing everything elsewhere. For smaller dollars you can fix this up, and you should do it.
All right, you've heard the motion. This is going to require a 2/3 vote to borrow $1.2 million for roadway improvements. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries by more than 2/3, and we move on. Article 6A.
Mr. Moderator, Capital Improvement Planning Committee Chair Don Southard moves Article 6A as indicated in the motion printed on page 49 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee support that article.
All right, looks like we want to bifurcate this because there's one that requires debt and everything else does not. Does that mean that everything else that does not require debt is a majority only? That is correct. Okay. So now let's talk about everything else other than a water main replacement borrowing. Anyone have any discussions? All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor of every spending there other than, well, wait a minute, requires free cash? Is that 2/3?
No.
Okay. All right, all those in favor of everything other than the borrowing, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries, and it's unanimous / unopposed. We now move on to $1.2 million of borrowing for water main replacement. Anyone want to discuss that? All right, you've heard the motion. It's going to require 2/3. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. It's unanimous, which is more than 2/3. And we move on. Thank you. 6B.
Mr. Moderator, Capital Improvement Planning Committee Chair Don Southard moves Article 6B as indicated in the motion printed on page 50 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee support the article.
Okay, there's no borrowing, so this is just majority. Anyone want to talk about it? First, anyone other than Toby? All right, anyone that is Toby?
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. I'm not sure it matters now, but town council cannot have been listening. I said where the $10,000 was to come from. It was to come out of this particular account. I move to subtract the $10,000 sewer enterprise aerial photography.
Sure.
Mr. Moderator, addressing the use of the reduction here to compensate for the other increase. The reduction here is from sewer enterprise retained earnings, which is a sewer enterprise free cash. That can only be used for sewer enterprise uses. We cannot take that and apply it to general fund uses. So it is not something that we're able to just shift to general fund.
And unless I wasn't paying attention, we didn't increase the other one by 10,000.
Correct.
Okay. All right. All those in favor of reducing this by $10,000, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. Motion fails. Now let's, anyone want to talk about 6B? Or not 6B? That is the question. All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say no. All right, motion carries. We move on. Hey, we're in the regular articles, I believe. Is that correct? Wow. We're going to have A followed by Y. So Article A is to vote to accept the reports of the officers, boards, departments, etc. Any discussion there? All those in favor say aye. Anyone opposed say no. Motion carries and it is unopposed. We move on to Y. And that's water.
Mr. Moderator, Committee Chair Laura Evans moves Article Y as indicated in the motion printed on page 70 of the May 15th, 2021 Voters Booklet. Board of Selectmen support this article.
And I've offered Laura the opportunity to read that or not to read that. And here she is.
My name is Laura Evans, 77 High Street, and we've had kind of a quiet year on the Ad Hoc Water Committee, but a couple of things to bring to your attention. We did work with the DPW to look through the town-wide cards to see about the lead and copper in town and report to the DPW. And we also worked and want to thank the selectmen for carefully working with the MBTA to substitute the creosote-soaked ties along the railroad tracks. Now they're being replaced by composite ties, which is great for our water supply because those creosote ties were right near the Millbrook watershed. So the Ad Hoc Water Committee is a strictly volunteer committee. We're the oldest standing volunteer committee reporting directly to town meeting. And thank you for the opportunity. We welcome any new volunteers who would like to join the committee. We plan on meeting the first Tuesday of every month, starting next month, if we are approved to continue throughout the next year. And we'll be meeting on Zoom until further notice. Thank you. And so we do ask to be authorized to continue. And thank you for that opportunity.
And thank you so much, Laura, and your committee. So all those in favor of receiving that report and authorizing the committee for another year, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously with our gratefulness. Okay, we move on. You. And you, is you related to anything? Oh, we're going to Fluorine, Seabrook, and nature. All right, anybody here to talk about fluorine? Number 9 in the periodic table with an atomic mass unit of about 19.98 with 7 valence electrons, 1s2, 2s2, 2p5, I believe. We're ready to go.
Mr. Moderator, lead petitioner Alan McMillan moves Article R as indicated in the motion printed on page 63 of the May 15th, 2021 Voters Booklet. Board of Selectmen does not support. Board of Health does not support. Government and Bylaws Committee unfavorable.
All right, there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Alan.
Alan McMillan, 18 Story Street, Rockport, Mass. The wind is blowing all my stuff away. In April of 2015, the Board of Health here in Rockport held a panel discussion, a so-called panel discussion with all 5 members of the panel pro fluoride
You can take your mask off. I
Oh.
think that might help you with your.
Thank you. Thank you.
Unless you have any cavities from lack of fluoride, you don't want to show us your teeth.
Actually, that's a good point. In 1972, Congress passed the Clean Water Act, which prohibits the mass medication of the public through a water supply for the simple reason that you cannot control the dose. You drink 1 glass of tap water per day, and I drink 10, and I'm a 10-glass drinker of water per day. I'm getting 10 times the dose you are. And think of Coumadin. If you're on Coumadin and you get 10 times the dose your doctor prescribed, you're going to be looking up at the roots of daisies. The term optimal fluoridation is bandied about. That's a meaningless term for the reason I just gave. Plus, sodium fluoride is in milk from cows watered with municipal water supplies, canned fruits, juices, soups, anything with added water. Drink beer. Beer from the Cape Ann Brewery, the Ipswich Brewery, and the common national breweries is all made with fluoridated tap water. Same goes for milk substitutes like soy milk. Putting sodium fluoride in our drinking water in the hopes of reducing cavities is like using dynamite to kill flies in your house. Whether or not you kill any flies, the collateral damage is significant. There is no statistical difference in countries between towns that do and do not fluoridate their drinking water. And I'd like to read you what fluoride is all about. Why are we fluoridating? Again and again, proponents of adding fluoride to our drinking water state that the sodium fluoride added to our water supply is the same as calcium fluoride found in the water of our local quarries. This couldn't be further from the truth. Here is the difference between naturally occurring calcium fluoride and the sodium fluoride, the stuff they dump in our water. This is what's on the 50-pound bags of sodium fluoride that is put in your drinking water. It's Chinese industrial waste that is scrubbed out of stacks at aluminum smelters and in the smokestacks of artificial fertilizer plants. Sodium fluoride is a toxic waste byproduct from China. It is wet scrubbed out of factory smokestacks. It is a synthetic biohazardous waste product of the aluminum and phosphate fertilizer industries and does not occur naturally anywhere. The sodium fluoride dumped into our water is dumped into your drinking water, is used as rat poison, an insecticide, a pesticide, a preservative in glues, as a growth inhibitor for bacteria, fungi, and mold. Sodium fluoride is also used in making steel and aluminum products. Added to molten metal, sodium fluoride helps extract ore and creates a more uniform metal. Other industrial uses include glass frosting and wood preservatives. Sodium fluoride is used in the manufacture of chemical and biological weapons. Sodium fluoride is a caustic poison. It comes to our DPW in bags marked with a skull and crossbones and lists the body parts and organs that it targets, including the heart, kidneys, bones, central nervous system, and teeth. It also has 6.1 skull and crossbones on the outside of the bags. A class 6.1 poison falls between arsenic and lead on the poison scale, and you're drinking it. And remember, you cannot control the dose. The Board of Health, at that panel discussion in April of 2015, brought in what I would refer to as a big gun from Boston, Dr. Myron Alukian. The Board of Health would entertain no questions unless they were written in advance. I was there. Many of you in the audience were probably there. At that Board of Health panel discussion with all 5 pro-fluoride members on the team, a question was asked, someone had written in advance, and the woman sitting next to me nudged me when the question was read. The question was, if I'm breastfeeding my baby and I'm drinking fluoridated tap water, can I pass that water to my child? Dr. Myron Alukian, the big gun from Boston, when Dr. Wedmore introduced him, his answer was, quote unquote, I don't know. I've never been asked that question before. Those are from the experts. Now, in the state of Massachusetts, 73% of communities do not fluoridate their drinking water, including all of Barnstable County on Cape Cod and the islands, all of Berkshire County in western Massachusetts. The city of Worcester, the second largest city in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, does not fluoridate its water. In nearby towns, Rowley and Georgetown do not fluoridate their water. The city of Amesbury in 2009 voted to stop fluoridating their water. We used to have lead pipes, lead in our gasoline, lead in the paints we paint our houses with, and we've learned the hard way that that's harmful to the environment, it's harmful to all of us, and I cannot emphasize enough how important it is to think about when you turn that tap on, you are drinking Chinese industrial waste in your water, and you will hear from the Board of Selectmen, that's crazy, it's not true, blah, 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 it has all kind of benefits. What is naturally found in our drinking water here in Rockport in varying amounts depending upon which quarry or Cape Pond the water is extracted from is calcium fluoride. Calcium fluoride is found naturally in our quarries, is a compound of calcium and fluorine, which occurs naturally as the mineral fluorite, also called fluorspar. Most of the world's fluoride, naturally occurring fluoride, comes from calcium fluoride. Fluorides in general are toxic to humans. However, calcium fluoride is considered the least toxic due to its extreme insolubility. Moreover, calcium is a well-known antidote for fluoride poisoning. When an antidote exists in combination with a poison, it makes the poison far less toxic to the body. Calcium fluoride is a form of fluoride commonly used in natural untreated water. Sodium fluoride is a neurotoxin. I don't want to drink something that etches glass, targets my kidneys, and poisons rats. Let's stop dumping toxic waste into our water. Please vote yes on this agenda item. And by the way, where was it here? Our water treatment plant produces somewhere between 500,000 and 700,000 gallons per day. And out of that 500,000 to 700,000 gallons, less than 2% is actually consumed and drunk by humans. The rest of it goes for flushing toilets, washing clothes, washing dishes, watering your garden. And if you have a vegetable garden and you're watering that garden with tap water from Rockport, those vegetables are sucking up the sodium fluoride that you've watered them with, so you're getting it all over the place. And again, the EPA says you cannot medicate the public. I challenge the Board of Health here to show me a safety study that shows no harm to the environment. There is something called safety data sheets. Where do I have mine here? The safety data, here it is, the safety data sheets, which you can all obtain through the water treatment plant up by the police station. Every chemical and substance used in industry in America has to be accompanied by something called a safety data sheet. It explains what it is, where it came from, what it's used for, and all the harmful effects if there are any. And with sodium fluoride, again, Chinese industrial waste put in your drinking water. And by the way, both the ADA, American Dental Association, and the EPA say fluoridated tap water should not, emphasize, not be given to babies. And on the safety data sheets for sodium fluoride, it says emergency overview, danger, may be fatal if swallowed. Acute oral toxicity, acute aquatic toxicity, chronic aquatic toxicity, fatal if swallowed, harmful to aquatic life with long-lasting effects, avoid release to the environment. Since 1982, when Rockport started fluoridating our local drinking water supply, we've put over 25 tons of sodium fluoride into the environment around the town of Rockport. Some of that ends up, of course, in the ocean, which is harmful to, as I just read, aquatic life. The city of Gloucester, in the same time period, they have put 250 tons, that's the equivalent of 5 railroad tank car loads of an extremely hazardous chemical into the environment.
Melanie.
If you truly want to drink poisoned water, I suggest, I'm holding this up, go to Star Market and go to the water supply, water section in Star Market. It even has a pink labeled nursery. It's made for, get this, mixing baby formula contains sodium fluoride. And since we've been putting this in our drinking water, the federal government has lowered the amount of fluoride you can put in the water twice because it is recognized as a poison. The city of Amesbury in 2009 was one of the nearby communities that voted to stop poisoning our water. I highly encourage you to support taking poison out of our drinking water. And by the way, Mr. Moderator, I find a mistake in my, and I'd like to ask Mr. Klein if I could, oh, he's not here. In the warrant article, and I even talked to the moderator about this before town meeting, in the warrant article it says this legislative vote of the town meeting requests the Board of Selectmen to petition the General Court of the Mass Legislature for an exemption to Chapter 111 8C under Home Rule in order to establish a town regulation that bans the addition of any fluoridation products.
Is there a word that you want us to change?
Yes, I believe it. I'd just like Mr. Klein's, yeah.
What word is it?
In the wording, it says town meeting requests the Board of Selectmen.
And the word you want is?
Authorizes.
Okay, authorizes it is. Thank you.
Okay. I think
so. That's 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm just personally taking a moment to think about Russ Sandfield, who recently passed away, a member of the Board of Health, and I know somehow he's here channeling his views on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Jamie Medea, Holbrook Court. I'm an environmental lawyer, and I teach environmental law. One of my biggest concerns with my students is emerging contaminants, which usually means things that have been accepted for a long time in the stream of the air, the water, things we consume, and then become known as a problem. Fluoride is already well known as a problem. People who are immunosuppressed or babies or pregnant women should not be consuming fluoride. Therefore, I oppose the use of fluoride in public drinking water because we should be able to rely on public drinking water as being safe. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Ron Newman, 9B Tars Lane West, and I'm a physician and a member of the Board of Health, and just want to let people know that beside the Board of Health opposing this resolution, the Mass Medical Society, which is the professional society for physicians in Massachusetts, recently reviewed the science related to fluoridation of water, and they supported the ongoing fluoridation. It's also policy of the American Medical Association to support fluoridation in water. Thank you.
Aidan McCarthy, 58 High Street. The emphasis on sodium fluoride allegedly being a industrial waste product from China that is for some reason shipped across an ocean and an entire continent to our water here should give everyone, I think, pause for concern as to what is the meaning of including this. Like, think about the logistics of that for a second. That's something. Why would the Chinese be dumping waste in here? Why would someone be alleging that? It's frankly a dog whistle. Someone's trying to scare you. So that's all I have to say on that there, because I'm a physicist, not a chemist. So.
Dave Damaso, 119 South Street. I, in my career, is a biomedical researcher. dealt a lot with hazardous chemicals and material safety data sheets. And a bottle of sodium chloride, which is table salt, has a very extensive data sheet. It can cause all kinds of problems if you inhale it, if you spill it on the counter, etc. So don't be scared by a lot of the, again, dog whistles, as was pointed out. I thank our Board of Health, what they've led us through this pandemic, the decisions they have to make every day about what our community is, what it needs, what are the benefits, what are the risks, who's going to be put at a disadvantage, who's going to be put at an advantage. I believe we are currently adding sodium hydroxide or some other base to our water supply to keep the pH high, because people who have lead pipes would be exposed to lots of lead if the acid water was put in it. The decision has been made, obviously, that it's better to protect those few people that have lead pipes that would be exposed to high levels of lead if we added sodium hydroxide, as opposed to the rest of us who really don't need our water neutralized. So I trust the Board of Health. I don't think this is a decision for me, even as a biomedical researcher, to make. I want to trust our Board of Health to make this decision, and I thank them again for their work during the COVID pandemic. And again, I don't think this resolution is something I would support.
And just for the meeting, we have a lot to do today. This is non-binding, so we're going to give it a few more minutes. We're going to move on.
Yes, Z. Seppel on 92 Granite Street. I was at the Board of Health meeting, the last meeting, where they discussed their views on fluoridation. And whether or not it was their meeting or the selectmen's, I can't recall which, but it was given a very cursory examination based on the fact that they had said that this had all been vetted before 5 years ago. As Alan McMillan explained, the vetting process was concerned with a panel that you were not allowed to ask questions verbally. They were only supported by writing in. Anyway, I recall that most of the testimony had to do from the experiences of medical professionals in Indochina or Vietnam or some such thing, dealing with their experiences in villages, rural villages of Southeast Asia, and that they were saying that what was terrible problems they had over there. Well, you know, that's true, I suppose. What happened when I took a look at this after that last 5-year period is I wasn't actually looking for this, but I love to go and research things in town hall and the old town reports. And I came across the data from the school physicians and the school dental hygienists in the period from 1925 to 1945. That was an era when public health funding was being emphasized at the federal levels. And a lot of that funding went to schools and places like this. And because it was funded by federal taxes and so on and such, reports had to be made, and they were diligently and duly made every year in the annual town reports. So I just want to read something from like 1925. It's the report of the school physician. It will be noted that last year 62% of the pupils had defective teeth. This year 42% were found to have this condition. This is a notable improvement, and it is due, no doubt, in part to the fact that the services of a dental hygienist have been furnished the school children. It goes on to say that that's important work, it should be continued. And it went on and off for 20 more years as they either had the availability of a dentist or the funding to do the dental hygiene. But over the course of that 20 years, their improved education of using toothbrushes and things like that really made remarkable an impact on overall children's teeth. So I commend, or I will, let's see, just say that this data exists. It's down at the town hall and the town reports going for 20 years. And it indicates to me that we have adequate fluoride, natural fluoride in our water, that we don't need to supplementally fluoride it. I came from an era after World War II where we ate sugar candy bars, ate everything we wanted because we had prosperous parents. And our cavity rates reflected that. But there are 3 times to consider the data, not just from, the 1945 to 1981, also from 81 to present with supplemental fluoride. There's also that period of time in Rockport history from 1925 to 45 when the actual data for school children cavity rates and so on and such exists. And I would emphasize that I don't think we need supplemental fluoride, and we can easily dispense with it, and should. Thank you.
Barbara Gall, 8 Atlantic Avenue. Nearly 500 cities and towns in the United States have voted to end fluoridation. Nearly 500 cities and towns in the United States have voted to end fluoridation or reject it before it starts. These include those in Massachusetts, mostly on Cape Cod, and in the Berkshires, where populations tend to be well educated and well informed. Statistics show that cavity rates are unchanged by removing it. If cavity rates were going up, they keep going up. If they were going down, they keep going down, which indicates that water fluoridation has nothing to do with oral health. Hundreds of studies over the years have shown that fluoride harms every system of the body, even the teeth. We're getting so much fluoride from so many sources that dental fluorosis is a common problem in children, particularly the underprivileged who can't afford bottled water or to replace fluoride-damaged teeth with crowns and veneers. Of great concern are dozens of studies, some of them recent, showing impairment to brain function. Fluoride is a cumulative poison. Its effects accumulate over time. At least 6 million people in the United States suffer from degenerative brain function. Half the patients in nursing homes have dementia or Alzheimer's. The average nursing home costs about $100,000 a year, more in our area. Do we really want to be contributing to impaired brain function? Many cities, towns, and nations which don't fluoridate have cavity rates as good, if not better, than fluoridated communities. Once fluoridation starts, it's hard to stop. Those responsible for putting it in have staked their reputations on it. They are understandably loath to admit, after so many years, that they've made a mistake. The people who put it in are leaders in their community and may be horrified at the thought that they've done more harm than good. It's very hard to get boards of health and other entrenched individuals to even look at the evidence of ineffectiveness and, yes, harm done in the name of what they thought was a good deed. Denial will continue from the top down, so change on this has to come from the bottom up. 14 Nobel Prize winners in medicine and science have opposed fluoridation. These men knew how to evaluate and analyze scientific data. Long lists of doctors, dentists, and other health professionals have also come out against it. Nearly all of Western Europe opposes it. I hope one day soon that Rockport will join our more enlightened neighbors on Cape Cod and in the Berkshires, also cities such as Methuen and Worcester, as well as thousands of other communities here and abroad, and put an end to this archaic and obsolete practice.
All right, Mr. Lilia will be the last person we hear on this, and then we'll take the vote.
Yes, I'm Herman Lilia. I was part of that panel that formed a few years back when we entertained questions from the general public. I looked at the information on the NIH website this morning to see whether or not there was anything new that had been discovered, learned, evaluated since that point in time. The answer is no. The answer is still that there is a beneficial effect to adding fluoride to water. The confusion, if you will, with regard to sodium fluoride and calcium fluoride is, as has been stated, calcium fluoride is less soluble. It doesn't make it any different. It's just that if in fact it were as soluble as sodium fluoride, then we might be using calcium fluoride at the water treatment plant instead of sodium fluoride. It's just easier to use sodium fluoride. Waste product, it's also a byproduct. There are many things that we use in our world that are byproducts or sourced from byproducts. So don't be scared by saying that, oh, this is a waste product from a process that cannot be handled, cannot be managed, cannot be purified. When it is added to the water, it must conform with the EPA standards associated with arsenic, lead, and any other entity of concern. We cannot add to our water, excuse me, our water supply anything that would be harmful to us. So don't accept this skull and crossbones. The skull and crossbones really, quite frankly, is the easiest way to convey to anyone that there is a hazard if in fact you were to consume it. There are many things that are shipped and cannot be consumed as shipped. They can only be managed when added appropriately, used appropriately. There's so much to say. The MSDS we've discovered or discussed. MSDS is common in the world of science from which I came, spent 35 years in it, and should be looked upon no differently than your package inserts. All of you probably have taken drugs at some point in your life. I mean, ethical drugs, so-called. And that means that you have received a package insert. If you've read the package insert, you've been scared by the package insert. So don't let the word, or the acronym as it is, MSDS, Material Safety Data Sheet, scare you. There are these beneficial effects that accrue mainly to people who cannot afford the dental care that has been referenced before as being the reason why we might, in certain countries in Europe, they might have lower cavity rates, but it's because they also add fluoride to salt. So they put sodium fluoride in salt. Probably spoken too much as it is, but I do think that the medical community should be recognized. There's no epidemiologic evidence to suggest that it's a harmful entity. As of this morning, when I looked to see whether or not there was an update on anything, there was nothing to be seen. Thank you.
I never actually inhaled, Herm. I didn't know. All right, you've heard the motion. You've heard the motion. All those in favor of this motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. Motion fails. We move on. You want to count this non-binding? All right. Sure. All those in favor, please raise your placard and stand to be counted.
How are you? Good. Very well. Thank you.
79 in favor? Okay. All right, thank you. Now, all opposed, please stand and be counted with your placard. Yes were 79 votes, and no were 112 votes, so the motion fails. We move on to Article T. Is there a motion under Article T?
Mr. Moderator, lead petitioner Patricia Pierce moves Article T as indicated in the motion printed on page 65 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen does not support.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Anyone want to discuss this motion? Don't worry, don't rush, we'll give you plenty of time. Mr. Murphy will help you, and others.
You want me to put it near the microphone?
Yes, if you would, and face the audience. Okay, I guess I'll stand over here so I can see.
Hold it on one side and hold it on the other.
Yeah, I think I'll stand up.
Now, but this one.
Okay, someone's gonna have to hold it over. Yes, is this clear? Is this loud enough? My name is Patricia Pierce. I'm here because something very has gone wrong. There are no seashells left on the beaches. There are no crabs. The trees are dying, and I would like to examine this what I consider to be a very severe indication of toxicity. And to find the source of this toxicity, I have examined the discharge from the Seabrook reactor. It opened in 1990. It discharges 1.2 million, it takes in ocean water, 1.2 million gallons an hour for 30 years. For cooling purposes. When the cooling water, ocean water, reaches the reactor core, it has come in at 50 degrees Fahrenheit, but the core is operating at 600 degrees Fahrenheit. The minute the ocean water goes into the core, it becomes, not in the minute, but it becomes radioactive, it becomes ionized, because in the core, electrons are being removed from the fuel rods and photons are being created. It's called ionization, and it is permanently fouling the ocean water. And that ocean water is discharged back to the source, back to the outfall. And it also that's a fourth of what was taken in. But 3/4 of the ocean water is turned into radioactive vapor, which is discharged it's discharged constantly. They have they operate 24 hours a day for 30 years. And this contamination, toxic contamination, has been going on all that time, and I think it's accumulated in the ocean. It has to have done that. The cooling water, if there's a failure in the cooling water supply to the core, the temperature in the reactor goes up from 600 degrees to thousands in a matter of minutes, because the fuel rods have been exposed to air, not cooling water, and the cooling water can't get between the rods, and neither can the control rods get between the fuel rods. So you have an instant meltdown. This is what happened at Fukushima. The electrical pumps failed because the tidal wave swamped the pumps, and it's not fixable. You can't repair a melted down reactor. The fuel becomes molten, it drops through the bottom of the reactor, and it remains there forever. So you have a permanent graveyard at Fukushima, but it's also hemorrhaging into the Pacific, and it's killing plankton. And 60 dead whales washed up last year in California. They had starved. They weren't hit by boats, they had starved because the radioactive seawater kills plankton, and that's what whales eat. Now, there's a lot more, and I hope you don't mind if I go into that. That's the loss of coolant. What is happening now at Seabrook, 10 years ago they noticed cracks in the concrete, and it's forming what is called alkali silica reaction, and it's also, the concrete is full of radiation. It's full of gamma rays, it's full of neutron rays, radiation, and it's the volume of the concrete is changing differentially one part to another. It's cracking, and gels are forming which expand and crack the concrete, and they've had failures, and they can't see it till it happens, and it's progressive. It's not going to get better. It's a failure of the whole 27 concrete structures is inevitable and predictable, but not the time that it will fail. Meanwhile, the NRC has licensed the reactor to continue to operate beyond 30 years. They're licensed till 2050. So they're going to be operating when it fails. Now, let me see here. That's the ASR. I'm sorry, I have to get my... Oh, right, the discharge patterns are... We are 14 miles south of the reactor. The airborne, the vapor, huge amounts of vapor, because of the ocean water it takes in, 3/4 of that turns to vapor. That travels airborne, and it travels south. The ocean discharge comes down along the coast. It goes into the Great Marsh, the coastal marsh, where there are 4 river estuaries. It enters the discharge ocean water, enters the estuaries, leaves whatever it can in the very dense marsh mud, which is a great retainer for atomic size particles. And then it goes down, goes down through the Annisquam and around Rockport on the exterior coast, and then down to Manchester, Beverly, Salem, where all this contaminated radioactive water is contaminating whatever it touches. There's what is called induced radiation, which is when an ionized material is deposited adjacent to a non-ionized material, and it induces it induces radiation in the subject adjacent material. And this chart, can you hold it so the sun is on the chart, not stand back there or turn around so that the sun, it's still in shade. I guess it's not going to work. Okay. Well, anyhow, this is tilted that way. The
We can't hear you now.
Yeah, you need to stand next to the microphone.
The reactor started discharging in 1990, which is the beginning of this chart. This is a graph paper chart. Each little square in the graph paper chart is 40,000 curies, because that's what a 1,000 megawatt reactor discharges per year. And those were published figures by the NRC back in the 1990s when this opened. So the first year's discharge is square number 1, and that is number 1 continues all the way down forever. This is permanent contamination. The second year's discharge, either by ocean or by air, the vapors travel in very highly charged, very dense, very heavy clouds that are so active they move. They stay together because they're electromagnetic, and you can see them. I photographed one. I saw the cloud from 3 Mile Island pass through Essex in 1988. And it looks like a big locomotive that's about 1,000 feet above the land. It's so dense and so heavy, but it's moving, parts of it are moving in different directions, so you'll recognize it instantly. I photographed one in southern New Hampshire in October, and those are the airborne radioactive, highly charged gases. And then all of this material, this is 2020 right here, going down this way. This is all permitted to happen in the future. That is already, all of this has already happened. This is all out there. It's electromagnetic, ionized radiation. There are photons that come, because in the core, electrons are being removed from the fuel and photons are being formed. And the photons travel at 1% of the speed of light. They're highly charged, highly fast, and they move through cell structure. They kill DNA, they enter tree roots, root systems, and become part of the tree metabolism. And so we have dead trees, we have no seashells, and we have no, I forgot what was the other one. Seashells and crabs. We have no living material on the beaches anymore. When I moved here 22 years ago, everything was alive. The flowers at the Emerson Inn were gorgeous, wildflowers. Now it's all poison ivy. And so what I'm protesting is that they have been discharging toxic contaminants on Rockport, on everybody actually, south and east of the reactor, in the ocean, in the air, and they have no right to do that. No property owner has the right to discharge anything on someone else's property. And you who own property and have families and dogs in particular, and any plant life, all of nature, is contaminated permanently. This goes on forever. This goes off the board, but it's out here forever. And permanent contamination is even more unacceptable than, say, a smoke that goes by or some other kind of contamination. So I guess I better check my notes here. All right, I guess I'm asking you to vote to send a letter to the NRC refusing this further contamination. This has already happened. You're already unable to fix this. This is permitted and it's going to happen. So if you will please ask the selectman to write the letter refusing any further discharge. There's no law that says you have to submit to contamination. In fact, it's forbidden. And I do have a letter that I wrote to the NRC. May I read that?
No, I think we're coming up on 10 minutes. I think we have understood it.
I've waited a year and a half.
Yeah.
To
We're
give
good.
this
We're good,
presentation.
Patricia. Thank you. We get the science.
Well, you don't get the letter to the NRC.
That's okay. Thank you, though.
Thank you very much.
Can I jump?
Okay, another non-binding article. We're going to have limited discussion just because we have a big agenda. Anybody want to speak on this?
Can I have like 2 minutes?
Yep.
All right. Oh, sorry. Over there. Aidan McCarthy, 50 High Street again. I'm the high school physics teacher, so I actually the other week taught nuclear physics in my classroom. So nuclear reactors do not discharge nuclear material naturally into the environment. It's only if they're damaged. That's why Fukushima was a problem. And so specifically, the steam that comes out of the reactor, out of the smokestacks, is just steam. It's not carrying any radioactive material. It never comes into direct contact with the core. All that happens is the core has a nuclear fire, so to speak, inside of it that creates heat, and the heat vaporizes the steam, the water around it. The water becomes a steam, the steam rises, it turns a turbine, the same way that a wind turbine works, and it goes out into the air as just regular steam. The only danger from nuclear power is if it gets out of control, which are more modern situations, or reactors are not about to go out of control, or if there's a damaging thing like Fukushima. In general, nuclear power is actually proportionally per capita safer than fossil fuels. Millions of people die every year from pollution, but like over the total, all of human history, more people have been killed by the pollution of just like burning coal and everything there than have been killed in all of the nuclear accidents in all of history, including Chernobyl, Fukushima. And proportionally, nuclear is actually safer than fossil fuels. So if the concern is environmental, this is a discussion of my house is on fire. Should I use the fire extinguisher? How will the fire extinguisher hurt me? That's, I think I've spoken enough. I don't want to take too much more time. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Paul Hurst on Haven Avenue. And Aidan, thank you for that. Saves me quite a bit of words. So I'm going to get down to one observation and two questions. So it's no surprise for anyone that lives here that tries to drive a shovel into the ground that we sit on a huge bed of rock. And that huge bed of rock actually emanates ionizing radiation called radon. So my first question is, what is the relative risk of what we're seeing from Seabrook versus the very ground that we stand upon every day? And number two, in the 31 years that that's been going on, how many reports of radiation sickness has gone to the Board of Health? Thank you.
You've heard the motion? All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion fails. We move on to Article U.
Mr. Moderator, lead petitioner Patricia Pierce moves Article U as indicated in the motion printed on page 66 of the May 15, 2021 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen take no stance at this time unless they have something from this book.
Mitch, I think you'll have to read this one. Actually, you know what? I think we're good. Patricia's coming up. Okay, Patricia, I don't think we need to read it. Everybody can read that. We'd love to hear from you, though, in the most succinct way possible.
Yes, your physics teacher is contradicting information.
We're on to a different article.
All right, I'm just saying you've
Yeah,
been given
we're on
phony
to-
information.
We have to move on if we want to finish this sometime this year.
This is an article that has actually already been passed a few years ago, but I've enlarged it. I'll read it. We recognize as a principle of law the intrinsic value of natural lands in their natural historic state. Said lands are to be preserved in perpetuity for the purpose of sustaining life. Definition of intrinsic value of natural land. Nature is the only source of life. Nature is the only self-renewing, living system providing clean air, clean water, chlorophyll, photosynthesis, trees, leaves, all life-sustaining processes, all living beings. Nature once destroyed cannot be restored. And what is happening now, what is left of nature that is not asphalted or built upon is all that we have left. And I'm asking that we preserve what is left of the natural lands. And I think that in order to do that, you have to really prohibit further alteration. Otherwise, there will be no nature in the future for the children who may survive this radioactive world. Anyhow, I'm asking you to vote yes for this, to preserve what is left of the natural environment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
A lot of this, Jonathan Ring, 9 Pools Lane. I would like to propose one amendment to this. I would propose changing the statement, nature is the only source of life, to nature is a source of life. And the reason why I'm proposing that, you may not consider that like a big deal, and it seems kind of innocuous. The reason I propose it is because saying that nature is the only source of life borders on a religious statement. There are many people of Christian, Jewish, or Muslim faith that don't consider nature as the only source of life, that God is the only source of life. I don't think, though, it was the intent to create any kind of religious statement within that context. But in good conscience, I couldn't vote for it, because for me to vote for it would be to deny the true source of life, which is God. So I would, yes, nature was created by God. So
We're not going to be having discussions back and forth. Please focus on your point. Thank you.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Thank you.
That's why I was proposing that it just be rephrased to nature is a source of life. And I put forth that amendment. Thank you.
All right, you've heard the motion to change it to a form of life instead of the only source of life. All those in favor of that amendment, please say aye. All those opposed say no. Motion fails. Now we'll go on to the motion itself. Anyone else want to discuss it? Seeing nobody, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Motion passes. We move on. We now move on to the following that are all related: N, P, Q, O, V, and W. And I've determined that Q is going to go first. And I anticipate that there'll be no motions on several of these, but let's start with Q.
Mr. Moderator, lead petitioner William Wagner moves Article Q as indicated in the motion printed on page 62 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet.
All right. We have the proponent.
Here.
Okay.
Bill Wagner, 147 Granite Street. This article changes a portion of the bylaws that relate to the Board of Selectmen and their term of limits. What I would say is, why call for term limits now? Times are changing rapidly, and the town needs to keep up with the times and be open and inclusive to all. The absence of term limits unintentionally enables entrenched patterns and preserving the status quo, and may stifle new ideas. Now more than ever, the town needs a combination of town experience and fresh ideas represented on the Board of Selectmen. Terms being limited means turnover, fresh views, new approaches, and available vacancies that can let interested parties become involved in how the town runs. New eyes help ensure issues not seen before are addressed earlier. I hope that you support this article.
Moved and seconded. Anyone from the Board of Selectmen want to address it before we open up? Mr. Murphy. Then we'll hear from all interested persons.
Good afternoon, everyone. Paul Murphy, 21 Pleasant Street. I've been elected to the Board of Selectmen 4 times, and I've had 2 terms on the school committee. A long time in public service here in Rockport. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. I hope I've served you well, but if you don't like the job I'm doing, or any of my colleagues, guess what? You vote us out. So I don't think I'm against term limits for the Board of Selectmen. I think the best way to do it, if you don't like the job we're doing, you just vote us out. Thank you.
All right. Sir, we'll hear from you. You can have people line up behind you. We'll hear from them.
Charlie CV, 18 Frank Street. I was chairman of the Government and Bylaws Committee, and I need to say a little bit about how this came about. First off, do I understand from page 66 that Article V has been withdrawn?
We anticipate that there'll be no motion on V or P. P is in Papa, V is in Victor.
Oh, well, in that case, everything I had to say just went right out the window. If there's no motion on P and none on V.
Well, I anticipate. There could be a motion.
You want, okay.
Who knows?
All right, the Government Bylaws Committee was faced with no less than 3 petitions to term limit the Board of Selectmen. And despite what got said on social media, we did not originate any of them. And it was a real, Article V we kind of rejected because it didn't cover enough of the bases that needed to be covered to get this through. It's not just a case of voting on it here. It has to go then through the Board of Selectmen. It has to go to the state legislature. It's complicated. And in the end, we decided that Article Q, Bill's article, was the cleanest one in terms of the process. The committee actually takes no point of view on the goodness or non-goodness of term limits. At least a couple of us aren't really thinking that's a good idea, but the town really needs to address this and vote on it. So procedurally, Article Q is the cleanest one in terms of going forward to the state legislature if in fact we pass this thing. That's our, thank you, that's our only position on it.
Denise Donnelly, 72 Pigeon Hill Street. I would argue that we already have term limits and they're called elections. To echo Paul's point, if you don't like a decision or pattern of decisions that the Board of Selectmen is making, you don't vote for them. I think this is an unnecessary and really uncalled for change in the way that we conduct elections in this town. And I find it undemocratic. If you don't like the outcome of elections, that's the nature of democracy. We're not always going to like the outcome of the election. I was elected to the Board of Selectmen as a relative newcomer to the town. I was not born here, nor was anyone in my family. And I was elected to the board. I did not agree with all the decisions that my fellow board members made, and they're very aware of that. And I made that point known when I was on the board. So we don't need this change to our bylaws. We already have term limits. Thank you.
Hi, Paul Franklin, 3 Story Street. I'm also the author of one of the related articles, which I don't intend to make a motion on, which is Article P. But in regards to the difference between these 2 articles, I just wanted to point out and make a recommendation, not a motion, that this does not, the article as written does not account for somebody serving a partial term. If somebody's appointed midterm or a special election takes place and they're appointed midterm, they could serve 3 full terms and still serve in excess of 9 years. So there's no mention of terms on this language. It's just years. So if that is of concern to people, I would recommend making a motion to that end. Article P was written as a response to public interest. I make no position on whether or not somebody should vote for or against this. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, me again. Jamie Medea, Holbrook Court, can't remember my address. And at risk of going back to the prior motion, oh dear God, really? We are not the federal government. We don't have paid staff. We don't even have paid select people. They spend hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours just doing the work of the town. Half of this Board of Selectmen was elected within the last 3 years, 5 years. It's not like we don't have turnover. That's just baloney. We have turnover. And one of them ran several times until he won. So if somebody doesn't win the first time, you don't get a leg up by getting rid of the competition, so I'm not allowed to vote for who I want to vote for. This is democracy. We vote. Thank you.
Yes, Z. Seppel on 92 Granite Street. I found it interesting when this warrant article came before the selectmen that 4 of the 5 selectmen supported term limits for the executive branch of the United States government. Only 1 said he did not support, he supported term limits on both cases, the federal government and the town local government. So I find it sort of strange that if financial reasons are given as a reason why it's good on one situation but bad on another. I just can't buy Ms. Majeda's argument there. I will say one thing. Term limits, or they say you can vote them out. Well, that's true. When the term is up, when their 3-year term is up, if somebody else runs, you can indeed try to vote them out. But in the interim time, say somebody's elected the first year and they do something that you don't care for and think that is highly undemocratic, you still put up with them for 2 more years. So I think that 3 terms is pretty much plenty of time to influence the course of the town in any way that you think is necessary. I think term limits are not the best approach, but I don't know what other approach you can use to change it. Thank you.
See, I think under state law, there are procedures to recall people and do things. I'll defer to Darren on that, but I think
Thank
there are
you,
ways
Bob.
to do it.
I think you're right.
Maybe that's the way.
Yeah.
The term limits question can turn into a brain drain situation.
Alan?
Alan Bastelli, 57 Phillips Avenue. I'm not for term limits, and I'll tell you why. Again, it's a form of government where, we have a town administrator, and we don't have a town manager. We have a person that the bosses are the Board of Selectmen. And much like the Board of Appeals, the Board of Selectmen, there's a learning curve. So it takes you time to figure out when you get elected, you want to do that job, and when you get on that board, you got to find out how does the whole government situation work. Well, if a Mitch or somebody decides to move to a different town, gets a raise, great, congratulations, but you end up with a new town administrator, and these bosses over here have to have the experience to work. You can't have it all turned overboard. I don't get it every 3 years or 6 years, but I don't want to see a brain drain over there in that board. The people that have the most experience and knowledge get knocked out because they've been there for 3 terms. I'm against this idea.
Alan Macmillan, 18 Story Street, Pigeon Cove. First off, I would like to thank every member of the Board of Selectmen who's here, and I think this gentleman right here with a blue face mask on, the first selectman to get up and speak, hit the nail on the head. There's a tremendous amount of experience here, and as we've all seen from national politics, the source of unhappiness is trying to please everyone. Can't be done. But these ladies and gentlemen here have done an outstanding job. I have disagreed with some of the things they've said passionately, but I hugely support what they've done. And I agree with Alan, the last speaker, that we have so much education, so much passion for what they're doing here, that to just automatically say you're out because you've served 3 terms. Alan brought up a good point. What if all of them were up after 3 years, just hypothetically? Then you have someone coming in who has no idea, real working knowledge of what's going on in the town. So I'm totally against this motion. I thank you all very much. And I hope all of you as citizens, many of you who have never served on any town board, realize how important this group is. Yes, we have a town administrator who I happen to think is an excellent man. I really appreciate the character with the black ball hat up there. But there's something good going on in this town, and part of it is because of the people who dedicate their lives to serving this town for the common good, for the common weal. Thank you.
Ruth George, 86 Granite Street, Rockport, Chairman of the Board of Selectmen. I'm a newbie. I just completed my first 3 years, and I don't know half of what goes on. I mean, and I have tried to immerse myself with being a liaison to committees. It takes time to know everything in this town, and I don't think term limits are necessary. We all work very hard. I worked as a busy emergency room department manager, and this is much busier job with all kinds of hands and all kinds of pies. And to say after three times that you're out, you've got all this experience, and a lot of these board members have been here for a few years, and they have so much to teach all of us newer people that I don't think term limits are necessary. Thank you.
And Ruth, if you weren't on this board, we'd be ruthless.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Maureen McCarthy. I live at 62 Marmion Way, but I also own 14 Breakwater Ave. First of all, I think Paul Murphy, Sarah Wilkinson are outstanding. I think they're great people. However, I kind of feel like there should be term limits, and I really hem and haw on this, and I'm sure many of you do as well. First of all, I think 9 years is enough time to know the job, right? And so after 9 years, you've learned what you need to learn. You probably should have learned in the first 2 years. If you haven't, we didn't elect the right person. So that's the first thing. The other thing too, there's a lot of benefit to being on your last year and knowing you're not going to have to go up for vote anymore. There might have been some difficult town situation that you finally say, you know, I'm not going to be elected again. I'm going to tackle this one because it really doesn't matter. So I think 10 years, I think about my career, you know, I've never worked at a job for more than 9 years, and you know, that's always been enough time. And there's a lot of qualified people in the town to do this. I am really, really grateful for the Board of Selectmen. I totally appreciate all the work they do, the time, the knowledge. But I do think there could be some benefit to this. Sometimes you got to shake things up.
And I think if anybody else wants to speak, if they can head towards the microphone, otherwise we'll be able to wrap this one up and move on to the rest of this long meeting.
Thanks, Bob. This is going to be very quick. Don Campbell, 5 King Street Court. I'm that one person who believes that there should be term limits. I'm not necessarily saying that this is the one that it should be, or this is the amendment that should happen. However, I support term limits at the federal level, and I believe it should flow all the way down to the local level. It's not a matter of distrust in our public officials. As my colleagues will tell you, I disagree with them all the time, but I respect every one of them, and I respect the job that they do. However, from a personal standpoint, this may come as news to some if you haven't heard it, I'm not running again. So to the last commenter's point, this is not a matter of me just getting out there and fighting the issue. This is just my personal belief. I believe that term limits are a good thing. It's whatever term you put, 2 terms, 3 terms, whatever it is, it promotes turnover, it promotes new ideas, it promotes fresh faces, and as it really was a learning curve to find out the nuances of government and how it all was gone about. But it takes probably about a year or two to really get that. So I think a couple, 3 terms is plenty, and it's time for new ideas to come in before people get mired in old habits and old ways. That's not an aspersion to anybody that I serve with, I promise you that. I don't say it for that reason. I just mean if I support it at the federal level, I should support it all the way down. If somebody's willing to serve at the federal level and they're willing to serve at the local level, there's no difference between the two. You're still giving of your time freely. And the time that gets put into this job is immense, I can promise you that. And we take a lot of grief for it. Again, I'm not looking for congratulations or anything else of that in that line. But I do think that term limits are something that should be considered. Again, perhaps not by this amendment, but I am in favor of it in some way. Thank you.
And Don, before you sit down, I think the town owes you a debt of gratitude for your service, and I appreciate it, and I think your colleagues also appreciate it. So thank you.
Carol Cook, 171B Thatcher Road, Rockport. I want to thank Don. What he just said is absolutely right. I really think term limits are a good thing. After 9 years, you know, I don't think I haven't worked in one place for 9 years myself. You get more, I don't know, you get to feel more enthusiastic if you get new people in, and I can't believe that after, 2 years or 3, you certainly should know the job, and then you're in there for 10 years. What did he say? I forget what this amendment, whether it's 9 years or 10. It's 3 terms. But I really think that in order to keep our town ideas fresh, we should have term limits and give everybody a chance to, get in and be a selectman. After all, there's 5 of them. Okay, thank you.
I can tell you I've been serving 10 years just today at this meeting. Okay, nobody's approaching the microphone? Oh, Sarah?
Thanks, Bob. Sarah Wilkinson, 23 Highview Road, and Board of Selectmen. So I wasn't actually going to speak on this, but after hearing everybody, I've been emotional since Bob first spoke this morning. It is been truly the honor of my life to serve the town, but also just the past year to work with all the volunteers, with the Board of Health, with the Finance Committee, with the school committee, because with the town administration, because what the work that has been done to keep the town not only moving but thriving and going through the pandemic has been nothing less than a miracle. And being able to serve alongside these people and just contribute like the tiniest part literally brings me to tears. And you know, the fact that this may be our last town meeting in masks, I personally love it out here. I feel like it's fresh air and we're all able to stretch a bit. But it's interesting. I think that this article is pointed at me because I'm the one who's been on the board longest, and which is totally fine. Anyone has the right to make a petition article, and I fully respect that. I will tell you, when I first ran for the board, I didn't have kids. I was working in Boston, and my dad taught me at a young age. He said, if you know you're going to live somewhere, which I clearly knew I was going to live here, he said, do something to give back as soon as you can. And I'm a big believer that we all have something to give back, whether it's financially or whether it's 15 minutes a week or a year. And several hundred of you here already give back to the town. And I know it's kind of been urged, but I urge the rest of you, you're here today doing your part and keep it going. But my dad at a really young age was like, find some way to give back. So I started helping out. Oddly, I don't drink, but I helped on the Alcohol Regulations Committee, writing the alcohol regulations. And then that led to people kind of urging me to run for the Board of Selectmen. Then I had 2 kids, and then my kids I have 2 boys, one's in the elementary school, one's in the middle school. And I'll tell you that it's my kids and other townspeople that continue to urge me, that are urging me to run again, because they're like, you know, the town, and I really feel like the selectmen have kind of bonded in the last year, and we definitely don't agree all the time, but we're respectful of each other and of each other's opinions. And my kids see that, and I like to think that they think that I'm a role model, not for my opinions and policies, but just for the time that I'm willing to give back. And I hope that my kids and my nieces and nephews and all the kids that were here today, I was so glad that the override passed, not only because I wanted it to pass, but because I wanted to see the kids that were here see how much this town supports the school system. But that's why I keep running, and we have elections every 3 years in this town, and I will tell you, I think I've run 5 times. Not once have I had an uncontested election where I've sailed through. Every time I've had to, you know, get signs and do debates and coffees, and this time I'm gonna have to do a Zoom debate or something. And you know what, that's small town politics. I'm in favor of federal term limits because they're jobs. In addition to being elected officials, they're literally full-time jobs. We don't make a penny, so clearly we're not doing it for the money. You can ask my husband especially. But I urge you all to consider that, you know, if you don't like the job that we're doing, then work to find people to run against us, or get on a committee, or find a way to get involved that contributes to making change, because that's kind of what we all can do. Thanks.
Hi, Paige Eaton, 6R High Street Court. I just wanted to respond to the fallacy. I think that if you've been in a job for 9 years, you should leave. I think if you've been in a job you're no longer passionate about and you don't have anything to bring to it, you should leave, and that's why I left my jobs. But if I have one that I'm still passionate about after 9 years, I'm definitely going to stay at it. And if they don't fire me, I get to stay at it. If we think that term limits are going to change whether or not our selectmen are passionate about the job, then you're saying that you can't recognize when they're not passionate about the job, right? Shouldn't we be able to recognize that? I think some of them are passionate or some of them aren't, and then I get to vote on that. And term limits shouldn't stop that. Thanks.
Okay, you've heard the motion. All those in favor of this motion to have term limits, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. That appears to me to fail. If somebody wants to call for a hand vote, we'll do it. Okay, the motion fails. We now move on to the rest of the term limit ones. I'm assuming that there's no motion under Article P, but we'll give you a second. Seeing none, no motion under Article P. Same question, Article V as in Victor. Seeing none, no motion under Article V. And then we go to N. Right? N is before O in the alphabet, is that right? Yeah? All right.
Mr. Moderator, lead petitioner Zena Sepula moves Article N as indicated in the motion printed on page 60 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet.
And Zeke, congratulations as a recent admittee to the Government and Bylaw Committee, so congratulations on your election.
Yes, thank you. It had nothing to do with this petition, because this petition was drafted well before that. When I drafted up this petition last fall, I was, well, let me just say what I read to anybody that signed it up at the transfer station. And I wrote, fellow citizens, a few words of explanation concerning this petition. The first part of this petition changes the review interval of the Code of Bylaws from every 10 years to every 5 years. If bylaws are outdated or ignored, 10 years is a very long interval for such laws to exist as laws governing the town. The second part of this petition charges the Government and Bylaws Committee with a specific duty to examine the content of the town's bylaws as related to compliance. It grew out of my experience that past reviews seemed to focus almost entirely on punctuation and minor grammar changes. In addition, when the current Government and Bylaws Committee was initiating its current decennial review, 2019, there was confusion as to what was actually required, because there is nothing specific in the present law to guide the process. It stretches the imagination that the original purpose of a decennial review would be to merely perform punctuation reviews. I believe the revised wording, if approved, would further enhance the Government and Bylaws Committee ability to better fulfill their roles as the people's representatives regarding town bylaws at town meeting. Thanks for your consideration. So essentially what this does is take that bylaw that required a thorough review of the bylaws from every 10 years to every 5 years for the reasons I stipulated. And then it also adds language that allows a mechanism for people who feel that bylaws are not being complied with to get to a town department or a board or a legally sanctioned committee and complain to it, sort of like an ombudsman. I think that's about all that I have to say at this time. I expect from my presence at the Government and Bylaws meetings when they were discussing this, that they might be not trying, but possibly adding an amendment to delete the 5-year requirement and do it almost on a continuous rolling basis. The time span, if that happens, is not important to me. I think I'd say good and great. If you want to do it every 5 months and instead of 5 years, that'd be fine. The one thing that I would say is that I would be cautioned is that my language does require that they investigate possible non-compliances, and I would want some type of that language to remain regardless of how frequently they perform the reviews of the town bylaws. Thank you.
All right, take it away, Charlie.
Okay, Charlie Seavey, chairman of the much maligned committee, 18 Frank Street. Z is actually going the same way with this that I was thinking in the back of my head. So yeah, let's do this. I want to add a clarifying amendment. I'm on page 60 here. And if you look at the last bit there in Z's language where he says the committee shall investigate and report on those bylaws, et cetera, need revision as evidenced by non-compliance. And I'd like to substitute, take the period out, put in a comma, and say at any time, which just clarifies that the committee can do it any old time we want it, or we think it's necessary. It takes a little bit of ambiguity. I still didn't get that out right, did I?
Less
Ambiguity.
ambiguous, yeah.
Jeez.
Long day.
Yeah. So that's a friendly amendment.
All right, that is moved and seconded. Now we'll talk about the amendment. Anyone want to talk about the amendment adding those words? All right, we have somebody in the back.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. I think it's a fine idea that we get some idea whether the bylaws are being enforced or ignored. That's the last sentence, whether you go with Z's version or Charlie Seavey's. For the police, every year we have several pages in the town report of all of the arrests and warrants served and so forth. So if we're talking about enforcement, it's a question of whether they're being enforced on the one hand and whether we get any reporting anywhere of what is being enforced. You'd hope for both. And in the very last section of the bylaws as written, there's a list for each section of the bylaws who's responsible for enforcing it. The building inspector, the police, whatever. So those were the people who should file such reports. It's easy for me to say that, but somebody would have to decide where all those reports were going to be filed, where they'd live, so that it wasn't just an idle thought or a hope, and that there'd be the material there for anyone to consult if they cared enough to consult it.
All right, you've heard that motion to amend. If you're in favor of adding the words changing a period to a comma, and then saying at any time to end that sentence in Article 9, please say aye. If you don't, say no. Motion carries. So now we're talking about Article N with that amendment. Anyone else want to discuss Article N? Seeing none. All those in favor of Article N as amended, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries, and it was unopposed. We move on. We anticipate that there will be no motion under Article O. I'll give people a second under Article O. All right. Nothing under Article O. We move on to W for whiskey, which we should all be drinking instead of water. All right. W. Is there a motion under Article W?
Mr. Moderator, lead petitioner Bill Wagner moves Article W as printed in the warrant.
All righty. Moved and seconded. Mr. Wagner.
Good afternoon, Bill Wagner, 147 Granite Street. I propose this article as a change to the bylaws to level the playing field. Several years ago, the stipends were removed from the Board of Selectmen, an elected position, but nothing was done with regard to the other elected positions. There's no question that the Selectmen put in far more work than any of the other elected positions, and this simply codifies the fact that no elected position shall be eligible for a stipend. As Toby says, they're in it for the love of it,
Yeah.
not for the money. I hope you support this.
All right, anyone want to discuss this? W. We have somebody approaching the microphone. If anyone else wants to speak about this, please start to head to the microphone.
Laura Hallowell, 37 High Street. Could you tell me who would be included?
I cannot. I'll defer to somebody way more knowledgeable than I am.
And whether it conflicts with the votes we've already taken today?
Mr. Moderator, this would impact, at this time, the Board of Assessors. They currently receive a stipend, other elected boards do not.
And Darren, is there any conflict? All right, do you want? Can you tell everybody that?
Darren Klein. The proposed bylaw says effective date of July 1st, 2020, but ultimately that would be up to the Attorney General to one, approve the bylaw period and also approve the effective date. So if that doesn't happen by July 1st, it may not even be approved by July 1st potentially. So it potentially affects the previous votes, but not definitively. It will depend on the Attorney General process.
Anybody else want to discuss this? Okay, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Motion fails. We move on. What's next?
Oh, next is
T?
G.
G.
J and F.
G.
And F.
Okay, so F goes with G, goes with X. F, G, X.
Mr. Moderator, Selectman Ross Brackett moves Article F as indicated in the motion printed on page 54 of the May 15th, 2021 Voters Booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee support this article.
Moved and seconded. Anybody want to discuss this? All right, first anybody from the government, and then we'll hear from the public. Alrighty, all right, there we go, thank you.
Good
You can
afternoon.
take off your mask so we can.
Good afternoon, Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. There's been an extraordinary amount of FEMA work done on Back Beach, largely to protect 3 houses for people who are only part-year residents. We have a wall that doesn't cover the entirety of the distance. I'm curious as to what other mitigation we're going to be affording for that area and how it's going to affect the public quality of life. Thank you.
We're going to hear from Joe Parisi, but before we do, we are going to thank Joe Parisi for his many years of service to this town. He's moving on to a different position, and we will truly miss you, Joe. I would sing, from Mrs. Robinson, but I'm not going to do it. Promise I wouldn't do it, but thank you.
Thank you. So to answer the question, we have done some mitigation work at Back Beach Seawall, and that was due to a storm a number of years ago. As part of the mitigation, we can only work on and improve the section of seawall that is damaged. So that was done to sort of mitigate road flooding and damage to the seawall as it was before, a single layer. And the mitigation at that point was a double layer of stone and a concrete cutoff wall that would protect undermining of the sidewalk and erosion of the roadway, and hopefully keep some of the waves back and bounce it, reflect it back into the ocean. So that was actually a good mitigation project. It held up well. during the March 2018 storm. But what didn't hold up was the 70 feet of seawall that was still a single layer, that was untouched, unimproved. So that's about 70 feet of seawall to the south of that middle section. So that's the only area this project really can improve. The other side to the north wasn't damaged during the March 2018 storm, so that's still maybe a project for the future. But we want to do the same type of mitigation work, a concrete seawall, double layer stone on that 70 feet of seawall that did get damaged. So I think that's the answer to the questions.
Thank you so much. Anybody other than Toby want to talk about this? Anybody named Toby want to talk about this?
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. I have no qualifications as a marine engineer. I have no qualifications at all, other than common sense. And when I saw them putting in the riprap for the first section, I knew that what they were doing was stupid. They put the large blocks on top of small ones, tiny ones, as though you put something on top of marbles. It lasted a little longer than a year. And then it largely collapsed. The second section was done on the same theory, only with 2 levels of riprap blocks on top of the marbles and a cement wall in back. How far on towards the town does the cement wall continue? And it's worth noting, when I was bellyaching to Bruce Reed about this, he said the cement wall was necessary because it went down into the ground a long way and prevented the water that came through the riprap construction in a large storm from undermining the sidewalk and the road, and that was the reason for the hideous seawall. Let's underline hideous 3 times while we talk about how lovely the town is. So it's notable that if the cement seawall, and I want to know how far it continues further towards the town, the road at that point with the sidewalk attached goes in one direction, and the riprap, the beach generally, in another. So you're no longer serving the purpose of propping up or saving the sidewalk and the street. You're just constructing the hideous wall. How much hideous wall?
Length of hideous wall, Joe?
70 feet of hideous wall.
70 feet hideous wall. Thank you.
And that pretty much ends that section. The revetment pretty much flattens out there. Yep.
All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We move on. So that was F, now we go to G.
Mr. Moderator, Selectman Ross Brackett moves Article G as indicated on the motion printed on page 55 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee support this article.
Moved and seconded. Anybody want to explain any of this to the townspeople? Mr. DiMaggio, Parisi?
Why not go out with a bang here, huh? So, so the Long Beach seawall is another FEMA project. It was damaged during the March 2018 storm. There's 2 sections. There's a section in the middle of the seawall, about 350 feet. And there's a smaller section at the Gloucester end that is approximately 47 feet, where the stair entrance is on that Gloucester end. So the idea is to improve just those sections, replacing those sections with brand new concrete seawalls with footings that have pile-driven steel. to secure and prevent undermining of those sections, those new sections. Again, we can only repair what's been damaged, and those are the 2 sections that have been inspected and approved by FEMA as damaged sections that qualify for mitigation improvements. So we have come up with a set of plans, a draft set of plans that does, the improvements that we think will withstand, future storms and erosion issues. But first, before FEMA obligates their share of the funds, because this is such I guess a sensitive area, they want to do an environmental assessment of the area to make sure the work that's being done is proper and will not cause any kind of environmental damage. So the funds that you see today is not for any construction to go forward just yet, but just get us to the point where we can do some of that review, MIPA review, environmental assessment, and some other permitting to get us in a better position as to what the project is and how much that may cost, and come back at another town meeting for our share of the cost. Again, these are FEMA projects, so they're funded 75% of the cost through the federal government and 25% of the cost locally. So, as far as that cost share goes, when the final cost of the project is determined, that's the actual cost share, 75-25. So again, the funding in this article is just for the permitting aspects of the project at this point.
And any possibility of state funding as well?
I haven't seen that in a while. I think it's just been the federal and local shares at this time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
I'm Tom Meekus, 73 Marmion Way. As a former professional engineer and an ongoing environmentalist, I have followed this with great interest. I attended all the meetings of the Long Beach Infrastructure Committee, very familiar with this design and how it might go forward, pointing out that this is just the first phase of replacing the whole seawall. And that was estimated several years ago to be $32 million. And we all know that the escalation in construction cost has gone through the roof, and the eventual cost of this would be, who knows, $50, $60 million, depending when it's done. But aside from money, I'm going to give you 4 reasons why this is a bad idea. As an environmentalist, I point out that this is a barrier beach system. Ideally, the dune protects the marsh by being able to move. You put a seawall there, the seawall prevents the dune from moving. Eventually, that marsh will not be protected, and the lands behind it at risk. That's the first reason. Second reason, if you are just interested in the recreational value of the beach, what that seawall does is it brings the waves down to scour the sand away. You may notice at high tide, there is no beach, and that's because of the seawall. That doesn't happen at Good Harbor. They have a dune with no seawall. The dune can move. You have a beach at high tide. That's the second reason. Third, protecting the structures that are behind the seawall. I've studied all the maps and state projections for sea level rise and expected storm surges. Either one of those would take out most of the structures in terms of flooding. At current sea level, if the storm surge comes in from behind, and it will come from behind, not from the front, it would flood most of the structures. Sea level rise eventually will do the same thing. And if you take the combination of those two, I think most of the structures are goners in terms of flooding. You notice at the monthly high tide, the access roads are partially underwater. The last 5 houses are inaccessible on the road, even with no waves. I shudder to think what would happen if an emergency first responders have to come in there and they can't get to those houses. And the final reason is, I've looked at the design of that seawall and I listened to the comments about what the design is. FEMA would want that wall to be 4 feet higher than the current wall. The current design that they're considering is equal to. They don't want to raise it by 4 feet, presumably because it would block the view. So even if we build this seawall, if you don't accept the other reasons, it's not what FEMA would recommend. 4 reasons, no.
Peter Goodwin, 6 North Road. Mr. Moderator, if Article X passes Does that make anything appropriate under this article moot?
I don't think so, but I'll take a look again.
Well, I'm wondering why you don't take Article X before this one. Thank you.
I don't think so. Okay, next. Charlie?
Charlie Seavey, 18 Frank Street. I walk down there every single morning. Those of you who've seen my Saratoga Creek pictures know I'm down there. Everything Tom said is absolutely true. I mean, we're continue to throw money at a losing battle. As I said in town meeting a couple of years ago, you get in an argument with the ocean, you're gonna lose. Long Beach is a lost cause, and we have to have an exit plan that takes into account taking care of the owners of the houses down there who have spent a lot of money on those things. Maybe they shouldn't have, but that's another issue. I'm a whole lot more worried about what's the town plan for protecting the low-lying areas of Bearskin Neck, T-Wharf, and Dock Square. Wasn't all that long ago that T-Wharf was completely awash one day in a storm. We just can't keep putting this off, and we can't keep getting pixelated on Long Beach, which we absolutely know we're gonna lose.
Let's wait and hear anyone else. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, Eric Hutchins, 45 Pools Lane. One thing I did hear from Mr. Parisi is that FEMA is actually conducting an EA. What an EA is an environmental assessment under the National Environmental Policy Act. Normally, FEMA would just be giving money under a programmatic. If they're doing an individual EA, it means FEMA has a number of outstanding questions on this project that they're evaluating. They're probably not happy about it, but they recognize that there would have been issues here that needed further evaluation. At the bare bones minimum, we should wait for that environmental assessment to be completed for our decision-making process. So there's going to be a number of questions that they'll be answering in that environmental assessment before they could even give the town of Rockport a penny. As a follow-up to this, what Rockport really needs, we need some serious comprehensive look at all of our coastal armoring needs in the next decade or two, and we can't do it piecemeal. One of the topics that Toby brought up was the quote hideous wall. I didn't know that wall was going up, and everyone knows I watch these things. It was kind of, if we stop popping walls up 2 feet high here, there, and everywhere, not thinking of it comprehensively, we're going to find ourselves in a much bigger pickle 10, 20 years down the line when we're not the active people. We need to look at all of these structures and where are we going to put our investment in the future. I absolutely think we should wait for the environmental assessment by FEMA to be completed. It'll be a full-fledged document that we can review, understand the pros and cons, elevations, etc. But we need more soul searching and discussion, a lot more than has taken place in Rockport over the past decade on all of these structures. Because what are our priorities and what are they going to cost? Thank you.
Carol Cook, 171B Thatcher Road. I'm sorry that X is the next one to come up. I don't think we should be spending one more penny on Long Beach seawall. All that seawall does is it benefits about 156 leaseholders, and 83 of them sued us in 2015, and then in 2018 we lost rights to walking into Long Beach, and the selectmen in the 218 settlement agreement offered to sell the land to Long Beach tenants or condo developers. At this time, and I'll explain more when I get to talk about the one that we sponsored, which is Article X coming up. But right now, we shouldn't be spending any more money on Long Beach. Thank you.
Before we get to you, Alan, we're going to hear from Select Person Wilkinson. Okay. All right. No. Go ahead, Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Alan Macmillan.
You can take your mask off. It'll help all those folks over there.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Alan Macmillan, 18 Story Street, Pigeon Cove. Failure to listen to what Eric Hutchins just said is going to cost this town a fortune in the future. I've already heard from members of the Finance Committee that this could easily top $50 million. If we don't wait for that study that Eric highlighted, we're in deep trouble. All of us, I'm on the Conservation Commission 34 years, all of us who are involved in the Long Beach issue are acutely aware that this is a disaster just waiting to happen. And if you think that the town voters are going to spend money, $50 million plus with interest, to pay for 114 people to have a second home on that beach, you're fooling yourselves. Please listen to what Eric said and vote accordingly. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, Nathan Ives, 19 Norwood Avenue, Chair of the Rockport Right to Wait Committee. I'm distressed by the situation at Long Beach, and I wholeheartedly think we should take seriously Mr. Seavey's recommendations as well as Tom Mikas. With all due respect to the leaseholders there, it's really short-sighted to keep doing this. With all due respect to the amount of monies we derive from those leases, what is it, $1.5 million or something? Perhaps we should be pursuing Mr. Tarr and other representatives to help us secure some kind of bailout plan that would be proactive in the future so that we can perhaps lessen some of the risk to those people that have modified their homes there, but also to the town's loss of income. But recognize that the truth is certain. Nature will win. We need to do something now.
Just like to point out one thing and clarify that the money that's being asked for today is for the EA. So, you know, the money should, if you want the EA to happen, the money should be approved.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Seemed like there was some confusion there, so I asked Joe to clarify that. Anybody else? Okay. This is for funding for the environmental assessment. Any further questions before we call the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? All right, that one's too close. Let's raise your placards if you vote yes, and we'll count it. Yeah. That's what Joe Parisi said the money was for the assessment.
on the historic commission. And Lori's new on the bylaws commission.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll do the nose. Please raise your placard. Can't hear you. No.
Mike.
Please raise your placard if you're a no. We've handled the yeses. We're now working on the no's. A full vote for me? Thank you. You got one with my name on it. We just like to
Mr.
keep this
Moderator?
dramatic. The
Mr.
yes votes are 131 and the no votes are 72. Yes. Can you get to a microphone?
Yeah, Eric Hutchins, 45 Pools Lane. Just a clarification, since a, so to speak, change took place. The article says design, engineering, and permitting. But then the TBW director got up and says this is for an environmental assessment. Those are different things. I just want to make it clear what actually we're funding. Because FEMA undertakes an environmental assessment representing the federal government. I work on them all the time.
Yeah.
That's not what this says.
Yep.
So
No,
people,
I hear you.
You
That's
do.
that's why I asked the question. So let's let him explain.
So this is not for any engineering design per se, other than, you know, what may be necessary to develop some preliminary drawings to go through, you know, the process of the environmental assessment, but also, since it's so similar, a MEPA review as well was sort of programmed in here. It's the same type of work, so not to waste money, having those two issues sort of done at the same time. And whatever kind of additional local, you know, conservation meetings we can have to explain the project, that could be a little bit in there as well. But the environmental assessment is not paid, well, it's FEMA will pay for 75% of that environmental assessment, but there's no money obligated for that. The town has to appropriate the full amount and then get reimbursed 75% of that cost. So, you know, the town has to front the money first to do the environmental assessment, and whatever else it can do as far as permitting the project along and developing so people can understand what the project is.
Okay. All right, any other points of order? We've already had a vote. Is this a point of order?
Point of order, Charles Peterman at 22 Pleasant Street. I feel that this issue has been entirely convoluted. We've heard three conflicting things and we've just taken a binding vote. I vote that the motion be struck.
I think your only
I'd ask
recourse.
as a point of order whether or not a motion can be struck on the basis of being confused.
I think you can have a motion to reconsider.
A motion to reconsider, please. Would someone second me?
All right, well, let's have town council talk to us about that and run it through, and then we'll do it. We're just looking at the local bylaw having to do with that. I think we have to take this after the close of other business. So we will have a motion to reconsider. It takes a 2/3 vote. So this is to reconsider the vote that we just took about 2 minutes ago. All those in favor of reconsidering their vote, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. I think that carries by 2/3. Now we'll reconsider it. So we can have discussion once again. We'll wipe the slate clean. Any discussion now on G as reconsidered? Yes.
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. I'd like strict delineation between what is the EA, what are the town responsibilities for the item as described, specifically design, engineering, and permitting. And I'd like separation on the matter of town meetings and funding for additional items as line items on this. This is utterly unclear and convoluted as it's currently written.
All right. Anybody from the DPW want to discuss that? We can move up your retirement date if you'd like, Joe.
Might have. So I'll try to be a little bit more clear. So basically, we were looking to get funding obligated from FEMA for this project. They just obligated the funds for the Back Beach project and wanted to, finish the paperwork for the Long Beach project. Well, because of the comments that they got from the public when they did a basically an advertisement for public comments, they wanted to further study, the environmental impacts. And so environmental assessment was required of the town to provide to FEMA. They want the town to hire an environmental engineering firm to do the environmental assessment and report back to FEMA. So this funding is for that cost, but also our consulting engineer said that because of the similar requirements of the MEPA, we should have additional funding requested for that portion as well. So it really is to get the project sort of through, the environmental assessment and some part of the permitting. I mean, if you just want to focus to the environmental assessment, I suppose you could do that, but I think funding the project for the aspects of the project for the environmental assessment, the MEPA, I think that would be the appropriate thing to do, have that available. You don't have to spend it, but be available to at least further the project along if that's what is desired.
And as you stand here today, do you have any idea of a breakdown on that?
Well, I would say, you could split that in half and do the environmental assessment for half of that, and the other half being the MEPA review and other permitting.
All right. Does that generate any other questions from anyone we haven't heard from on this issue? From anyone we haven't heard from on this issue? Okay.
Does this work? Yeah, okay. I just have a question on the reconsideration process. Does the town meeting bylaws stipulate that we can only vote on this after all other business has been completed?
Town council?
Darren Klein, Town Council through the moderator. No, it says that that the motion has to be made within 30 minutes, which it clearly was, and then the moderator can set a time for reconsideration, which he did. And the only thing it says is it can't be heard while another motion is on the table or after another article has been taken. It can't be heard until after that business is completed. In this case, we did not begin any new article, so it was proper to hear it now because we did not begin discussion on the next article yet.
Thank you, Attorney Klein. Can you explain to me the last sentence of that paragraph?
Of what paragraph?
Well, the one that you just quoted. During which such notice is given, in which case motions for reconsideration shall be presented immediately after all other business.
All of the business that had already been started, which they had not started another article yet.
Thank you.
All right. Any other substantive pieces of information talking about this from anyone who has not yet spoken on this article? All right. Can hear from you again.
Thank you, terribly sorry. 22 Pleasant Street, Charles Peterman. I'd like to put a motion forward to separate the EA from the other costs on this item and bring them up to vote separately.
All right.
Anyone second?
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on that? All right, all those in favor of bifurcating this as just described, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. All right, that motion carries. So now we'll talk about the EA, and I think it was roughly 50-50. Is that right, Joe? So if we said half of $75,000, that's $37,500. Is that right? All right, so now we're talking about $37,500 for an environmental assessment. Any further discussion on that? All right, so you've heard the motion to spend $37,500 to fund an environmental assessment of the FEMA Long Beach mitigation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries. Now we're on the other $37,500. And Joe, can you tell us what that money would be used for?
So, so it's for similar work that would help with the permitting process or have people really understand what the project is. It's Mass Environmental Protection Agency, study, and so that $37,500 would be for that that work.
Isn't this fun? I like this procedure stuff. This is fun. Go ahead.
Denise Donnelly, 72 Pigeon Hill Street. So is it correct to assume, Joe, that that $37,500 would include money for permitting the building of the wall?
There's some funding there that would allow for going in front of the Conservation Commission and showing plans and discussing the project.
All right. So. Any additional questions from anyone we haven't heard from? Okay, someone we haven't heard from, please stand and go to the microphone. Is that Toby? Oh.
Paul Franklin, 3 Story Street. I'm just curious if there's any redundancies that would create cost savings by doing these two things together, or if this would cost $37,500 no matter when it was done.
So now you want to merge them?
Nope, just curious if there is a cost saving by doing these two projects together.
Or we could do $37,500 $1 projects.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. The Selectmen commissioned a committee that was to look into Long Beach and whether or not we were to have a seawall. I would say it was a stacked committee, but that's an uncharitable thing to say. At any rate, they came to the conclusion that we needed a seawall, and it seems now to be assumed that we're going to build a seawall. I think that's an unwarranted assumption. I mean, it's easy to talk about it, and we could go on and on and on, but at no point have the Board of Selectmen asked the voters, first, if we want to build a new seawall, and second, and equally important, who should pay for it.
Mr. Moderator, Nathan Ives, Norwood Avenue. To spend any more money on this, I suggest we just let the environmental study run its course, find out what the results are before we keep supporting and putting more money for this club at Long Beach that restricts our own access to that area. And There's a tennis court up there that nobody can use. This is ridiculous. Unless you're going to allocate it to all the homeowners up there and let them pay for it.
All right, anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Candace Waldron, 109 Phillips Avenue. Why would we pay for permitting that's contingent on an assessment until the assessment's been done? So I don't see, I understand why we're splitting it, but I don't understand why we're voting on permitting now before the assessment.
Well, we're voting because we have a motion pending, and if we don't want the motion to pass, we vote
Then-
against it.
Then I would say vote against it.
There we go. Anybody else? Cows out there want to talk about this? No? Okay. Anyone want to move the question? All right. All of those in favor of spending $37,500 as Joe just outlined to include things like talking before the Concom about permitting and things of that nature. All those in favor of that $37,500, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. I think we need a hand vote on that, so those happen pretty quickly. All right, let's hear it again. All those, and don't be an emphasis, just try to give me a normal voice. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. Guess it fails. All right, so now we move on to X.
Mr. Moderator, lead petitioner Carol Cook moves Article X as indicated in the motion printed on page 67 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet.
Carol Cook, 171 B Thatcher Road. I'm sorry that this came at the very end. You know, Long Beach articles are very important, and somehow or other, they push them to the end when half of the people are gone. Okay, our citizens warrant article was written in response to the 218 Long Beach Settlement Agreement signed by 3 of our present selectmen, then Chair Sarah Wilkinson, Paul Murphy, and Don Campbell, that closed most Long Beach public walking paths and offered to sell Long Beach land to tenants and condo developers. Rockport had been sued by 83 seasonal tenants of about 156 to stop year-round taxpayers from walking up paths between the cottages that were legally used for 100 years because the selectmen have never allowed a parking lot on Long Beach for year-round residents with nearby public paths. With global warming dangers, this settlement agreement this agreement on Long Beach is environmentally unsafe by setting Long Beach on a course for year-round use and selling our land. The first Long Beach lawsuit was from tenant Stephen Sheen, and he lost in court. And then he got 82 more tenants to bring a class action suit against the town, citing the reason that Rockport residents walking up paths used for 100 years was a breach of the covenant of quiet enjoyment. These tenants do not lease land in a residential area. They rent land that is 2 feet from a public boardwalk on our public beach. As a Long Beach abutter, I know that the noise from parties at Long Beach houses is much louder than year-round residents quietly walking into our beach. Rockport could have won this second lawsuit, but the selectmen decided not to challenge it and gave the tenants everything they wanted and much more. Where am I? I'm sorry. There was no reference in the lawsuits requiring selling land to tenants, but the selectmen included in the 8-page settlement agreement 4 pages, half of it, describing terms of selling land to tenants and third parties, meaning condo developers, for what could become year-round use if they can get state and town meeting approval. Note there was no requirement in the settlement's 4 pages of purchasing terms that Long Beach buyers have the sole responsibility of paying for the seawall that protects their property. The selectmen wrote the Long Beach settlement agreement offering to sell land for what could become year-round condo developments in a dangerous flood zone protected by a seawall that all Rockport taxpayers are required to pay for. As was mentioned before, a 218 estimate of a new seawall was $32 million. If Long Beach land is sold, this also risks the town enduring more lawsuits from these new landowners to keep the Rockport out. Mass state law confirms that owners of beachfront property own the beach down to the low tide mark. In 2020, Rockport updated its FEMA hazard mitigation plan for the town. The plan cites dangers from global warming, sea rise, and ocean storm surges to the Long Beach seawall. And at Cape Hedge Beach, danger to the only resident parking lot for accessing Long Beach. If the Cape Hedge parking lot is damaged, year-round residents have no place to park. And the Cape Hedge, some people can't even go there because it's a long stony walk, and then you have to go over a bridge, which isn't there for part of the year. That combined with closing many walk-in paths by these selectmen will eliminate year-round Rockport's residents' access to Long Beach. Also of great concern, in 2020, Rockport's DPW completed a geographic information system mapping that shows how global warming causing sea rise and ocean storm surges can flood by 2030, not by 2050, by 2030, the land area, all of the Long Beach land area and cottages, and at Cape Hedge Beach, the parking lot. Dangerous ocean storms are already flooding and destroying houses close to the ocean and other U.S. coastal towns. Isn't it time we re-evaluated leasing out all our Long Beach land? Our warrant article suggests that due to global warming and sea rise rising faster in Massachusetts than other states, and ocean storm surges continually damaging the seawall and threatening the safety of the densely populated seasonal cottages at the edge of the beach, the town should complete a FEMA pre-disaster mitigation study with funding from FEMA's Hazard Mitigation Grant Program to identify the best actions, including a planned retreat of cottages to secure Long Beach for future Rockport generations. Mitigation is defined as a sustained action to reduce or eliminate risk to people and property from hazards and disaster events. Leasing less land on Long Beach will put less people in danger and give more land for our year-round residents and taxpayers to have a parking lot on Long Beach with easily accessed walk-in paths. Due to the 218 settlement agreement, some tenant cottages have already been rebuilt into large condo buildings, and tenants act like they already own Long Beach. More condos on Long Beach mean more parking spaces needed, less room on the beach for year-round residents, and more people living in a dangerous flood zone. Right, in a dangerous flood zone. Many tenants harass the Rockport public. Believe me, I have been harassed at least a few times for walking up even the few public paths now open at the end of Long Beach. There are no public paths at the beginning of Long Beach near Stephen Sheehan, the person who started all these lawsuits against us. The selectmen closed those two paths because he told them to do it. Abutters like me own tidal pool wetlands that help protect Long Beach cottages from flooding. If you are an abutter, please know that you are permitted to walk up any path between the cottages during the year and are not just limited to the winter, as the Rockport public now is. Rockport receives some revenue from Long Beach tenants. It's $1 million or a little more than that. But the selectmen have never deducted from this revenue years of continual Long Beach expenses paid by all of us taxpayers, which include seawall repairs, boardwalk repairs, stairway repairs and replacements. Those wooden stairways are replaced many times. Many engineering studies. My God, I can't even tell you how many engineering studies. It seems like every year they've got another one for down there. And that benefit the leaseholders, not you and me. Since all Rockport taxpayers, approximately 5,500 of us, have been paying for years for these Long Beach expenses, shouldn't we have a parking lot on Long Beach with easily accessed walk-in paths where we're not harassed by these tenants? Currently, the tenants have a guest parking lot. There's a big guest parking lot for the guests, but Rockport residents aren't allowed to use it. You're not allowed to use it. Second-class citizens. The selectmen are the landlords of our public Long Beach, representing all taxpayers and residents. All of us, not just 156 tenants. The current 10-year leases end in 12/23, and changes can be made during renewals to lease terms. The selectmen can change Long Beach lot lines so that more public walking paths are created and add a parking lot for year-round residents on Long Beach. We are suggesting that the 218 Long Beach Settlement Agreement that clearly discriminated against the Rockport public be deleted from any 224 leases. Rockport is not a destitute town that we need to sell off our most precious natural resource, Long Beach land, or lease out all of it. With global warming dangers at Long Beach, we ask the selectmen to please plan for the best future use of Long Beach land for our children and our grandchildren and future Rockport generations. Please vote yes on our Citizens Warrant article and send a strong message to the selectmen that we do not want Long Beach land sold to tenants and condo developers, but what could become year-round use? I mean, how you're endangering people. It's just irresponsible. It's completely irresponsible. These are your long-term selectmen, you know? Okay, so anyway, please vote yes for this and let them know it's time. We had a parking lot on Long Beach. We had walking paths all throughout. There's no walking paths where I live up at the beginning of Long
Thank
Beach.
you. Thank you.
Well,
let me go first. Okay. Hi, Steve. Is it on now? Yes. Hi, Steve Vitkoskis, One Long Beach, and I am a Rockport resident. And I'm also on the Finance Committee too. I would like to provide some information to the voters and correct some of the misconceptions in Article X. I'd also like to provide some financial facts that this article fails to provide you, facts that are omitted, and facts that are important to all of us. As you will note, the town of Rockport selectmen do not support this article. They do not support this article. They realize that the town has enjoyed a strong relationship with Long Beach for many years. And this relationship is good for Rockport and the cottage owners of Long Beach. Many Long Beach cottage owners are Rockport residents. I am a Rockport resident. Okay. The Long Beach cottage owners provide approximately $2.5 million per year in lease and tax revenue. Not $1 million, $2.5 million. Okay. There was a study conducted a few years back and said it would cost the town of Rockport more than $11 million plus legal fees. That's $11 million plus legal fees, okay? And delays if the cottages were removed. This would be an economic disaster to the Rockport town, okay? Article X is a scare tactic. Don't be fooled by it, okay? Anybody from Rockport is welcome on Long Beach, okay? Visit me on Long Beach. You can walk on Long Beach. That's not a problem. The article refers to potential dangers of global warming and rising seas affecting Rockport beaches. What does the article suggest that we do? Move the entire Rockport town 100 miles inland just in case? There is no facts to substantiate this. It is a scare tactic. Don't be fooled, okay? Finally, and I would ask my fellow Rockport friends to consider the following. If we want to capitalize on the land of Long Beach, minimize the seawall risk, okay, to the town of Rockport, and provide for long-term economic benefit, consider the following, okay? And it's a simple financial model, okay? Offer to sell the land to the cottage owners. There was an appraisal done way back in 2013, and this appraisal estimated that the sale of land could be worth over $75 million. Given the appreciation in real estate values, my guess that that number is probably somewhere between $100 and $150 million. So from that $150 million, fix the seawall. The seawall, you've heard, is going to cost about $32 million to fix. So fix the seawall and have the remaining $70 million to $100 million provide an annual annuity, okay, for the town of Rockport, okay? And by doing that, what you would do is you remove the seawall risk from the town, okay, and provide that type of large annuity, okay, to the overall town community itself. It's good for the Rockport residents. It's good for the cottage owners. Thank you very much.
All right, Sarah?
I would like to correct.
No, we're not going to start a discussion. You've been heard from. Now we hear from other people. That's how it works. Sit down, please. Thank you. Okay, Sarah?
Thanks, Bob. Sarah Wilkinson for the Board of Selectmen. So, unfortunately, typically at town meeting, I try not to direct comments at a particular resident, but I will tell you, because certain things just sometimes have to be said, that it's the town that has been harassed by Carol Cook for the last several years. Via email, in person, in meetings, selectmen have actually shown up at her house to be screamed at. Residents at Long Beach, and I will tell you there are 154 homes on Long Beach. Several, I think probably several dozen are registered voters in town and residents, and all are taxpayers. So in my mind, they deserve the same respect that anyone else, either renting or who owns property in town does. But unfortunately, Carol has taken the 2018 settlement agreement, which I just pulled up. I have it very handy on my phone, and anyone is welcome at any point to give me a call or text me or email, because I was the chairman of the board when we came to the settlement agreement, and the board was very happy. Nowhere in the settlement agreement does it say that the town is trying to sell the land. I have personally never been in favor, and I actually can't even picture a scenario where I would be in favor of selling the land. But nowhere, the only thing it says, and this was an ask of the people that were part of the lawsuit, the plaintiffs, was that if the town ever were, that after town meeting, which it would have to come to town meeting, after the town and then the state legislature approved the sale, that the homeowners at Long Beach would have a right of first refusal. So there is nothing, absolutely nothing in the settlement agreement, which is a public document, about selling the land to developers, or that the town is trying to sell the land. That is absolute hogwash, and I have for, I think it's 4 years now. Anyone who approaches me, I'm happy to explain it. The other thing is, Carol, please be respectful. Everyone was respectful of you while you spoke. The other point that is worth making is that
Thank you, officers.
I actually live in the Long Beach neighborhood as well. I live on Highview Road, and my family and I walk Long Beach close to daily all year round. And yes, it's true that with the 2018 settlement, we confirmed paths that year-round were available, and that in the winter you can go through the yards, but in the summer you have to be respectful and use the paths, which have caused no problem at all. I think the police can attest to that. So accessing Long Beach is not a problem. Anyone's welcome to park on my street, which the street's full all the time. The other thing that unfortunately Carol also fails to mention is that if the Long Beach homes, 154 of them, and seawall were to disappear or somehow be removed, that would make her property oceanfront, which I think is kind of a tidbit that gets left out when the whole kind of spiel is given that, we need to protect the environment and all this. Unfortunately, I think that may be the crux of it. But I will tell you that the selectmen have been nothing but transparent about Long Beach. We all know the challenges with Long Beach. They're very similar to the challenges on parts of Marmion Way, on lower parts of Gap Head, on Bearskin Neck, in the downtown area. There are major climate changes, and we're looking towards the future and what the town is going to do. And I assure you, we will make all of those choices together at town meeting. As we've learned today, we can't go spending money on things like that, permitting, design, without coming to town meeting. And it's actually been eye-opening, I think probably for all of us, to learn, what people are interested in, what people want to vote on, because honestly, we had a Long Beach, we've had workshops in the past, and to be perfectly honest, we get the Long Beach residents and just a handful of people. So maybe now, I'm not sure how long Zoom will last, but I think looking towards the future, the Board of Selectmen is not by any means, and we've been totally upfront of this, looking to sell Long Beach. We've been very upfront, and anyone's welcome to come take a look at the settlement agreement. But the Board of Selectmen unanimously opposes Article X.
Toby?
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. I move that the town meeting requests that the moderator appoint an ad hoc committee, the Long Beach Options Committee, with representation from the Board of Selectmen, the Planning Board, the Finance Committee, and the Department of Public Works Commissioners, and the Conservation Commission, also 4 citizens. The committee will consider the town's options when the current Long Beach leases expire in 2023, with due regard for environmental concerns, in particular rising sea levels and the need to repair or replace the seawall. The committee will consider the possible renewal of the Long Beach cottage leases and also the possible sale of all or portions of the Long Beach property, and the costs, benefits, and detriments to the town of all the options considered. The committee will hold a public hearing to present its report not later than 2 weeks prior to the 2022 annual town meeting, and the committee will present its report at the 2022 annual town meeting. The town meeting requests that the Board of Selectmen place Article X on the warrant for the 2022 annual town meeting. That was quite a mouthful, but what it boils down to is very simple. If we authorize this committee, we're going to get the facts as much as possible. We're not going to decide on anything. The committee is not charged with deciding on anything. It, like the ad hoc water committee, would come to the next town meeting with its report. But if you seriously wanted to understand its doings, raise objections, questions, comments, you'd attend the meeting 2 weeks prior to the town meeting, because we could obviously spend a whole day here talking about Long Beach. So if you opt for this committee, we'll also have Carol Cook's article on the warrant again. It would not be fair just to shuffle it aside in place of a committee. That was what happened with the Tool Company Task Force, and Marie Larson's article that gave it an excuse for existence was shuffled aside without a vote. So if we vote for the committee, we're not committing ourselves to anything beyond getting the necessary information, and we can take it up next year. It's conceivable we may have the environmental report that Eric Hutchins mentioned by then. I don't know.
All right, you've heard the motion to refer it to committee. That's now what we're going to be discussing. If you want to discuss that and that alone, we will do so. Anyone want to discuss referring to a committee?
Yes, I'd like to discuss it.
Okay.
Z. Seppel on 92 Granite Street. I know that a motion to refer to committee takes precedence over anything else, so I guess I can't say what I was going to say. But
Bummer.
Carol Cook has some points, but some points are wrong. As far as I know, all of the restrictions on the access to the beach going through the leased property are a result of a legal court ruling. The judge said that people are entitled to some quiet enjoyment, and that's what restricted the access ways. So I guess I'm out of order or in order or whatever order, but she's wrong that the town, I think she's wrong that the town is the emphasis on restricting that. I think that was the court. And as far as being out of order, well, as far as moving it to a committee for further study, well, let's go for it.
See, you're kind of in order, and that's the standard I apply to you, so we're good. All right, we're now talking about referring to study. We're not talking about the ultimate issue. If you want to discuss it, please walk to the microphone so that when I recognize you, you can be heard. We're only hearing from people we haven't heard from before. Yes, there we go, on this issue.
Ed Hand, Precinct G, that's where I used to live. 20 Landmark Lane. I would strongly support moving this to a committee and having a full report looking at all the options. I think that's a damn good idea, and I congratulate Toby on it. as I said, strongly support it. We need the information. We've got lots of conflicting views, lots of possibilities that were suggested today. Let's research it with a committee that involves the various different actors as suggested, and then we can come up with a reasonable decision based on facts. Thank you.
All right, this is only about referring to a committee, and only if I haven't heard from you on this article. Sure.
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. Point of clarification, will moving this Article X to committee remove the vote on the actual motion, or is
Yes.
that? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Diane Finch, 215 Granite Street. I'm a member of the Green Community Task Force and an associate non-voting member of the Conservation Commission. I think Toby's idea is really great. And one of the reasons I think it's so great is often we have one unit pay money for a study, or in the case of a developer paying for a study. And normally those who have commissioned the expert to do the study tends to go in the favor. I'm not saying they can be lying, but you know, there are always different ways to evaluate things. And so the reason I like Toby's idea, it would be disciplines involved, cross-functional, conservation, planning committee. I think with all of those different types of brains, we'll just call them brains, we could come up with some really good data on the climate aspects and the engineering aspects that Tom Mikas mentioned, and just look at different options for the future as we approach the next lease deadline. I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries. We move on to the next one. What is the next one? K, L, M, and S. And Pat, I'll give you the helm.
Mr. Moderator, Board of Selectmen member Ross Brackett moves Article K as indicated in the motion printed on page 58 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen supports this article.
Moved and seconded, Malcolm?
I move that voting on Article K, putting Andrews Woods, map 15, lot 92, under permanent conservation restriction be postponed until Springtown Meeting 2022. I further move the Planning Board and Finance Committee at a minimum, and other relevant committees designated by the Board of Selectmen report back to the 2022 Springtown Meeting their findings, their recommendation for the best and highest use of the property. May I?
The motion has been amended to, motion to postpone. Thank you. The motion has been made to postpone, so we'll be discussing on postponing this to the Springtown meeting of 2022.
May I? Yes, may I speak?
Sure.
Article K asks that we put Andrews Woods and Pigeon Cove under permanent conservation restriction. Note the word permanent. 50% of Rockport is already open space. If voted, the only means of returning it to town control is by a town meeting vote and an act of the state legislature. In essence, this means a conservation restriction on the property will be forever. We would be doing this without a long-term land use or master plan. You might rightly ask, so what? We live in a town that is only a little over 7 square miles. With its back to the ocean, land availability for all uses is therefore extremely limited. We suffer from a lack of affordable housing, particularly for those who work in our community in municipal jobs. And of course, you saw the schools talk about the need for children, and I firmly believe that's what we need, and affordable housing will help bring that to town. Okay. They work in town hall, in our police department, for the DPW, and our schools. They serve us every day without being able to afford to live in our community. The number of Rockport children in our schools is dwindling, replaced by children from other towns. More than 50% of the land in town is open space. A significant amount of that is already under conservation restriction. This is good, since we need to protect our watershed and for drinking water and open space for Rockporters to gain physical and psychological refreshments. Andrews Woods is in essence a 15-acre neighborhood park surrounded by houses. It is not watershed. It only offers limited animal habitat. It is on the north-south flyway, but then so is most of town. Should we then say that no new houses can be constructed anywhere in town? Of course not. By the way, we recently purchased 45 acres of conservation at Woodland Acres, which is also in Pigeon Cove and a great place to walk and teach children about nature. We need to give the planning board time to determine the best and highest use for this location. When a town-wide plan is completed, we'll have more certain knowledge about the best uses for all town land, including Andrews Woods. Selling the property for development could bring in as much as $4 million and $100,000 in annual tax income. That's an additional $1 million in 10 years. Money for schools, DPW infrastructure, including the new DPW facility garage, and the ongoing cost of seawall repair all over town are among the urgent financial needs we have that are paid for with our tax dollars. The Conservation Commission has done a thorough study in favor of restrictions on this property. Remember that 50% of Rockport is already open space. My concern is the town meeting today will only hear one side of the issue and take a vote without knowing all the pertinent information. Are we best served by putting the land in conservation or by development? Can we have both by having a cluster zoning or duplex plan, leaving room for trails and a large portion in open space? Can the Finance Committee weigh in on the fiscal tax impact? Can we even put middle income housing here with proper planning? Should the selectmen hold public input sessions on the proposals to encourage people to talk about all sides of the issue? Determining the correct answers takes time. Delaying the vote will give us time to develop more information. I am not taking sides on the issue. Nothing will happen to this land, not conservation or development, without a town meeting vote. If we wait a year, town meeting will be better informed to decide the best uses for this property, which we will live with forever. Thank you.
Sarah Wilkinson for the Board of Selectmen, speaking again on the motion to postpone.
Thank you, Sarah Wilkinson, Board of Selectmen. The Selectmen oppose the motion to postpone, and I'll remind everyone again that the Selectmen unanimously supported putting all of these parcels into conservation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bill Mueller, 6 Green Street. I'm the principal sponsor of Article K to conserve Andrews Woods, here representing the Friends of Andrews Woods. So let me just give you a little bit of perspective here. Mr. Michaels has brought this very same letter that he just read, or versions of it, to several town committees already. The Conservation Commission, the Planning Board, the Finance Committee. Nobody took it up. It is Mr. Michaels alone who is asking you to postpone this vote. The Friends of Andrews Woods has been working for over 15 years to conserve and work towards this point where we can come to you before today to make this vote. So all I'm asking you is, we worked for, like I said, over 15 years to get to this point. We worked for over 2 years to bring this article forward today. We have our people here. We've worked very hard. We have, I will describe for you the coalition of conservation groups and town committees that support this, not just the select board. Give us a chance to vote today, okay? We've earned it. Don't listen to just Mr. Michaels. Let us come up for a vote today and give us a chance to describe the merits one way or the other, and you can vote. But don't postpone this. The idea that it needs further study, as Mr. Michaels said, is ridiculous. It's been in the public sphere for 15 plus years. We've gone to public meetings. We've been completely open about this. And let's be honest about it. Mr. Michaels and Mrs. Michaels have made it clear that what they're all about is opposing the override. They don't want to pay any more taxes. So what they're doing is gaslighting you and saying, look over here, we could make millions of dollars by selling off our open space over here or selling off our open space over here, and then we don't need a tax increase. That's their real reason, and you can take this disingenuous and dishonest maneuver by the Michaels to postpone 15 years of work to get us to this point.
Please, we aren't speaking about anything, we're speaking about a motion, we're not talking about people here.
Okay, but I'm saying that please let us come to a vote today. Let us vote on the merits of conserving the woods and hear about the many people who are in support of this instead of just the Michaels in opposition of it.
Now, someone else has something to offer. This again is only on the motion to postpone.
And that's exactly Ed Hand Precinct, 20 Landmark Lane. That's exactly why I want to speak. I'm one of those ridiculous people who supports the same view that Michaels do.
Please stop referring to people. We're just talking to a motion.
Okay. I'm in favor of postponing the vote on Article K, the replacement of Andrew Woods under conservation restrictions. And just as a point of full disclosure, the property I grew up on as a young boy backed on a county park, and I'll tell you, the people on our street had the best disposal for leaves and grass and all those house things, so I well know the situation with the neighbors around the park, proposed park. This 15 acre parcel is located in the middle of an SR 20,000 square foot zone. But being town owned right now, it has no zoning designation. It's approximately 1,100 linear feet of frontage on Phillips Avenue to the west, 200 feet on plus or minus on Haven Avenue to the east and southeast. It is bounded by developed lots on Phillips and Ocean to the north and south, as well as a portion of Phillips and Haven. The parcel is relatively level with trees, rocks, and walking trails and public paths. Several estimates of the amount of number of lots that could be developed, assuming SR zoning, are 10 with frontage and no additional roads, or possibly 24 with additional roads. Rockport is currently continuing to experience a decline in population, part of a demographic shift which affects other Massachusetts communities as well. But Cape Ann, and Rockport in particular, is one of the oldest populations in the state. The impact can be seen in the schools has been discussed at great length today. We are at the end of the transportation line with slow, relatively spotty service to Beverly, Boston, and points in between. We live in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, according to my children. This makes it difficult for a young family with children, especially when both have careers, to live here. This may change as a result of the pandemic, as more people will be able to work full or part-time remotely and as transportation options improve, but that is all speculation at this point. Also, the current price of land and property in Rockport may make it difficult for town employees to live in town. Many studies have found that communities where the employees live in the town and are part of the community have better services and a better overall sense of community. Furthermore, the decline in population and continued development of larger seasonal houses contributes to the lack of life restaurants, retail, and entertainment in the community during the off-season, making Rockport less attractive to younger families. Currently, Rockport has some 3 to 4% of its housing stock affordable, well under the 10% required under 40B, leaving Rockport open to challenges by developers with a 40B plan for low and moderate income housing. The governor has recently promulgated a number of statewide zoning directives, including the zoning around MBTA stations, which we are lucky enough to have in Rockport, which will result in denser, more affordable development in those areas, and other directives to encourage a less sprawling, more efficient and compact form of development. Rockport is in the middle of rewriting its zoning bylaw, which will probably now require more than just updates and reorganization, but comprehensive changes to reflect those requirements by the state. The state has also encouraged towns and...
Mr. Hand, if you would please finish up.
I'm just about to, okay. The state has also encouraged towns to develop a housing production plan, an HPP. Rockport doesn't have one. As of 2019, Gloucester, Hamilton, and Manchester had plans such as that. An HPP may enable the Rockport ZBA's decision not to allow an unfriendly 40B plan to be constructed, i.e. one that is not in accordance with the town's plan and local zoning. I urge you to postpone this. We send it to a committee, we review it, and make a considered decision with all the information as part of the Rockport's
Thank you, Mr.
need.
Hand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't spray it near me, I'm chemically sensitive. No, she'll spray me. Hi, I'm Jane O'Malley, 63 Pigeon Hill Street. I'm not a neighbor of this property, and I disagree with the speakers that this should be postponed. As has been stated, there's been 15 years since the last tax title sale.
Yeah, I do want to remind you
yeah,
that we're just
we're
talking about the
post-
motion to postpone.
So, and I just said I disagree with it, and I'm stating the reasons why. They got to speak for a long time. So a reason why I'm postponing, I'm opposed to postponing, and I wanted to respond to Mel Michaels' response of why we should postpone to, according to the 2019 Open Space Plan, Rockport has 61,175,680 square feet of developable land. This was 2019. That equals 1,404 acres of developable land. It states that Rockport will have 1,485 more dwelling units if all of the land is developed. The open space plan also states that Rockport could potentially have 3,088 future residents should the 1,404 acres of land be developed. So for that reason, we can save our open space and work on affordable housing together. All these issues, it's not either or. And this is certainly a parcel, and we'll talk about it later when we have a chance of why it should be preserved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Herman Linear, 6 Bay Ridge Lane, Rockport. I support postponing the vote. I support postponing the vote because I don't think that adequate attention has been paid to the ramifications of such a transfer of land. The Selectmen and the Conservation Commission are concerned the town has adequate open space to meet future needs. I understand that. But we should remember that we now have large open spaces for our general recreation. These include the Current Preserve, 11 acres, Dalmeda Sanctuary, 31 acres, Waring Fields, 19 acres, Rumrock Lake, 8 acres, Manning Park, 15 acres, many trails that lead to Dogtown, and Hollywood State Park, which is nearby, which is 62 acres. Transferring Andrews Woods without compensation to Rockport would deny all of us much needed funding for immediate and long-term financial obligations. New costs, the large backlog of infrastructure improvements that the town must address, as an example, will inevitably lead to higher real estate taxes. The state has recently passed a statute requiring each municipality with an MBTA station to permit zoning for land within the half-mile of that station to encourage the construction of low-income housing. Massachusetts has identified the general location where these obligations should be met. The proceeds for the sale of the part of Andrews, all or part of Andrews Woods, could be used for the infrastructure costs for the development of land on which the low-income housing might be and will be constructed, because we're obligated to do it. In addition to the need for affordable housing is the fact that most existing developed parcels in town are priced beyond the reach of first-time buyers. Consequently, few young families can buy into Rockport. Identifying parcels on which houses for first-time buyers could be built is a key step in attracting professionals and young families with school-age children. Rockport needs both planning and imagination. Putting Andrews Woods under a permanent conservation restriction is not a decision the town needs to rush. Please vote to postpone the vote on Article K for 1 year so that crucial boards and committees may have time to determine the best use of this and other land in town. Thank you.
Raise your hand, please. Yes. Okay, motion has been made to move the question. That requires a 2/3 vote. We don't debate it. All those in favor of moving this particular question, which is to refer this issue, and I believe it's for all of these parcels. No, just one of them? Just the Andrews Woods. Spring of town meeting 2022 to committee. All those in favor of moving that question, please say aye. The question is whether we should refer. Yeah, but this is a motion. No, this right here, this is a motion. Right, but this is a motion to call the question. Yes. Right. Okay, it is a motion. This is a motion right now to call the question, and the question is to refer or to postpone consideration of this issue for until the spring of 2022 town meeting. Is that correct?
Article K only?
Article K only.
Just on the motion.
What's that?
Just on the motion.
Just on the motion.
It's not on the
Right, so this is now calling the question and ending debate. All those in favor of ending debate on this issue, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Okay, so now we have moved the question. We're going to end debate. And so now we're going to, this is for Article K only, to postpone further action on this until the spring of 2022. Is that correct? Yeah, I wasn't here for the question, so that's why I'm asking. So the motion is Article K to postpone a decision on it until the spring of 2022. Is that correct? Right. Okay, I'm going to read this. So it's Article K, putting Andrew Woods map 1592 under permanent conservation restriction, be postponed until spring town meeting of 2022. And the motion says further, I move that the Planning Board and Finance Committee and any other relevant committees designated by the Board of Selectmen report back to the 2022 spring town meeting their recommendations for best and highest use. So that's what we're voting on. Anyone have any questions on what we're voting on? Okay, question on what we're voting on.
Jason Shaw, 9 Athena Way,
Yep.
Also the chairman of the planning board. I can understand, Mr. Moderator, the first part of that, which is postponing this till the meeting as a legitimate object of the motion, but the planning board has already declined jurisdiction over this. They've already been asked. So I don't know how the this meeting can vote to have the planning board, which is an elected body, weigh in on this property in the future.
Hey, you could choose not to.
Well, we already have.
Well,
we can
okay.
continue. I just want to
No,
make
no,
it-
I mean, it's
yeah.
like any other motion where something gets referred and ask the Board of Selectmen, for example, to put something on a ballot or to refer it. You don't have to do it.
Okay, well, that, I just want to clarify
no, you
that,
don't have
that
to do
doesn't
it.
mandate us to do anything.
No,
Okay.
you're not, you can't be mandated to do this.
Very good, thank you.
Okay? So, this is to postpone this determination under Article K until Springtown meeting of 2022. Every other part of it is just a request. Any further questions on what this means? Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Opposed, say no. Okay, so that fails. So now we're back to discussing it. So now we're back to discussing Article K. Anybody else want to discuss this? It seems to be of interest to people. Yes.
Denise Donnelly, 72 Pigeon Hill Street. I'm concerned that we're conflating a number of issues. We're all concerned about the lack of affordable housing in town. I'm a member of the planning board, and as a matter of fact, the planning board is undertaking to create a housing production plan for the town of Rockport. This is a formal plan that would put us on a path to getting us to at least 10% of affordable housing in town. So that's underway at the very beginning of the process. But, yes, amen. But that is not, this tax title land has been available and open to anyone who's interested in doing something about it for many, many years. And as Mr. Mueller stated, he and his cohorts have been working on this for 15 years. So I find the sudden interest in doing something with this land other than what this group has advocated for to be a little bit surprising. I'm going to vote in favor of preserving this land. These people have waited all day to vote for this, and we owe them that right.
You already spoke. We want to hear from somebody else. Somebody who has not spoken.
That was about the postponement.
Have
I'm
you
the principal.
spoken?
I'm
I want to hear from somebody else. We'll get back to you. Not to worry. A lot of people here today. Yes, somebody who has not spoken on this issue at all.
Hello, Dave McKinnon, Chairman of the Conservation Commission, 36th
Dave.
Street. First off, just to point out, the open space plan that was developed by the town and was a management tool done by the town identified this parcel as a parcel to be protected. So the Conservation Commission, along with the Open Space Committee, has identified this parcel as a parcel of land that needs to be protected. So the fact that there's a statement being made that there's been no studies done on this parcel is not correct. The Open Space Plan has identified this as a key parcel to protect. The Conservation Commission voted unanimously to protect this parcel of land. Along with permitting projects along wetland areas, we also are charged with the care and custody of certain woods, like the Woodland Acres, which we have proved that by the care and custody of the Conservation Commission has not taken any sort of money or time away from any other town departments to care and take care of this land. It's purely done by volunteers from the Rights of Way Committee, the Cape Ann Trail Stewards, and from help from the Greenbelt as well. So we feel that this parcel of land will not take anything away from the town, and in fact give a lot more to the town as far as nature and trails are concerned. So I really hope that you guys will vote to protect this parcel of land. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Nathan Ives, Norwood Avenue, Chair of the Rockport Right to Way Committee. I stand in favor of this motion. The Rockport Right to Way Committee has unanimously supported this motion or this concept of preserving Andrews Woods. It is vitally important to the citizens of Rockport and used by so many people. It is part of a wicked unique system of trails that doesn't exist in many other places that actually connects the woods to the sea. And if you haven't partaked of going over there and enjoying that spot, you really need to do so. It's a bit of Dogtown without all the underbrush that the Headlands has of catbrier and all of that. It's really much more open spot with treasured wildlife in there, and a very, very important piece. Rights of Way Committee supports its conservation.
Anybody in that line of people that want to speak against this? All right.
Yeah. Yes, Z. Seppel on 92 Granite Street. I guess you could say I'm against this. I think that one of the problems we have in this town is that there is no master plan for its development. And Denise Donnelly just came up and said that the town has got a plan for affordable housing. Well, as far as I know, that plan is a plan that's emanating from the Massachusetts Metropolitan Area Planning Council, which is favoring the development of housing in transit areas where, it's near the railroad stations and so on and such. If there's any master plan for development in this town, residential, commercial, or any other type of development, I sure as heck don't know what it is. So I think that you have to start out with an idea that anything you do starts with land. If you don't have the land, you don't do anything. You don't build a factory, you don't build a house, you don't conserve it or whatever. So I think that it makes sense. It makes sense to just postpone this and take it up again.
We already went through that one.
Yeah, well, so I'm against. What am I against? I think.
It's a long day. Maybe we can hear from the next person.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Well, anyway, I said what I needed to say.
Yep. There we go. Did I hear somebody raise their hand? I'll call on them to move the question. Did somebody see that? Move the question. Oh, I hear a motion to move the question.
I'm the principal.
That's takes a 2/3 vote to move this question. Non-debatable. All those in favor of moving this question, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Okay, the question has been moved. It's been voted by more than 2/3. So now we will move this question. And Mitch, why don't you tell us what this question is?
Mr. Moderator, Board of Selectmen member Ross Brackett moves that the town vote to transfer from the tax title custodian for tax title purpose to the Conservation Commission under the provisions of General Law, Chapter 40, Section 8C, for conservation, passive recreation, and open space purposes in perpetuity, the care, custody, and control of the parcel of land identified on Assessor's Map 15 as Lot 92, and described in tax title foreclosure case recorded with the Essex South District Registry of Deeds in Book 5086, page 363, and to dedicate and designate said parcel to the foregoing purposes, reserving and accepting, however, such rights of access in, on, and under such portion or portions of the parcel as the Board of Selectmen may determine, and the right to improve but not pave said access areas.
Thank you. You've heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. We move on by a 2/3 majority. We move on to L.
Mr. Moderator, Board of Selectmen member Ross Brackett moves Article L as indicated in the motion printed on page 59 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen supports this article.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Also requires 2/3 vote. Anyone want to discuss this? All right. You've heard the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries by more than 2/3. So that's K and L. And I believe I've just been told that that renders S moot. Is that true?
What about M?
Yep. Okay, so now we move on to M. M is in Mike.
Mr. Moderator, Selectman Chair Ruth George moves Article M is indicated in the motion printed on page 59 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen supports this article.
Moved and seconded. Anyone to discuss? I see lots of people. Yes. Is there an official proponent? Okay. Let this person speak, and then Ruth, if you want to speak.
Stephanie Wolf, 6 Point de Chêne. This is very unclear to me. What it says, I think, is.
Okay, you have to move the microphone. I have the same problem. It's being height challenged.
Can you hear me now? Oh yes, you can.
There you go.
Stephanie Wolf, 6 Point de Chêne. So this is very unclear to me. What I think it says is that the Board of Selectmen has our permission, if we vote this, to do what they would like to do, and oh, by the way, they can pay anything they want for it. So I would like clarification on what it means for easement, what is the part of the easement, how this affects the Atlantic Path, and how much you're going to pay for it.
All right. Ruth, you want to talk about this?
Sure. Ruth George, Chairman of the Board of Selectmen. Myself and Sarah Wilkinson have met with the homeowners over on 3337 Phillips Avenue and Legal and Mitch Vieira, and we are very hopeful that we will get an easement with the folks to go across the property of theirs to continue the Atlantic Path along the property line there. As of right now, there is no one piece of property has the Atlantic Path or an easement on it, one does not. And we are just looking to be able to work with them to look at having an easement. There's no talk of money, there's just talk of putting an easement at some place on their property to continue the Atlantic Path around Cape Ann and on that area. It would be a gift to us. It would be a gift to the town. They're not looking for reimbursement for money. They just want to make sure that it's continued, and that's all we want. That's all this vote is going to do, is let us continue looking at that and trying to keep the Atlantic Path open for Rockporters.
Town council reminded me that there's no appropriation tied to this article, so it doesn't give anyone any authority to spend any money. How'd I do? I should be a lawyer.
John Penaloza, 46 Main Street. Many of you may be familiar with the weekly walks on the Atlantic Path that have been departing from the Emerson Inn and attempting to traverse the historic Atlantic Path that has been a right of Rockporters and of everybody else since the late 1870s, according to our research. The landowners at 3337 Phillips took it upon themselves in this past year to block the historic path along their property with increasingly aggressive steps. The latest of which is solid plywood walls reinforced with large metal stakes in the ground that are impossible to simply walk around. Now, in the course of a lot of the advocates' research, we found you can actually go on the town website, which is amazing. Ted Tarr has a recollection of the last time there was a fight to preserve the Atlantic Path over 30 years ago. And at that point, there was a homeowner who requested that they had a family member that was convalescing. And they wished that the town would stop walking along the Atlantic Path, which traversed their property, for a period of 6 months or so. And after they did that, the homeowner then asserted that they had successfully stopped the prescriptive use of the right-of-way and was therefore able to argue that the walkers had lost the right of the public way, of the public access. This is exactly what's happening right now at 3337 Phillips.
because we have been walking the path and attempting to maintain the continuity of access over this piece of land, and they've been blocking it. And the longer they're successful in keeping people from customary use, the more they'll be successful in simply taking away that public right. So I understand that the Board of Selectmen's hands are tied in terms of speaking publicly about land that's under litigation, and the situation has been under litigation for a while. It's come to my attention that the Board of Selectmen is interested in accepting this easement that the landowner is offering. The only problem with the easement is that it traverses it along the ledge 20 or 30 feet downhill of where the path currently exists. And it goes over granite. It has a 2 or 3 foot step that cannot be traversed by everyone, including one of our members here, and therefore would cut off the ability of Rockporters and many other people from continuing to traverse the Atlantic Path that's existed since the 1870s. So I would urge you not to allow this precedent to be set, because it may save Rockport costs and litigation and strife and going up against a landowner who's an heir of a multinational, multi-billionaire corporation right now. But it's also going to set the precedent that anybody can come in here and buy waterfront property, and if they put up some plywood and fight the town hard enough, they're going to eliminate our beloved rights of way. Thank you.
We're going to hear from Mr. Ives and then from Sarah Wilkinson.
Nathan Ives, 19 Norwood Avenue, and Chair of the Rockport Rights of Way Committee. This continues to be really a year and a half of really bad luck for Rockport as far as its rights of ways are concerned. There's been a lot of challenging times, and this is one of them. The Atlantic Path is treasure. But prescriptive rights are just not that easy to explain. They are complicated legal matters, and we have to entrust our judgment and decision sometimes, certainly with legal counsel to make these decisions. The Rights of Way Committee has struggled with this issue for many months, and actually had to go silent on this for several months now because it's gone to litigation. But I can speak for myself and say that there is a hope here that with this passing, that the selectmen would then be able to negotiate an easement on this property with the homeowners. Because again, it's always a delicate balance of property rights and public rights. And those are really complicated. And so I think by passing this, we're entrusting the selectmen with the ability to go forward and negotiate the best available recourse for this, which sadly could or may include less than the upland portion, less than the original path that we all have treasured in the past. I'm sad to see that, but I'm afraid that to not do anything, to not negotiate, would be to lose that part of the Atlantic Path. It would stop there. You'd have to go back and go up on Phillips Avenue and then rejoin some other place and go on. And that, to me, is unacceptable. I'm hoping that there's something that they can negotiate, that we can empower them to negotiate on our behalf. And I'm happy to say that it's been with some consultation from the Rights of Way Committee up to now, and hopefully, I think, going forward, that would offer us the best opportunity for a proposal going forward. I'm hopeful for that. I urge your passage.
Sarah Wilkinson, Board of Selectmen. As both Ruth and Nathan just said it perfectly, yes, this is to give the selectmen permission to continue negotiations with the homeowner. So it's not today about specifying a specific easement, but the goal is to get an easement and to continue the Atlantic Path so that it's a continuous path. The owners, we've worked on different options, and they've actually offered to work to make the path more accessible in spots that it may be more difficult to traverse. We aren't quite there yet. We're kind of going back and forth, and that's the part that we can't get into details on. But I assure you that our #1 goal is to keep the Atlantic Path continuous, and this is the best path, no pun intended, And we are working, as Nathan said, with the Rights of Way Committee, with our town legal counsel, but this is kind of the next step, and we didn't want to miss town meeting and make us wait another year, as an easement is the ultimate goal.
Alrighty.
Paul Franklin, 3 Story Street. I was curious if the town could advise us whether an easement like this has ever been pursued or granted to preserve the path, and if legal could opine on what sort of precedent that would create for similar conflict in the future. Thank you.
Hey, can we have microphone? No.
Darren Klein, Town Council. It wouldn't create if there's an agreement entered into by the board. It doesn't create any type of precedent at all. No binding precedent at all. Now, if something ever went to litigation and a decision came out, that certainly could have a precedential effect. But settlement agreement, as being discussed and negotiated, that would not have any precedential value.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Linda DeCourcy, 1 God Ave. Point of clarification, was my understanding, did I hear correctly, there'd be no financial purchase or? Okay, so in that case, I'd like to make a motion to remove the word by purchase. Thanks, Sarah.
Yeah, no problem. I'm glad that you mentioned that, because I know that the GDT kind of the Gloucester Times just had the purchase portion in there, I think. But the way that the article is written, it has to be written legally, but there's no appropriation here to spend any money on it, and the Board of Selectmen, every intention is that it's going to be given as a gift to the town. So we're not intending to pay anything for it, and the way the motion is written, we can't anyway. We don't have any money to spend on it, so. Is that right?
We're not going to vote on that.
Eleanor Goldman, 13 Pleasant Street. I am speaking with a question, but I'd like to clarify why I'm asking the question. So this vote, to be clear.
Could you get a little closer to the microphone, please?
So this vote, to be clear, we are only being asked to vote on whether the negotiations should continue. Is that what we're voting on? Or are we voting on the negotiations continuing and the easement? And I am asking this because I was curious and I researched this topic, and the property has been owned by the same owner since 1996, so I'm not sure why this issue is coming up now about this property. I have tried to traverse the past before this issue came up and since, and it is much more difficult to traverse the path now, and I am not personally trusting that I will be able to continue to traverse the path should the negotiations as put forth succeed. So I don't exactly understand what we're voting on. Are we voting on just negotiations or more than that?
You wanna talk?
Thank you.
Darren Klein, through the moderator. The Board of Selectmen has the authority to negotiate anything they want at any time. What this article does is it gives them the ability to essentially complete those negotiations because it authorizes them to acquire the easement. They've already have been negotiating, and they can do that without town meeting approval. But this article specifically gives them the ability to acquire the easement. But as has been said by several speakers, including the chair, that there is no appropriation, so they do not have any authority to spend any funds to complete that
Phil Crotty, 1 Atlantic Avenue. I'm also the chairman of the Community Preservation Committee. And I'd like to advise everyone that several years ago, the Community Preservation Committee allocated and the town meeting voted to authorize $50,000 toward the Atlantic Path, which is in process now. Tom Mikas has been working with me on that, and I expect that some significant portion of that would go to facilitate the access on that easement if it's acquired.
We have a question. Why don't you move to a microphone? Move to a microphone because we can't hear you.
Can I speak first? Tom Mikas, Vice Chair of the Rights of Way Committee, formerly Chair of the Rights of Way Committee. I noticed this motion includes the phrase eminent domain. And I'd like to make sure that that option remains open.
All right, I sense we're ready to vote. You've heard the motion. It requires a majority vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries. We move on. What do we have next? S is in Sam, but that's been rendered moot by previous decisions. So what do we have after that? I don't know. Oh, why? If we heard why, I think we heard why right away. So what do we have next? E? Okay, so now we're hearing D as in Delta, to be followed by E as in Echo.
Mr. Moderator, Selectman Don Campbell moves Article D as indicated in the motion printed on pages 53 and 54 of the May 15th, 2021 Voters Booklet.
Alrighty. Anyone want to discuss D as in Delta, free cash, to buy these things, which are transfers into funds? Requires a majority vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unopposed or unanimously. We now move on to E as in Echo.
Mr. Moderator, Board of Assessors Chair Tim Good moves Article E as indicated in the motion printed on page 54 of the May 15th, 2021 Voters Booklet.
Moved and seconded. Anyone want to discuss this? Oh, thank goodness. For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries, and I did not hear a no. I'm going to call it unopposed or unanimous. B is in Bravo.
Mr. Moderator, DPW Commissioner Chair Jim Gardner moves Article B as indicated in the motion printed on page 52 of the May 15th, 2021 Voters Booklet.
All right, moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries. We move on. What do we have next? H. H will go next to I. I thought we already talked about marijuana. We're high.
Mr. Moderator, Planning Board Chair Jason Shaw moves Article H as indicated in the motion printed on page 56 of the May 15th, 2021 Voters Booklet. Board of Selectmen and Planning Board support this article.
Alrighty, zoning. Everybody excited to talk about zoning?
Yeah.
Why don't we all stand up for a moment, just stretch a little bit. Gonna move. Kind of get out of your zone so we can talk about zoning. No lap around the field. All right, that's good. Thank you. Feel good? Let's go. Let's talk zoning.
Yeah. The articles, Jason Shaw, 9 Athena Way. And before I go any further, I want to give my thanks to a very important person here who's done a phenomenal job, and that's this lovely woman who was right over there, who's been spraying this microphone for the last 8 hours.
Yeah.
Every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So my hat's off to her. She doesn't know she's being lauded, but there she is. Thank you.
She just went off to the hospital for Clorox poisoning.
Fluoride poisoning?
Yeah, there you go.
Anyway, okay, this is, I'm going to try to be as succinct as possible on these two somewhat technical articles. Article H and Article I. Actually, Article I should come before Article H logically. If you want to look at Article I, which is a new definition for gross floor area, and then you go to Article H, which is the provision that incorporates that definition.
Okay.
So, okay, this goes back actually to 2015, when the planning board, before I was on it, when the planning board decided and got a bylaw passed that said, if you're going to build a large house, 4,000 to 7,000 gross floor feet of gross floor area, as defined here, you have to either have a lot of land, you have to either have 2 acres or more if you're building a house that's going to be 7,000 feet of gross floor area, or your setback, if it's a smaller house, your setback goes from what is in the zoning from 10 to 15 feet of a side yard setback. The setback is then increased from 20 to 25 feet for side yard area. And the reason that was done is because what everyone has seen in Rockport in the last few years is that people are buying lots that have existing houses on them, and they're tearing down the houses and they're putting up houses that are much larger than the houses that were there originally, or they're trying to cram as much of a house on the lot as they possibly can. So that was the intent of the planning board in 2015, was to say, if you've got a house that's 4,000 all the way up to 6,000 feet of gross floor area, you've got to increase the setback on your side yard so your structure is farther away from your neighbors. However, what happened was there was a little bit of a glitch in the language in that provision that's in the zoning now. That's a 2015 version. And what was happening was that the planning board and its view of what it thought it had written for approval at the town meeting, and the building inspector and his view of what was written and what it meant were different. And basically, the planning board believed that the larger side yard requirement would apply to the house and any accessory structure that was built on the property, either at the time of the house was built or later. So in other words, an accessory structure would be a garage or some other larger, or a guest house or whatever. That isn't the main structure, but it's an accessory structure. And the building inspector interpreted this zoning provision that we're voting on here in Article H today as meaning that as long as the house itself met the gross floor area limitations, that the accessory structure didn't have those limitations. So what you had was, you had a house that might be under 4,000 feet of gross floor area, but then you have an accessory structure of 1,000 feet, but that accessory structure gross floor area was not combined with the house gross floor area. Therefore, the accessory structure, people were putting them 10 feet away from the lot of their neighbors, as opposed to what should have been either 20 feet or 25 feet. So that there was a conflict between the two. We got opinion from town council, and she said, yeah, it's a confusing provision. and basically it needed to be rewritten. So what Article H and with Article I, when you read them together, says that if you build, that when you calculate that gross floor area, you combine or aggregate the gross floor area of the accessory structure, whether it's built at the time of or later than the house, with the gross floor area of the house. And you use that total gross floor area to determine the amount of side yard setback that you have. So in other words, if it exceeds 6,000 feet of gross floor area, you're going to have 25 feet of a side yard setback from any structure you put on the property, whether it's the house alone or the house in an accessory structure. And that, so basically this just cures a glitch in the language. Same provision, same intent, nothing new here. It just cures a glitch in the language. And that's the small thing we're doing now. Later, at future town meetings, we have a lot more bigger things which were alluded to by my fellow board member Denise Donnelly when she talked about the changing of the zoning to allow for affordable housing, but that's down the road. This is a small zoning change, and that's why we're here, to get the town's approval to put this in place, so there's no more ambiguity.
All right, anyone else want to talk about this? Mr. Battistelli?
Alan Battistelli, 57 Phillips Avenue. There might be a little ambiguity that I'd like to see if Jason could clear up for me.
Do you have any position on the zoning board?
I am chairman of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Have been for a number of years. But I have no, the idea is great to clear up language and get definitions, so it's a good concept. In this definition, which becomes, as you say, it bounces back to the other article that we've got in front of us. It talks about the 7-foot part in the attic and the basement. If you're below 7 feet tall in the attic and you're below 7 feet tall in the basement, then it's excluded. It gets a little vague when you bounce into, and if you could explain the part about the site plan review, how you're gonna implement. They said, you know, that language is strange. So I wanted to see if you could clarify that. So as we go forward, that would be one question. And the other part about getting back into habitable space. It's because if you're below 7 feet tall, you're non-habitable space. Not sure why the first floor or second floor don't have that same language. It's only the attic and the basement. There are capes where you've got a lot of slopey things going on. So that square footage that's only 1 feet tall, how can that be aggregate square footage? You get rid of it up above and below, but it seems like a cape or something gets a little penalized by the way it's written without saying for any place in your house it's not habitable square footage would be excluded. And then explain that site, the site plan review part, if you would, Jason. Great, thank you.
Yeah, Alan, just want to talk to you about that gross floor area. That is actually the same wording that was in the one for 2015. That hasn't changed. What the parts you allude to about the site plan review, for example, that's the same. That does not change. And what that means is that if there's a house and there's a property and you're building a house and there's a question about whether or not you have to go through site plan review, the way you calculate the gross floor area is different from the way you calculate that gross floor area if it's a matter of side yard setback. That's the same as it's been. So, you understand what I'm saying? The site plan review is a different path than the issue of side yard setback. And that's why that was left the way that it was in 2015. Does that answer your question, kind of? No? Okay. So, yeah, all that gross floor area, and believe me, this is, obviously something that can create some issues, but all that definition is the same, except for two words or a few phrases, which is within the perimeter of exterior walls of a building or a combination of buildings. That's new, and that's there because, again, to eliminate the ambiguity of whether it's just the house or the house and an accessory structure. But the rest of it's the same, as it's always been.
Yep, and then I'm gonna actually ask a question after that. So Jamie, then me, and then we'll hear from other people.
I'm happy to defer if you want to ask. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
And heads up, legal counsel, it's coming your way. I have questions concerning the meaning of 11C1, third line down, where it says the limitation of this section shall apply to the aggregated gross floor area of an existing or proposed residential building. My question is that properly still grandfathering in existing homes and accessory buildings for whatever they currently are? And related to that, the law changed in January of this year. State law changed regarding special permits for matters such as this, for accessory dwellings, to require only a majority vote, not as what is printed here where it says requires 2/3 vote. And I'm asking legal counsel if this should say 2/3 vote or if it should say majority vote. Thank you.
Darren Klein, through the moderator. All zoning bylaw changes still require a 2/3 vote, and so that's why there's a 2/3 vote required today. And the first question, yes, lots, structures would still be grandfathered, but if they're putting on additions, there could be potentially, they would need to go for a potential variance, depending on what the addition is and depending on what the pre-existing structure is.
Okay, so now I have a question based on that, and it's based on a real-world situation. And for those of you who don't know zoning, which is fascinating to me but boring to most people, there are two standards for zoning relief. And one is a special permit, which, not to get technical, is supposed to be pretty easy to get. And the other, which is a variance, is supposed to be really hard to get. So my question is this, based on what happened a couple of years ago. I had a client who was 18.5 feet from a setback, and he was a little bit under the 3,000 square feet. And then he wanted to put on a fairly small addition, and so he fell in within the increased setback to 20 feet, but he was now out of compliance by 1.5 feet, and he needed a variance, which is supposed to be really hard to get, so he didn't get it. And then he had to tear his house down. But once he tore his house down, he could move that left side of the building another 1.5 feet and build something way bigger than he was planning on building, which he had the money to do. And I'm just wondering if this addresses that issue at all, or if this was something considered and decided to leave that as it was. That could be, Alan wants to handle that, that'd be good.
I voted on that one.
So is it okay if he addresses it?
Sure,
If he
it's already
voted on it?
happened, it's
It's
done.
already happened, so.
New house is built.
The answer is no. What we're doing today, what definitions the planning board's doing, doesn't change any of it. There is places for discussion for that situation. What the moderator is referring to is a house on Mamiya Way, and it required a variance. It was a sliver, but it's a situation where this gets boring and kind of funny, but I think of some stuff here that maybe the planning board and board of appeals, we're trying to apply it, and it gets tricky. In that situation, at least the outcome was, we didn't see the hardship we had to deny because it became non-conforming by their choice to go over 4,000. And so I think that there's going to be discussion, there is going to be discussion between the planning board and the board of appeals to see if we could make it by special permit. What happened, the outcome of that one is a much bigger house went in and a much taller house. It met setbacks, but it went setback to setback and much taller. We kind of lost on that, so we don't have any way to issue relief, but this doesn't change any of that. So that's another time and a place. There's a long day. I think we keep moving.
Toby?
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. It goes on about attics and cellars and so forth. And in fact, I'm not sure where the 7 feet limit came from, but many places, old ones, you know, the floors, the ceilings are not 7 feet, and they are inhabited, whether they're legally habitable or not. So I think that, you know, I mean, maybe that's something you can't get away with, you know, can't get away from with the decisions, but that's unfortunate. I also wonder if you know, the gross floor area includes decks. Can I have a one-word answer on that?
Well, we're talking about attics, so that's another story.
Yes.
Go ahead, Jason.
I have other comment.
Well, I just refer to the, again, this is an existing definition. It says the square footage of the floor area within the perimeter of the exterior walls of the building.
Okay, so decks are out. Okay, and hearing the discussion between Alan Battistelli and Jason Shaw, I feel really queasy about the whole thing. Not that you shouldn't vote for it, but when the planning board wrote the original version, which they're now trying to perfect, I won't say correct, they had town council sign off on it. That is a standard part of the process with any of these proposals. The planning board has a public hearing. Those who have doubts, such as Mr. Battistelli, attend the hearing and ask their pointed questions, and the planning board has a chance to perfect the language. And it goes to town council, and town council said it was good. And then town council found fault with it and said it wasn't any good. So will it be any good this time? You may hope so.
I have some saltines too, Toby.
Hi, Rick Caston, 31 High Street. I was just wondering what exactly changed. Was the whole section rewritten? Did the size and description of the buildings change at all? Like the square footage is set between 4,000 and 6,000 and or anything. What exactly changed officially in the wording? You know, is it all totally rewritten, or but is the same size and requirements for the different houses and lots still the same as before?
I think that's your question. Did the size of the houses change?
How you classify, you know, you have, you know, like, I think it says any lot less than 2 acres was it paragraph I says, you know, so.
Yeah, I can answer that really quickly.
Okay.
None of that has changed. That's the same as it was in 2015. And by the way, as Toby alluded to, we did have a public hearing on these changes, and it did get reviewed by town council. So I think after getting town council's opinion on the earlier version, the one that we're changing, that this is a satisfactory and appropriate result.
All right, you've heard the motion. All those in favor, and this requires 2/3. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously, which is more than 2/3. We now move on to it's either C or J, I believe, or H and I. Let's talk about I. Any further discussion on I? You've heard the motion. This requires 2/3. All those in favor say aye to aye. Aye, aye. All those opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. We move on to either C or C, followed by J, if you're a Jeep fan.
Mr. Moderator, Selectman Russ Brackett moves Article C as indicated in the motion printed on page 53 of the May 15, 2021 Voters Booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee support this article.
And that's for money for action. Hawk, senior care, and open door. Any discussion? You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries. We move on to Article J. Is this the last one? This is the last one.
Mr. Moderator, Board of Health member Barbara McCarthy moves Article J as indicated in the motion printed on page 57 of the May 15th, 2021 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, and Board of Health support the article, and Government and Bylaw Committee report favorably.
For the motion, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. Chair will now accept a motion to dissolve this meeting. Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. All right, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Give yourselves a round of applause. You did a great job. We're done.
1 minute.